I'd like to thank you all very much for coming. Beautiful day. I think that you'll all agree there's some lovely things here that are going to change hands. Primary consignment comes from the estate of Nino Novellino, who was a marvelous individual, a very talented man who was a sculptor on Broadway and also owned a, did set design, etc. And he was quite a gentleman. Terms of the sale are cash, qualified check, Visa, MasterCard, or Discover. I don't think there is a 20% buyer's premium for those of you who are sitting here. It's 25% for those competing over the internet. So if you're here or on the phones with us, there's a 5% benefit for doing so. All right, I guess we're ready to go. First item up is a 1998 Saab Convertible, 122,000 miles, 5-speed. It runs beautifully. It is without issue mechanically, other than the top needs a motor to make it go up and down. Other than that, it's a fine running vehicle. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $2,000. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go $2,000? $1,000 is where? $1,000 I have, and $1,100. $1,100. Anybody like it for $1,100? Now $12. 11 is bid in $1,200. Anybody like to be 12? Now 13 and $1,400. $1,400. Would you go 14? Anybody like to be in for 14? I have $1,300 off. $1,400. Now 15. Now 1,600. 15 is bid in 16. Would you go $1,600? Now 1,700. $1,700. You're bidding 17. I have 16 on Nate. $1,700. Anybody like to be in for 17? Fair warning. 1,600 and 17. Once, twice. Down it goes. $1,600. Buys number 901. 901. The 2004 Saab. This is a Aero convertible. Very, very quick car with 123,000 miles on it. Everything is operable on this vehicle, and it's in very good mechanical condition. And bidding has to start at $2,100 and $2,200. Would it go $2,200? Anybody like it? $3,250, and $3,500 is here. Now back to you for $3,750, and now $4,000. The book is out. $4,000. Anybody like to be in for four? Would you go $4,000? $3,750 is bid in four. Would you go $4,000? Anybody like to be in for $4,000? Fair warning. $3,750 and $4,000. Once, twice. Down it goes. $3,750 to the internet. 902. Same way. Lot number 3 is the buggy. Horse-drawn Phaeton, open carriage. It is magnificent restored. Beautiful paint, leather fenders, leather dash. Has the shafts for a single horse-drawn vehicle. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Would you go 500? $300 and get it going. $300, thank you, and $350. Would you go 300? I have and 3.5. Anybody like to be in for $350? 300's bid in $350. Would you go 350? Now $400. Back to you for $400. John, you got to be $400. $400. You're bidding $400. $350 is bid $400. Now $450. $450, Kenneth. $450. Would you go $450? Now $500. $500. Back to the phones for $500. I've got $450. $500. Now $550. $550. Would you go $550? Now $600. $600. You're bidding $600. $550 is bidding $600. Anybody like to be in for 6? $600. Now $650. This is just like an auction. $650. $700. $700. Would you go $700? I have $650 bidding $700. You're bidding $700. $650 is bidding $700. Now $750, Ken. $750. Would you go $750? Now $800. Back to you for $800. Would you go $800? You've got to be $800. $800. $850. $850. Would you go $850, Kenneth? I have $800 offered and $850. Fair warning. Once, twice, down it goes. $800 buys number 545. 545. Classical mahogany and giltwood looking glass, shown there. And how much for it? Someone give me about $500 quick for it. $500. $300 and get it going. $300, would you go three? Anybody like to be in for $300? $200 and start it. $200. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go $200? Thank you. And two and a quarter. 200's been two and a quarter. Now a half. Two and a half. $275. Back to you for $275. $275 on the phones. Now $300. $300. Now $350. Back to you for $350. You're at $350. Now $400. $400. Now $450. Back to you, Dan, for $450. Now $500. $500, sir. $500. Now $550. $550. Would you go $550? Now $600. $600. You got to be six. Would you go? I have six here. Now $650. One of you. $650. Would you go $650? $650 on Dan. $650. Now $700. $700. Would you go seven? Would you go $700? Any advance on $650 and $700? $700. Now $750. Back to you, Dan, for $750. Now $800. $800. You're bidding $800. 7.5 is bidding 8. Would you go $800? Anybody like it for 8? Fair warning. $750 on Dan. Let there be no mistake. And $800. Fair warning. Down it goes. $750 to 522. The buyer. 522. Lot 5. Kind of a neat object. A pair of 19th century coin silver spectacles in their original case, with a family, a little handwritten note that indicates they belonged originally to Captain James Farley, who fought in the Revolutionary War. Kind of neat. And someone give me $100 to open. Hundreds bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2, 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2, 1 1/2 and 75. 175. Would you go 175? 150 is bidding 175. Any advance on 150 and 175? Fair warning. $150. Gone. Number 4736. Lot number 6 is now this little Tiffany glass. Somebody who considers themselves an expert said that signature was a spurious signature. I had somebody else look at it, said it's absolutely correct. So I'm selling it with that caveat. We're not certain on this. But a lovely little piece of art glass, and how much for it? Someone give me $100 for it. 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Fair warning. 100 and 1 1/4. Down it goes. $100 buys number 904. Thank you. Lot 7. La Paglia designed a sterling silver sweetmeat dish. La Paglia was an Italian designer who worked for George Jensen and later worked for International Silver. But a lovely little dish, and how much for it? Someone give me $400 for it? $200. $100 is where? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. Would you go? Anybody like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. Would you go $150? Any advance on 125 and 150? Fair warning. Once, twice, $125. It's sold. Number 906. 906, the buyer. Lot number 8 is the walnut tester bed, shown over there next to Jake. Lovely bed from a terrific home in Athens, New York. And how much for it? Someone give me about $500 for it. $500, thank you, and $550. Would you go? 500's bidding $550. Would you go $550? Anybody like it for $550? $500 and $550. Any advance on $500 and $550? Wow, $500 and $550. Once, twice, down it goes. $500 buys. Number 907. Thank you. Lot number 9. Pair of giltwood carved specimens in lacquer, 19th century, and these are beautifully and intricately carved. How much for them? Someone give me $500 for them. $200 to start them. Anybody like to be in for 200? Thank you, and 2 1/4. 200's bidding $225. Anybody like them for 2 1/4? Now 2 1/2. Half and 75. 2 1/2 is bidding $275. Anybody like to be at $275? Now 300. Now 350. 300, 350. Would you go $350? Any advance? 300's bidding $350. Would you go $350? Anybody like them for $350? Fair warning. 300 and $350. Once, twice, down they go. $300 away. Number 47.53. Lot 10, a beautiful desk, magnificent desk. This is Goddard Townsend, Newport, triple shell interior, little valance drawers, beautifully constructed out of the best mahogany. 18th century desks do not come along every day. This one is a very, very nice example, and only 38 inches wide. How much for it? 2,500 is bid, and 27.50. Now 3,000. Back 3,000. Now 32.50. Now back to you. 37.50. The book is in at 37.50. Would you go 4,000? 37.50. 4,000. Now 42.50. Back to you for 45. I have 42.50 bid and 45, 47.50. Now 5,000. 5,000. Back to you for 5,000. The book is out. $5,000 is on the internet, and 52.50. Would you go? 5,000's been 52.50. Would you go 52.50? Anybody else for 52.50? I've got $5,000 bid and 52.50. Fair warning. Once, twice, down it goes. $5,000 to number 3340. 3340. Lot 11 is a stone sculpture by William Wilson. Probably produced around 1969. There's a receipt with it. It said that he would rent it to you for $2 a week, or you could buy it for $125 at the time. Someone give me about I don't know, $200 to start it. 200. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 is where? Hundreds bid and 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? Hundreds bid and 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? Fair warning. 100 and 125. Down it goes. $100 number? 47.73. Thank you. Lot 12 is the 18th century Vergueño cabinet on the later stand. Beautiful brass inlay. And we've got a bit of interest in this. It opens at 500 and 550. Would you go? 500 I have, and 550 now. 600. $600. Anybody else for 600? I've got 650. Now 700. 700. Anybody else like it for 700? I have 650 bid and $700. Anybody like to be in for 7? 650 and 700. Once, twice, down it goes. $650 number. 4747. Okay. Lot 13 is an early Chinese green glazed terracotta foo dog roof tile in the shape of a foo dog or dragon. And how much for it? Someone give me 300 for it. 300, 200, 200, thank you. 2 1/4. 200 is bidden 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 2 is bidden 225. Fair warning, I have only $200 offered and 225. Once, twice, down it goes. $200 number? 911. Thank you. Lot 14, a pair of 18th century Chippendale vase back chairs. Carved knees, carved crest rail, ball and claw feet, gadrooned apron, pretty nice. Upholstery is giving way, but it's old tapestry sort of upholstery. And $500 for them, $500. $200 and get them going. $250, thank you, and $275. $275 now, $300. $300, would you go 3? Anybody like to be in for 300? $270, $300 now, $350, now $400. Back to you for 400. I've got 400 now, 450 now, 500. Where we should have started. 500 now, 550. 500 is bid and 550. Would it go $550? Anyone else for 550? 500 and 550. Once, twice, down they go. $500 number. 3572. Lot 15, hand painted Chinese porcelain brush pot, and it's a beauty. Beautiful condition. No issues with it condition-wise. Just a really, really nice example. And how much for it? Someone give me a 500 for it? Should be hands in the air at 500. $500. Anybody like to be in for 500? Thank you. And 550. 500's bidden 550. Would you go 500? I've got 550 on John. You've got to be 600. Sorry. 550's bid and 600. Now 650, John. 650. Would you go $650? I have 650 ahead of you, John. You've got to be 700 now. 700. Would you go 700? 700 now, 750. Back to you for 750. I've got 700 bid and 750. Would you go $750? Any 750. That's better. Now 800. 800. We're approaching 800, 850, 850. Would you go 850? Now 900. Back to you for 900. $900. You've got to be 9. Would you go 900? Now 950. Back to you for 950. I've got 900 bid and 950. Would you go $950? You've got to be 950. 900 and 950. Sold it. $900. Number 540. The buyer 540. Meissen Blue Onion 16-inch oval platter. Got a little rim chip on the inside edge, so you buy it as you see it, but a beautiful example. And $100 down low, start that off. 100 wear. $50 and get it going. Anybody like to be in for 50? Would you go $50? Any interest in this piece? $50? My goodness. $20? 20, thank you. 25, now 30. $30, you've got to be 30. 25 is bid and 30. Would you go $30? Anybody else for 30? I've got 25 bid and $30. 30, 35, 40, $40 the hard way. 40, 45, 50, thank you. 60, 60, 50 is bid and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody else for 60? $50 your way, number. 914, thank you. 914. All right. The first piece of Parian we're offering is Renaud and Armide. A beautiful statue in magnificent condition. Kind of a rare form. And how much for it? Someone give me $100 quick for it. 100 where? Anybody like to be in for 100? $50 and start it. Now 60. 50 and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? Now 70. Would you go 70? 70 now 80. $80, would you go 80, now 90. $90, you've got to be 90, now 100. 100, would you go $100, now 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter, would you go 125, now 150. 150, would you go $150, you've got to be 150. 1 and a quarter is bid and 1 and a half, and now 175. 175, you've got to be 175. I have $150 offered. 175, now 200. $200, you're bidding 200. 175 is bidding 2. Would you go $200? Anyone else for 200? 175 is offered and 200. Fair warning. 175 and 200. Once, twice. Down it goes. $175 to the phone bid. 916. I'm sorry, the internet bid. 916. Exceptional Rhode Island Pembroke table, and it really is a beautiful example with icicle inlay, bookend inlays. Sweet size and extreme taper to the legs with cuffs. How much for it? Someone give me $2,000 for it. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? Would you go $1,000? $500 and get it going. $750. $800 is here. You've got to be $850. $850. Now $900. Now $950. Now $1,000. Now $1,100. 1,000 is in the book and $1,100. Would you go? Anybody like to be in for 1,100 way back and now 1,200? The book is out. $1,200. Anyone else for 1,200? I have 11 on John and 1,200. 1,200 now 1,300, sir. 1,300. 12 is bid and 13. Would you go 13? Anybody else for 1,300? I have got $1,200 offered and 13. Fair warning. 1,200 and 1,300. Nice buy. Number 12. 920, 920, $1,200. Cartier sterling silver dresser frame in the original box, kind of nice, and a couple of $100 quick for it. $200, $100 for it. I'm sure it costs more than that at Cartier. I have 100 off. What? 225, 250, 275. Back to you for 275. 250's bid and 275. Anybody like it for 275? 250's bid and 275. Fair warning, 250 and 275. Down it goes, $250. Number 13, the buyer, 13. Number 20, novelty sword cane with a dagger, guaranteed to get you a seat on any bus in Metro New York. Someone give me someone give me 300 for it. 450, thank you, and $500. Would you go? 450's bid and 5. Got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? I've got 450 offered and $500. Would you go 5? Anybody like it for 500? Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $450. 46.63. Thank you. 21, six-piece Tiffany Sterling Repoussé dresser set. Tiffany being a magic name. This is a very nice Repoussé pattern. And how much for it? Someone give me about $300 for it. 300, 200, $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? 200, thank you. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 275, 275, 275. Now 300, one of you. 300, now 350. 350, would you go $350? You've got to be 350. I've got 300 bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? $300 buys. Number 923. 923. Terrestrial globe. This is dated 1859. It's created in Boston, Massachusetts, and it's a beauty. Really, you can't fault it. Beautiful condition. How much for it? I've got a bit of interest in this. Bidding starts at $1,400 and $1,500. Would you go? 14 is bid and 15. Would you go 1,500? 15 now 16 now 1,700, sir. $1,700. You've got to be 17. 16 is bid and 1,700. 17, 1,800. You've got to be 1,900 now. 18 is bid and 19. Now 2,000. You've got to be. What is it? 2250. I've got $2,000 offered and $2,250. Would you go to $2,250? Anybody else for $2,250? I've got $2,000 bid and $2,250. 2,000 and $2,250. Once, twice, and now 2,500. You've got to be 2,750. 2,750. Would you go 2,750? 25 is bid and 2,750. Fair warning. Once, twice, down it goes. $2,500 to bid card 518. 518, the buyer. 23, mahogany spirit box with 4 decanters and 2 goblets. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. 200. $100 is where. 100 and a quarter and a half. 1 and a half. Would you go 150? Anybody like it for 1 and a half? 1 and a half. 175. 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150's bidding 175. 150's bidding 175. Would you go $175? Anybody like it for 175? $150. Owns it. Number 4820. Next lot. 24. Philadelphia card tables don't come along that often in our world. This one is in a original surface, which is quite nice, and is structurally very sound without issue. Very crisply carved base. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it. 1,000. $500 and get it going. $500 and start it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Would you go 500? My goodness, $300 for a period card table. Period Philadelphia card table, carved in 1820. $300, $200 and get it going. Anybody like it for 2? Would you go $200? Anybody like to be in for $100? $100. Passing this lot. What? No, we'll pass it by. Okay, oil on canvas, American School portrait of a woman of means standing at the piano. This has provenance of the Museum of Fine Art, and also went through Christie's auction house years ago. Both stickers are on the back. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 500? 500, thank you. And 550, would you go? 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anybody like it for 550? 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? Fair work. 550. Now 600. 600. Now 650. Back to you for 650. I have $600 bidding 650. Would you go $650? Anyone else for 650? Fair warning. Once, twice. 650. Now 700. Scare me again. 750. I have got 700 bidding. 750. Would you go $750? 750. Now 800. 800. Now 850. 800's bidding 850. Now 900. Now 950. 950. Dig in. 950. Would you go $950? Anyone else for 950? Now 1,000. 1,000 and now 1,100. $1,100. Would you go 1,100? Now 1,200. Now 1,300. 1,300. $1,300. Would you go 13? 12 and 13. Fair warning. 1,200 and 1,300. Once, twice, Down it goes. $1,200 buys it. Number? 3340. It's not where you start out, it's where you end up. That's okay, I love this object. Carved cameo conch shell. Obviously from the Mediterranean, probably carved in Italy. Beautifully carved. And how much for it? Someone give me about 400 for it. I've got 175 to open. I got 300, now 350. You've got to be 400. 350's bidden for. Would you go $400? Any 400 now 450. 400's bidden 450. Would you go 450? The book is out. 450 now 500. Back to you for 500, John. 500 now 550. 550. Would you go 550 now 600? $600. Would you go 600? 600 now 650. 650. Would you go 650 now 700? $700. You're bidding 700. 650's bidding $700. 700 now 750. 750 now 800. $800. You've got to be 800. I've got 800 now 850. 850. Would you go 850 now 900? Back to you for 900, John. 900. 950. 950. Would you go 950 now 1,000? $1,000. Would you go 1,000? 950's bid 1,000 now 1,100. $1,100 now 1,200. $1,200. You've got to be 12 now 1,300. Back to you for 13. Would you go $1,300? You're bidding 13. I've got 13 now 1,400. $1,400. You're bidding 14. Would you go $1,400 now 1,500? 1,500. If it's 15 now 1,600. 1,600. If it's worth 14, it's certainly worth 16. 1,600 now 1,700. Back to you for 17. Would you go $1,700? You've got to be 17. I've got 16 offered and 17. Fair warning. Once, twice, $1,600. Down it goes to 512. 512, the buyer. 19th century French carriage clock, retailed by in Boston. It is working, and 5.5 inches tall by 3.25 inches wide. Kind of nice. Somebody give me $200 for it. $100 is where. Anybody like to be in for 100? Would you go 150 is bid and 75, now 100, 1.25, 1.5. Anybody like it for 1.5? 1.25 is bid and 1.5. Anybody like to be in for 1.5? 1.25 is bid and 1.5. Would you go 1.5? Anybody want to be in for 1.5? 1.25 buys. Number 429, the buyer, 429. Lot 28, a beautiful classical chest, beautiful condition, lemon bun feet. The brasses are replacements with glass. Pretty nice. Somebody give me 500 for it. 500. I've got 250 to open and 275. Would you go? 250's bid and 275. Now 300. Back to you for 350. Now 400. Now 450. Now 500. The book is out. $500. You've got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else like it for 500? 450's bid and 5. Would you go $500? Anybody like it for 500? $450. Your weigh number? 4718. 4718. 29, 12 sterling goblets. These are Israeli made, marked 925. They are sterling. They are pushy. Very, very, I mean, for a garden party, why would you drink out of anything else? Someone give me $1,000 quick for them. 1,000. Anybody likes this? $2,750 and $3,000. Would you go? $2,750's bid and 3. Would you go $3,000? Anybody else like them for 3,000? 3,000. $3,250. 3,250. 3,500. Back to you for the phones for 3,500. 3,500. 3,750. 3,750. Would you go 3,750? 35 is bid and 3,750. Fair warning. 35 and 3,750. Once, twice, down they go. $3,500 to 522. 522. Thank you very much. 522. Lot 30 is a stand-up 4-string bass, 72 inches tall, a beauty. Right back there, shown in the back of the room behind the piano. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. I'll take 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 5? Would you go 500? 300's bidden 350. Would you go? 300's bidden 350. Would you go 3.5? Anybody like it for 3.5? Now 400. 400 now 4.5. 4.5 and 500. 500 and 550. 500 is bidding 550. Would it go $550? Anybody like them for 550? I've got 500 bid and 550. $500 buys. Bid card 500. Bid card 500 for $500. Lot 31 is the 19th century Gothic library table in mahogany. Little sunstruck, but a beautiful table. Terrific form. And how much for it? Someone give me 500 for it. 500 to open should be. 500 should be hands in the air. $500. Anybody like to be in for 5? Would you go $300 to start it? 300, thank you. And 350, would you go? 300 is bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else like it for 350? 350 now 400. 400, 450. 450, 500. 500, 550. 550, 600. 600, 650. 600 is bidding 650. Now $700. Now 750. 700 is bidding 750. Would you go 750? Anybody else for 750? $700 buys, and I thank both of you. Number 26, the buyer 26. Next lot. 32. That's all right. Tang Dynasty terracotta horse and rider, and I believe an old one. Beautiful, beautiful condition here, and a wonderful surface. And how much for it? Someone give me, I would think $1,000, but I'll take 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 5? Would you go 5? Would you go $300 to start it? 300's bidding 350. 300 and 350. 350, 400. Back to you for 400. I've got 350 bidding 4. Got to be 4. Would you go 400? 3.5 is bidding 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else like it for 400? I've got 350 bid and 400. Fair warning, 350 and 400. Once, twice. $350 buys. Number 10, the buyer, 10. 33, 19th century cloisonne on porcelain vase. I love the color of this. Beautiful, beautiful mustard ground on this. And how much for it? Someone give me about $500 for it. 500, $300 and get it going. $300. Anybody like it for 3? Would you go 300? $200 and set it in. 200. My goodness. 200. $100 is where? What? 150. 175. 150's bidding 175. Would you go 175 now? 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/2. One of you. 2 1/2. If you got to be 2 1/2, would you go 2 1/2 and 275? 275. You got to be 275. Would you go 275? 275 now. 300. 300 now. 350. 350. Would you go 350? 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else like it for 350? I've got only $300 offered and 350. Fair warning, 350. Once, twice. $300 your way. Number 3017. Lot 34 is the rare 16th century Ottoman polychrome dish. This is Iznik. Has a it's decorated with tulips, carnations, and a Chinese scroll border. And how much for it? I've got a bit of interest in it. It opens at 500 and 550, 1,000, thank you, and 1,100, 1,100, now 1,200, 12, 1,300, 13, now 14, now 1,500, 15, now 1,600, 1,700, back to you for 17, now 18, now 1,900, 1,900, now 2,000, now 2,250, 2,250, now 2,500, 2,750, 2,750. Would you go 2,750? 2,500 is bidding 2,750. You're bidding 2,750. Anyone else for 2,750? Let there be no mistake. I only have $2,500 on this rarity. 2,750. Fair warning. Once, twice. $2,500. Down it goes to the internet. 4671. 4671. 35, Yamaha Baby Grand Piano. This is Alberto Vilars. Owned this piano. He was the benefactor of the Met for many years. Occupied seat 1, row A, and it is a beautiful piano. This gentleman was in here yesterday playing it, and it plays absolutely beautifully. It is in immaculate condition. And how much for it? Someone give me about $5,000 for it. $5,000 is going to be 5. Would you go 5,000? Anybody like to be in for 5,000? We should be starting there and going. 5,000. $2,000 is where? $2,000. Anybody like to be in for two? 2,000, thank you, and 2250. 2,000's bid and 2250. Would you go 2250? Anybody else? 2250 and 2,500. Back to you for 2,500. I've got 2,500, 2750. 2750. You're bidding 2750 ahead of you. Now you've got to be 3,000. 3,000. Would you go 3,000? 3,000. Now 3,250. 3,500. Back to you for 3,500. I've got 3,250, 35, 3,750. 3,750. You're bidding 3,750. I've got $3,500 bid and 3,750. Anybody like it for 3,750? $3,500 is bid and 3,750. Anybody else like it for 3,750? Fair warning, I have $3,500 offered and 3,750. This is well under the money at 3,500 and 3,750. Once, twice, down it goes. $3,500 to 503, the buyer, 503. Lot 36, 11 pieces of fancy sterling silver, including ladles, spoons, a 13-inch ladle, a 12-inch stuffing spoon, etc. And how much for it? Someone give me about $500 for it. $500, $200 to start it. 200, thank you, and 2.25, 250, 275. You must be 275, 275 now, 300, now 350, 350 now 400. $400, what do you go 400? $400, anybody else for 400? I've got 350 bid and 400. Fair warning, 350 and 400. Down it goes, $350. 48.19, thank you. Duffner and Kimberly. Floor lamps do not come along every day. They are a rarity. This is a beauty. Stained glass shade. The base is unsigned, but we believe original to it. The shade is really without issue. There is one panel with a very tight hairline in it, but it's in a really immaculate condition. Original label is with the shade. And how much for it? Someone give me about 10,000. $5,000. 5,000, thank you, and 5,500. Where do you go? 5,000 bid and 55. Now $6,000. 5,500 is bid and 6,000. Now 6,500. 6,000 is bid and $6,500. Anyway, 6,500. Now 7,000. 7,000. Now 7,500. 7,000 is bid and 7,500. Now 8,000. $8,000. You're bidding 8,000. 75 is bid 8,000. Now 8,500. 8,000 is bid 8,500. Now 9,000. $9,000. We've got to be 9,000. 8,500 is bid and 9. What do you go? 9,000. Now 9,500. 9,000 is bid and 9,500. Now 10,000. $10,000. You've got to be 10. What do you go? 10,000. Now 11,000. 10,000 is bid and 11,000. Now 12,000. $12,000. You're bidding 12. Would it go $12,000? Anybody else for 12,000? $11,000 is offered. $12,000. Would you go 12,000? Fair warning. $11,000 is bid and 12,000. 12,000. Now 13,000. 13,000. Now 14,000. 13 is bid and 14. Would you go $14,000? You've got to be 14. 13 is bid and $14,000. Anybody else for 14? I've got $13,000 offered and 14,000. Fair warning. Once, twice, scare me again. 14,000. Down it goes. $13,000 buys it. Number 941. 941. And Kirk and Sons, Baltimore, sterling silver repoussé basket. This is the early mark. This is when he only had one son. It became Kirk and Sons later. So this is about 1860 in beautiful condition. Handles are good. No issues with it whatsoever. Snowflake decoration along the bottom of it. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know, $1,000 for it? 1,000, thank you, and $1,100. Would you go? 1,000, I have, and $1,100. Anybody like to be in for 1,100? 1,000's bidding $1,100. Anybody like to be in for $1,100? You're bidding 1,100. Any advance on $1,000? I have $1,000, and that's all offered at this time. 1,100. Fair warning. Down it goes. $1,000 buys it. Number 942. Thank you. 942. The first of the bronzes. This is signed H. Ferrat. It is a woman with a torch. It was a lamp originally. I think it's shown right down here in front. Beautiful sculpture. It has a scale, 45 inches tall. So how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it quick? 1,000. Anybody like to be in for 500? 600, thank you. And 650, where do you go? 650, now 700. 700, now 750. 750, now 800. Back to you for 800. I've got 800, now 850. 850, now 900. 900, Evelyn. $900, you've got to be 900, now 950. Back to you for 950, now 1,000. $1,000, what do you go with 1,000? 950's been 1,000 is offered, and 1,100. 1,000's been $1,100. I have 11 on Abby. Now 1,200. One of you. $1,200. Anybody else for 12? 11 is bid, and $1,200. 12 on Evelyn. $1,300. Abby. 13. What do you go? $1,300. Anyone else for 13? I've got $1,200 bid and 13. Evelyn, you're doing a very good job today. 1,300. 1,300, Ab. 13. Now 1,400. 1,400. 1,400. Now 1,500. 1,500. Back to you for 15. Tell him he said that before. $1,500. You've got to be 15. Down it goes. $1,400 to 543. Is it? 543. Thank you very much. All right. Set of 8 dining chairs attributed to Thomas Seymour. They certainly are ringers for the Thomas Seymour example, which is in the Met. Identical. So how much for those? Someone give me about, I don't know, a couple of $1,000 for them? $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? What do you go, $1,000? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500 and get them going. 500, thank you. And 550, what do you go? 500's bidden. 550, 550. Now 600. Now 650. Now 700. One of you. 700, 700. Now 750. 750, what do you go, 750, 750? I have 750 on the phones. You've got to be 800, 800, 850. Back to you for 850, 900 now. $900, 950, 950, now 1,000, 1,000, now 1,100, 1,100, now I have 11 ahead of you. You've got to be 12, 12, now 1,300, $1,300, 13, now 1,400, one of you. 14, now 15. 15, you're both out. 15 on Dan. 15, $1,600. $1,600, got to be 16. What do you go? 1,600. 16, now 1,700. 17, now 1,800. $1,800. 18, now 1,900. $1,900. What do you go? 19. I have 19, now 2,000. Back to you for 2,000. 2,000. 2,250. 2,250. You're bidding 2,250. I've got 2,000. 2,250. 2,500. Back to you for 2,500, 2,750 now. 2,750, what do you go, 2,750? Anyone else? 2,750 now, 3,000. Back to you for 3,000, 3,000, 3,250, long walk, huh? 3,250, 3,250, 3,500. Back to you for 3,500, 35, 3,750, 3,750, now 4,000. Back to you for 4,000. I've got 3,750 bidden for. What do you go, 4,000, 4,000, 4,250. 4,250, 4,500, $4,500 bidding 45 now 4,750, 4,750 now 5,000, $5,000. Would you go 5,000? You've got to be 5. Would you go $5,000? You've got to be 5,000. I've got 4,750 on the internet looking for 5,000. Once, twice, fair warning. Once, twice. 4,750 buys number. 945, thank you, for 945. Next lot. Empire footstool with the canthus carved legs, kind of cute. Somebody give me $100 quick for it. 100 where? $50 and get it going. 50 now, 60, 60 now, 70, $70. Would you go 70 now, 80, 80, 90, now 100, 100, $100. Would you go 100? Anyone else for $100? I've got 90, now 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bid in 1 1/2. Anyone else for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 buys. Number one, a buyer. Beautiful, shocking blue glazed French vases. They are just beautiful. Shown on the top shelf over there. They're really, it's a glorious glaze that's on them. And how much for those? Someone give me $100 quick for those. $100, $50 for them. Any 50, 60, 70, 70, 80. $80, what do you go, 80, $80, anybody else for 80? 80, now 90, $90, bidding 90. I have $80 on the internet, $90, you've got to be 90. Anyone else for 90? I have 90 behind you. You've got to be 100, Nate. 100, 1 and a quarter. 125, what do you go, 1 and a quarter? You've got to be 125. I've got 100, 1 and a quarter ahead of you, now 150. 150, what do you go, $150? Anyone else for 150? I've got 100 and a quarter bid and 1 and a half. Sold them. $125 to the internet number 917. Thank you. American School Portrait of a Child with a Butterfly in an exterior landscape shown over there next to Garrett. Nice to see you, Mr. Platel. Glad you could make it. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know, $2,000. Anybody like it for two? Would you go $2,000? $1,000 is where? Anybody like it for $1,000? This is worthy of certainly $1,000 opening. 1,000 where? $500 and 500. Anybody like it for 500? Thank you. And 550. Would you go? 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anybody like it for 550? I've got 500 bid and 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? My goodness. 500 and 550. Once, twice. Great buy. $500 number? $47.94. $47.94. 18th century Queen Anne mahogany lowboy. Probably Connecticut. Nice, a nice fan carved in it. And how much for it? Bidding has to start at $750 and $800. Would you go? $750's bidding $800. Anybody like it for $800? $750's bidding $8. Would you go $800? Anybody like to be in for $800? I've got $800 now. The book is out. $800. And we had a bunch of bids very close to each other. $800 is on the internet, and $850. Would you go $850? Anybody else for $850? 800's bidding $850. Would you go $850? Anyone else for $850? I've got $800 offered and $850. Fair warning, $800 and $850. Once, twice, $800 buys it. Number? 950. 950. Bronze vase with fire gilded garlands, shown here. Nice lamp, very pushy, huh? Someone give me about, I should think, $500 for it. Anybody like it for $5? Got to be $5. Would you go $5? $300 and get it going. $300. Anybody like it for $300? $200. $200. Thank you. 2 and a quarter. 200's bidding 2 and a quarter. Would you go $225? Anybody like it for 2 and a quarter? I've got 200. 2 and a quarter. Now 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 275. 275. 250. 275. You've got to be 275. Anyone else for 275? Fair warning. Once, twice. $250 buys it. Number 22. The buyer 22. 46. 29-inch bronze by Adolphe Itassi, The Winning Love. This is based on a painting by Bouguereau, 19th century. It is, it's dated, I think, 1887 or something like that. And it goes with the pedestal that it's on. The composition pedestal is going with it. And I've got some absentee bids, and we'll open it at $1,000 and see where it goes. 1,100, 2,000. How about 2,250? You've got to be 2,500. 2,250's bid in $2,500. Now 2,600. You've got to be 2,700. I cut the bid for the 2,750. Now 3,000. $3,000. 3,000. Now 3,250. 3,000. 3,250. Now 3,500. Abby. 35. 3,750. 3,750. 35 is bid in $3,750. Now $4,000. Would you go 4,000? 4,000. Now 4,250. 4,250. Would you go 4,250? 4,000's bidding 4,250. You're bidding 4,250. Fair warning. Let there be no mistake. I have $4,000 on the. I have 4,250 on Ken now. Sorry. 4,500 to you, Abby. 4,500. 4,750, Ken. 4,750. You're bidding $4,750. You've got to be 4,750. 4,750. 4,500. 4,750's bid and 5,000. $5,000. 5,000. 5,500. One of you. 5,500. Would you go 5,500? 5,500. Now 6,000. $6,000. You're bidding 6,000. Now 6,500. 6,500. You're bidding 6,500. I've got $6,000 offered and $6,500. Would you go 6,500? Fair warning. Once, twice, the hammer's up, 6,500. Now 7,000. Back to you for $7,000. You've got to be 7,000. 6,500's bidden. 7, would he go $7,000? Anybody else for 7,000? Well, thank him anyway, Abby. 7,000. Sold it. $6,500 buys it. Number 531, the buyer, 531. 47, early Federal corner cupboard with reeded pilasters, H hinges, broken arch top. This is probably like 1830 old, really right in the heart of the Federal period. And how much for it? Someone give me about $2,000. Anybody like it? But two? Would you go 2,000? $1,000 is where? Sorry, 1,000 is bid and 1,100. Would you go? 1,000 I have and $1,100. Would you go 11? Anybody like it for $1,100? Would you go 1,100? 1,000's bid and $1,100. Anybody like to be in for 1,100? Fair warning. My goodness, only $1,000 and 1,100. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,000 owns it. Number 4736. 4736. I love this object. 18th or 19th century articulated life-size cage doll, shown here. Beautifully carved. A wonderful expression. Thank you. I remember having that expression a number of times in my life, but when I was much younger and better looking. Someone give me about $1,000 to open. How much? 15, thank you. 16, 1,700. Back to you for 17. What do you go 17 on Barbara? Now $1,800, one of you. 18, I have 1,900, one of you. 1,900 on Barbara. Now 2,000. $2,000. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go 2,000? $2,000. Anyone else for 2,000? 1,900's bid and $2,000. 2,000. Now 2,250. 2,000's bid and 2,250. Barb, get them back at 2,250. Now 2,500. $2,500. You're bidding 2,500. Any advance on 2,250 and 2,500. 2,500. 2,750. Back to you, Barbara, for 2,750. 2,750. Now 3,000. $3,000. Would he go 3,000? 2,750's bidding 3. Would he go $3,000? Anyway, 3,000. Now 3,250. 3,250, Barb. 3,250. 3,500. $3,500. Would he go 3,500? 3,250 is bid and 3,500. Fair warning. 3,250 and 3,500. Sold it. 3,250 buys. Number 507. The buyer 507. Well, we called this Gothic architecture fantasy, but then we found out that it is really it is a chateau in France, in the Loire Valley. So it is an American school primitive. We were right on that part, anyway. Someone give me about $500 quick for it. Nice lemon gold frame, $500, $300 and get it going. 3, would you go 300? $100 is where? 100. 150, 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150 is bidding 175, 175. Are you bidding 175? 175 now 200. $200. Would you go 2? Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 bid and 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? I have only 175 bid and 200. Fair warning. Once, twice. John, I got you. 175. Number 27. 27. The buyer. You're moving around on me. Sorry, I lost you. All right. What do we have? Okay. Interesting 19th century terrestrial globe made by the same company in Boston, Gilman Jocelyn, Boston, probably around the same time, 1850s, 1860s. And how much for it? Someone give me. I've got 1,400 here, 2,000. I've got 2,250 here, 2,250, $2,500 looking for 2,500. 2,500, 2,750. Back to you for 3,000, sir. $3,000. Would you go 3,000? 3,250. You've got to be 3,500. 3,500. The book is out. $3,500 is on the floor. 3,750. Now 4,000. 4,000. 4,250. 4,250. Would you go 4,250? You've got to be 4,250. 4,500. 45. 4,750. 4,750. Would you go 4,750? 4,750. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. Gave it a good go. $5,000, you gotta be five. What do you go, 5,000, 5,000, 5,500, $5,500. What do you go, 5,500? 5,000's bid in 5,500, 5,500, $6,000 now. 6,000, 5,500's bid in six, gotta be six. What do you go, $6,000? Any advance, 5,500's bid in 6,000. $5,500 buys, number 522, 522. A beautiful inlaid decanter, Tantalus, with 12 fortified wine glasses. I don't know if there is 12. Is there 11 or 12? Nice size, beautiful condition. 12? Great. And $500 quick for it. 500. 500, thank you, and 550. 500's bid in 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else like it for 550? I've got $500 offered in 550. Would you go $550? Anybody like to be in for 550, 500, and 550? Sold it. $500. Your way number? 4811. 4811. 52. Reed and Barton sterling silver flatware for 8. This is the French Renaissance pattern. That was out on the sideboard, in the tray on top of the sideboard. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I should think, $1,000 easy. 1,100, 1,200, 1,200, 1,300. Back to you for 13. I've got 12 bid and 13. Now $1,400. Would you go 14? $1,400. Would you go 14, Barbara? You've got to be 1,400. I've got $1,300 offered in 1,400. Fair warning. 13 and 14. Once, twice. Now it goes $1,300 to the internet number 4819, 4819, 53. This is the Chadwick. Beautiful package. Terrific frame, terrific package, nice condition, ready to hang condition. And how much for it? Someone give me about $2,000 for it. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? What do you go, $1,000? $500 and get it going. 500, thank you, and 550. What do you go? 500's bid and 550. What do you go? $550. 550 now 600. 600. What do you go? 6. You've got to be 6. What do you go? $600. You've got to be 600. 550's bid and 6. What do you go? 600 now 650. 650. What do you go? 650. 650 way back. 700. 750. 750. What do you go? 750. Your turn. 750. What do you go? 750. 750. Now 800. $800. One of you. $800. You're out. It's all the way in the back at $750 and $800. Anybody else for 8? $750's bid and $800. Fair warning. Once, twice. $750. Number 12, the buyer. 12, the buyer. 54. Meissen and Heron figurines. The Cavalier is, I think that's the Meissen one, and the bust is Heron. But the soldier is the Heron soldier, and the porcelain bust of the monarch is the Meissen. So how much for it? Someone give me about, shown in the back of the room. Someone give me $500 for them. $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go $200 and start them? 150, thank you, and 175. 150's bid and 175. Would you go 175? Anybody like it for 175? 150's bid and 175. Fair warning, 150 and 175. Nice buy, $150. Away they go. 918, the buyer, 918. Cross swords Meissen figurine of an angel, 7 inches tall. Kind of nice. I've got 100 to open and 1 1/4. Would you go? 1 1/4 I have. Now 170, 150. 150, would you go 150? I've got 150, 175. 150's been 175, now 200. $200, you've got to be 200, now 2 1/4. 200, 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. 2 1/2, now 275. 250's bid and 275. Would you go $275? Anybody else for 275? 250's bid and 275. Fair warning, 250 and 275. Once, twice, $250 to the internet. 962. 962. Lot 56, 2 Florentine angel paintings One is the rondelle, is 24 inches in diameter, and the other one in a Gothic frame. These were probably collected last quarter, 19th century, just leading up to the Edwardian era. Beautiful Florentine frames in great condition. Somebody give me about $500 for the two of them? $200 for both of them. 200's bidden, 2 1/4, would you go? 200's bidden, 2 1/4, now a half, you gotta be 2 1/2 and 75, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, would you go 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, you've gotta be 3 1/2, 400, 4 1/2, 400's bidden, 450, would you go $450? Anybody else like them for 450? I've got only $400 offered, and 450, would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? $400 buys, number 13, sorry, 13 the buyer. 57, 4-panel folding screen shown in the back of the room there. Royal blue field. There is damage to one panel, but nothing that can't be restored, I'm sure. And $300 quick for it. 300, thank you, and 350, would you go? 300's bidden, 350, now $400, 450, 500, 550, 550, 600, 650, 700, 750, 750, 800, 850, 900, 950, 950, would you go $950? Anyone else for 950? I've got 950, now 1000, 1000, 1100, 11, now 1200, now 1300, 1300, now 14, now 1500, 1500, 15, now 16, now 1700, 17, now 18, now 1900, $1,900, you've got $1,900, I've got $1,800 offered and 1,900. Fair warning, 18 and 19, once, twice, $1,800 buys, number 13, 13 the buyer. 58, Grand Tour bronze of the Borghese Gladiator on rouge marble base. Got them nice, patterned after me. So someone give me $1,000 for it. 500 for it, real quick. 500, thank you, and 550, would you go? 500's bidden, 550, would you go 550? Anybody like it for 550? Now 600, now 650. Back to you for 650, Nate. You've got to be 650. I've got 600 bidden, 650. Would you go $650? Anyone else for 650? 600 and 650. Once, twice, $600. Buys it, number 4829, 4829. Next lot. The early tea set. This is in a gold wash with provenance of Anne de Villas. As per an attached note, it was given to her, I think, on her wedding or something like that. Originally, this was supposed to be the property of one of the ladies in waiting for some queen or princess. And how much for this lot? Somebody give me about 500 for it? $200 for it. 200, thank you. Kind of nice that it's in its original box. 200's bidden, 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Now 250. 250, 275. Back to you for 275. 250's bidden, 275. Now 300. $300. Would you go 300? 275 is bidden. 3. Would you go $300? Anyone else for 300? Now 350. Back to you for 350. I've got 300 bid and 350. You're bidding $350. You've got to be 350, 300, and 350. $300 buys, number 4817, lot 60. Oh, let's see, 60. Coin silver tea set, Peter Chetney, New York, with an associated plated tray. This is a pretty clean set. It shows a repair to the cream pot, I think, on the bottom. You'll see a little solder repair, but professionally done. And how much for this lot? Someone give me $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500 and get it going. 500 and 550. 550 now 600. 600, 650. 650. Would you go 650? Now 700. Back to you for 700. Now 750. 750. You're bidding 750. I've got 700 bids. 800. Now 850. 850. Now 900. 900. Now 950. 950, now 1,000. 1,000, would you go 1,000? I have 1,000 in the book here. Now 1,100. Back to you for 1,100. I've got $1,000 bid and $1,100. Anyone else for 1,100? 1,000's bid and $1,100. Anybody else for 1,100? Fair warning, $1,000 and 1,100. Down it goes. $1,000. Number 447, the buyer. 447. Oil on board attributed to Thomas Sully, building the house. It's labeled, some gallery label is in verso, labeling it as a Thomas Sully. That's as much as we know. Someone give me a $500 quick for it. 500, would he go 5? Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 500. $300 and get it going. $300. $200 is where? 250, thank you, and 275, now 300. $300, you've got to be 300, now 350. 300 and 350, Ken, get it back at 350. What do you go, 350, now 400. 400, now 450. $450, Kenneth, 450, now 500. $500, you got to be 5, got to be 5. Anybody else for 500? I've got only $450 offered and 500. Fair warning, 450 and 500. Down it goes, $450 to number 542, the buyer, 542. Late 19th century cork cupboard with ebonized elements and ripple trim. Beautiful cabinet. You talk about beautiful Renaissance revival cabinet. And how much for it? Someone give me, I should think $2,000, but I'll take $1,000 to open. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 and get it started. 500, thank you, and 550, would you go? 500's bidden, 550, would you go 5.5? Anybody like to be in for 550? 500's bidden, 550, would you go $550? Anybody else like it for 550? Wow. 500's bidden, 550, would you go $550? I've got $500 bid on this lovely cabinet, and 550 once. Is that all it's worth? Twice? Down it goes, $500 to 22, the buyer, 22. Next lot. Cartier sterling silver basket and flower pot with a little enamel decoration on the florals. Kind of nice. And $500 for them. $300 for them. Anybody like to be in for $200 for 300, thank you, 350. 300, 350, 350, now 400. 400, now 450. 450, now 500. 550. 550, yes? 550. Anybody else for 550? 550 is on Nate. How much? 600. Thank you. Never thought of that. 650. Now 700. 700. What do you go? 700. 650's bid and $700. Anybody else for 700? I've got 650 on Nate and $700. What do you go? 700. Fair warning. Once, twice. $650. Down he goes. 967. The buyer. 967. Carved and polychromed Michael, the Archangel. This is purchased from a European chapel about 1975. We're shown right here. Since it was always inside in a crash, naturally, it's in beautiful condition. And how much for it? Someone give me about 3,000 for it. 3,000, 2,000, $1,000 is where? 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,300, 1,400. $1,400, you've got to be 14, now 1,500, 15, 1,600, 1,700, 1,800, one of you. 1,700 is on Evelyn, $1,800, 18, now 1,900, 19, now 2,000, $2,000, one of you. $2,000, now 2,250, 2,250, what do you go, 2,250, 2,000's bid and 2,250, 2,500. Back to you, Nate, for 2,500, 2,750 now, 2,750. 2,750. What do you go? 2,750. Now 3,000. $3,000. Now 3,250. 3,250, Evelyn. 3,250. What do you go? 3,250. Now 3,500, Nate. 3,500. I've got 3,250 against you, and $3,500. What do you go? 35. I've got 35. Now 3,750. 3,750. 3,750. What do you go? 3,750. I do not know where we'll get him another one. 3,750. Would you go 3,750? Fair warning. Once, twice. $3,500 buys it. Number 968. The buyer 968. Marcus, New York, sterling silver. This is heavy, heavy gauge. 117 troy ounces. Beautiful, a beautiful tea service in beautiful condition. And $2,000 where? Anybody like to be in for two? Would it go $2,000? $1,000, $1,600, $1,700, $1,600's bid and $1,700, $1,800, $1,900 now. $1,900 is bidding 19. 18 is bid and 19. $1,800 and $1,900. Anyone else for $1,900? $1,800 is bid and $1,900. Anybody else like it for $1,900? I've got 18 bid and 19. $1,800 is offered and $1,900. Fair warning, once, twice. $1,800 buys number 971. 971. 66 Tiffany Sterling silver hand chased sweetmeat dish and 2 6-inch plates. And how much for those? Someone give me about $500 for them. They're beautiful condition. 500, all hand chased. 200, thank you, and 2 1/4. Would you go? 2 1/4, now a half. 2 1/2, would you go 2 1/2? Anybody else? 2 1/2, 275, now 300, now 350, now 400, now 450. 400's bid in 450, now 500, 550. 500's bid in 550, would you go 550? Anyone else for 550? I've got $500 offered in 550. Fair warning, once, twice, down it goes. $500 to 27, the buyer 27. Thank you. Thank all three of you. All right, 67 is a great, this is probably one of the highlights of the sale. It should be anyway. 19th century gilded bronze Poseidon figural clock, flanked by mermaids and sea serpents, oversized. The scale is sensational. Gilding remains in very, very, very good condition throughout. I've got a bit of interest in this. It opens at $4,500 and $5,000. Would you go? $4,500 has been in 5. You've got to be 5. Would you go $5,000? 5,000, 5,500. You've got to be 6,000. $6,000. You're bidding 6,500. Back to you for 7,000. 7,000. 7,500. 7,500. 8,000. 8,500. 8,000 is on Abby. 85. 9,000. Back to you, Abby, for 9,000. 9,000. 9,500. 9,500. 10,000. $10,000. Would you go 10,000? Now 11,000. 11 and now 12,000. $12,000. You're bidding 12. You got to be 12,000. I have got 11,000 on the internet. You've got to be 12,000. 12,000. Anyone else on any of the phone lines? 12,000. 12,000. $13,000 now. 13. Now 14,000. 14,000. Would you go 14? 13 is bidding 14. You're all out now except on the internet. 13,000. Looking for 14,000. 13,000 is offered and 14,000. Fair warning. Once, twice, the hammer is up. Let there be no mistake. 13 and 14. Down it goes. $13,000 buys number 4786. And I thank all of you. New England 18th century Queen Anne Maple Highboy. This used to be a $15,000 object. Let's see what it brings. Beautiful condition. Nothing wrong with it. Replaced brasses, that's as much as you can say. No real major lip molding problems, no issues. The legs are all good. Everything is right about it. And how much for it? Someone give me $3,000 for it. $2,000. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 2,000? $1,000 and get it going. $1,000 and start it. Anybody like it for 1,000? $500. 700. Thank you. 750. 800. $800. You've got to be $800. Would you go 800? 850. 900. 900. 950. 1,000. 1,100. 1,200. 13. 1,400. $1,400. Anyone else for 14? I've got 13 bid in 1,400, 1,500, 1,600, 16. Now 1,700, 1,800, $1,800. Would you go 18? 17. Where will you put your socks if you don't buy this? 1,800. I've got 17 bid and $1,800. Any advance on 17 and 18? Fair warning. We'll leave them on a heap on the floor. $1,700. Number 11, the buyer. 11. Next lot. 69. 19th century bisque figures of Ruth and Lady Godiva. She rode her horse through town, I think. The Godiva is dated 1870 and signed R. Monty, and she's 22 inches tall. So how much for this lot? Someone give me 300 for it? $200 to start it. 200's bidding, 2 1/4. Would you go? 2 1/4. Now a half. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody like it for 250? 2.25's bid in, 2.5, you're gonna be 250, what do you go, $250? Anyone else for 250? Fair warning, 200 and 250. $200 buys. What? 250? Thank you. 275. 250's bid in 275. Anyone else for 275? Fair warning. Fair warning, fair warning. Down it goes. $250 your way. Number? 976. Thank you. Lot 70. A pair of portraits. Elizabeth and Gordon Howard in their original frames. About 1835 old. Beautifully rendered. And how much for those? Someone give me about, I should think 1,000, but I'll take 500 to open. Anybody like them for 5? Going to be $300 to start them. $200 to get them on the road. 200, what? 250, thank you, 275. 250's bid in 275. Anybody like them for 275? 250's bid in 275. Well, 250's bid in 275. Fair warning. If I was standing in some little old lady's living room telling her that I would only pay her $250 for her ancestors. 275, now 300. $300. Anybody like them for 300, now 350. 300's bid in 350. Would it go $350? Anyone? 350, now 400. $400, would it go going to be 400, now 450. 400 and 450. Would it go $450? 400 and 450. Fair warning. Once, twice, down it goes. $400 your way, Nate. Number? 977, the buyer. 977. This is a wonderful, wonderful bronze. 19th century bronze after Androdes and the Lion. See, he sees this lion with a needle in his, you know the story. Okay. Someone give me about, someone give me $3,000 for it. $3,000, $2,000. Anybody like to be in for two? Would he go $2,000? $1,000 is where? 1,000, thank you. And 1,100, would he go? 11, now 1,200. $1,200, 12, now 1,300. 1,400 now. 1,400, 1,500. Back to you for 1,500. $1,500 looking for 15. I've got 1,400, 16 now. 1,600's bid and 1,700. 16 is bid and $1,700. Would he go 17? 17 on Barbara. 1,800, one of you. 18, now 1,900, Barb. Back to you for 1,900. 19, now 2,000. $2,000 is going to be 2,000, now 2,250. 2,000's bid and 2,250. Would he go 2,250? Any 2,250, 2,500. $2,500. He's bidding 2,500. 2,250's bid and $2,500. Anybody else for 2,500? 2,250 and 2,500. Once, twice. 2,250 buys. Number 533. The buyer 533. 72. Pair of hand-painted parcel gilt old Paris urns, Orientalist panels. Beautiful, beautiful. Rather unusual. Unusual size-wise and everything else. We get lots of action on this, and it has to open at 725 and 750. What do you go? 750. What do you go? $750. Anybody like it for 750? I've got 750. Yes. 750. Would he go $750? Anyone else for 750? 750. I've got 750 ahead of you. You're going to be 800 now. But the book is now out. $800. Anybody like it for 800 now? 850. 850. Would he go $850? You're going to be 850. 800. Well, you loved him for 700. 850. Yes. 850. 850. 850. 900. Back to you for 900. 850's bid at $900. Anyone? 900. 950. 950, would he go 950? Always good to be sure. 950, would he go $950? Fair warning. Down it goes. $900 number. Sorry, Evelyn, the number, please. 543. 543. Two leather-covered camels. They are probably French, 36 and 32 inches tall. And again, from the Novellino residence. They're in immaculate condition. And how much for them? Someone give me about, someone give me $1,000 for them. Anybody like them for 1,000? Would you go 1,000? Anybody want them for 500? $300. Where else can you buy a camel? 350, 400, 450, 450, 500's bid and 550, 600, 600, 650, 650, 650, now 700. 700, would he go 700? 6.5 and 7, would he go 700 now? 750, 750, 800. Back to you for 800. 750's bidding $800. You're bidding 800. 750's bidding 800. 800 now 850. Back to you for 850. Now 900. $900. You've got to be 9. Would he go 900? 850's bidding 900. 900 now 950. 950 now 1,000. $1,000. Would he go 1,000? I've got 950 offered and 1,000. Would he go? 950's bidding $1,000. Would he go 1,000? 1,000 now 1,100. $1,100. You're bidding 1,100 now 1,200. 1,200. 1,200. 11 is bid and 1,200. Would he go 1,200 now 1,300? Just pictures of dead presidents. That's all it is. 1,300. 1,400. $1,400. You're bidding 14. I've got 13 bid and $1,400. Anyone else for 14? $1,300 is bid and 1,400. Fair warning. 13 and 14. Once, twice. $1,300 wins the race. Number 22, the buyer, 22. 127 pieces of Stife sterling flatware, 141 ounces. This Repoussé pattern flatware is highly sought after. It is a lovely set, big set, with lots of extra serving pieces. And how much for it? Someone give me about $3,000 for it. I've got 2,000 bid and 2,250 and 2,500. What do you go? 2250, 25, 2750 now. 2750. You're bidding 2750. 2,500 is bidding 2750. Anybody else for 2750? $2,500 and 2750. Anyone else? Any advance on 2,500 and 2750? Fair warning. $2,500 sells to number 4819. 4819. Thank you. Lot 75, oil on panel, Jacob Henricus Maris, wash day, 1871, and so dated and signed. This is just signed Maris, by the way. Lovely panel, beautifully executed painting. And how much for it? Somebody give me 1,000 for it. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Would it be 5? Would it go 500? $300 to start it. 300. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would it go $300? Anybody want to be in for 300? $200 for it. 250. Thank you. And 275. 250's bidding 275. Would it go 275? Anybody like to be in for 275? 250's bidding 275. $250 buys number 981. 981. We've got pizza coming, I think, at 1 o'clock or something like that. So don't fill up on donuts. What do you got? 18th century New England dish top candle stand, kind of nice. And $500 quick for it. 500, $300 for get it going. 3, would it go 300, 200, $100 and started. 100's bidding 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, we got to be 1 1/2. Would it go 1 1/2, 1 1/2? Now 175. 150's bidding 175. Bird cage 175. Would it go 175? 150's 175. Anyone else for 175? Now 200. $200. Would it go 2? 200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would it go 2 1/4? Anybody 2 1/4? 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would it go 2 1/2? Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bidding 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. 275, 250, and 275. Anyone else for 275? Now 300. $300. You're going to be 3. Would he go 300, 275, and 3? Would he go? Anybody like it for 300? 275 and 300. Once, twice. Down it goes. 275 to number 920, the buyer. 920. Sailor's Valentine. Really a wonderful object. Gentleman who consigned it to me told me that years ago he had it restored. Evidently there were loose shells in it and he had them reset or something like that, but a beauty. And how much for it? How much? That's fine, okay. 2,500, 2,750, and 3,000. Looking for 3,000 now. 3,000, 3,250. 3,250. Anyone else for 3,250? Now 3,500. $3,500. You're bidding 3,500. Now 3,750. 3,750. Would you go 3,750? 35 is bidding 3,750. Anyone else for 3,750? 35 and 3,750. Once, twice, your way. $3,500 buys it. Number 3572. 3572. 2 silver medallions and 2 silver paperweights. The French, and there's a French holy water font, which is silver plate in with it. But the other pieces are all silver. And how much for those? Someone give me about $500 for them? $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go $100? Hundreds bid and 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bid and 125. Hundreds bid 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, 175. Back to you for 175. Now 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? You got to be 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275, 250, and 275. Fair one. 275. Now, hi. 270. Now 300. 300. $300. Anyone else for 300? 275 and 300. Fair warning. Once, twice, $275. Number 20, the buyer, 20. 79, 1835 watercolor study attributed to Eugene Isabey. His father was a famous court painter, but beautifully rendered. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about $500 for it. $500, $300 for the Isabey. Anybody like to be in for $300, $200 and get it going? $200, $100, $100 and a quarter and a half, half, and 175 and 2, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/4 is bid in 2 1/2. Any advance on 2 1/4 and 2 1/2? 2 1/2, 275. Now 300. Back to you for 300, 275 and 300. Fair warning. Once, twice, 300, 350, 400. Back to you for 400, 350 is bid and 400. Would you go $400? It's going to be 4. Would you go 400? Fair warning. 400 now 450. 450 now 500. Back to you for 500. 450 is bid and $500. You've got to be 5. Would you go 500? Fair warning. 450 and 500. $450 owns it. Number 3, the buyer, 3. Thank you. Lot 1790 is an inlaid Hepplewhite card table and beautiful condition. Satinwood, big oval satinwood panel in the inlaid in the apron. Nice shape. Got a nice taper to the leg. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. $500. Anybody like to be in for $300 and get it going? 300 where? Anybody like to be in for 300, 200 and start it? 200, thank you. And 2 1/4, would you go? 200 I have and 2 1/4. Got to be 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? I've got only $200 offered and 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Any interest at 2 1/4? $200. You wait. Number one, the buyer. Lot 81. 2 leads wear feather edge platters, kind of nice. The largest is 19 inches. The smaller one is 15 and a half. And $500 quick for these. $500, $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for $200, $100 and start them? And a quarter, would you go? Hundreds bid, 125, would you go 1 1/4, now a half. 1 1/2, would you go 1 1/2, 1 1/4 is bid 1 1/2 and 75. 175, now $200, you're bidding 2, got to be 2, would you go 200, 175 is bidding 2, would you go? 200, now 2 1/4. 200 is bidding 2 1/4, you're bidding 2 1/4, 2 is bidding 2 1/4. 2 1/4, fair warning. Down they goes, $200 buyer number? 984. 984. Nice Federal 2-panel looking glass from the house in Athens, New York. Original glass. Replaced backboard, as I recall, but a nice Federal 2-panel looking glass, wonderful size. And how much for it? Someone give me $500 for it. Should be hands in the air at 5. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300? Anybody like it for 300? 250. Thank you. 275. 275. 275. 300. 350. One of you. 350. Would you go 300? 350. 400. $400. Would you go 400? 350 is bidding 4. Got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anyone else for 400? 400 now 450. 400 and 450. You're bidding 450. I've got 400 bidding 450. 450 now 500. 500. Internet calls you. $500. You got to be 5. Would you go 500? Any 500 now 550. 500 and 550. 550 now 600. $600. You're bidding 6. Would you go 600? 550's bid and 600 once. Twice, $550 buys it. Number 984. 984. 83. Two. Okay. Crouching Venus and a standing classical muse. The tallest is 16 inches. Two 19th century Parian figures, kind of nice. And $300 for these. $200 for them. Anybody like 2 1/4 and 2 1/2? Anybody like them for 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275? 275. Anybody like to be in for 275? 250's bid and 275. Anybody like to be in for 275? Fair warning. 250 and 275. Down they go. $250 to 534. The buyer 534. Lot 84. A beautiful KPM plaque. This with the scepter mark on the back. Tortured Christ with a crown of thorns. Beautifully, beautifully painted. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it. 1,000. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500 to start at 5 and 550, 600, 600. What do you go? $600. You're going to be 6. What do you go? 600. 600 now 650. 600 and 650. What do you go? $650. Anyone else for 650? $650. Anybody else like it for 650? I have only $600 offered. 650. Now 700. Back to you for 700. Yes, 700. Are you bidding 700? Now 750. 750. You've got to be $750. I've got $700 offered and 750. Fair warning. 700. 750. Now 800. Back to you for 800. 750's bidden. 800. Now 850. 850. What do you go? $850. You've got to be 850. I have $800 offered and 850. 800 and 850. Now 900. Back to you for 900. 850's bidden. 900. 900. Now 950. 950. What do you go? $950. 900's bidden. 950. What do you go? $950. Anyone else for 950? I've only got $900 offered and 950. We should be going right along. Down it goes. $900. Buys number. Buyer number, Evelyn. That's all right. 510. 510. Thank you. Lot 85. Sterling silver flatware by Wallace. This is Grand Baroque pattern. 75 pieces, about 98 ounces, and I should think $2,000 ought to be pretty easy money for it. $2,000, $1,000 is where? 1,000's bid. 1,800, 1,900. 1,800's bid at $1,900. Anybody else for 19? 18 is bid at $1,900. Would it go 19? Would it go $1,900? Anybody else like it for 1,900? I've got $1,800 offered and 1,900. Fair warning, 1,800 and 1,900. Once, twice. $1,800 your way. Number 989. 989. 86. Diminutive Hepplewhite Rhode Island sideboard. I sold this sideboard probably 25 years ago. It's a terrific board in a great state of preservation. And what a size, 4'3". Really sensational size. And somebody give me about, I know at the time when I sold it the first time, it brought in excess of 10,000. But I'll take 5 to open. Anybody like to be in for 5,000? $3,000 is where? Anybody like it for 2,000? 2,000, 1,000 is bid, and 1,100. Where do you go? 1,000. I have an 1,100, 1,200. You're gonna be 1,200 now. 1,300, 13 now. 14 now. 1,500, 15 now. 16 now. 1,700. Back to you for $1,700. Anybody else for 17? $1,700. You're gonna be 17. What do you go? 17 now. 18 now. 1,900. $1,900. You've got to be 19 now. 2,000 now. 2,250. 2,000's bid and 2,250. Would you go 2,250? 2,500, 2,750. 25 is bid and 2,750. Now 3,000, 3,250. 3,000's bid and 3,250. Back to Dan on the phones. 3,250 and 3,500 is here in the book. 3,750. Back to you, Dan, for 3,750. 3,750 and 4,000 and 4,250. 4,000's bid and 4,250. Would you go 4,250, Dan? 4,250, 4,500, 4,750. 4750, what do you go, 4750, 4500, now 40, I'm sorry, 5000, 5250, 5250. You've got to be 5250. I've got 5000 in the book and 5250. What do you go, 5250? I've got $5,000 offered and 5250. One more bid might do it. 5250. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $5,000 to bid card 443, the buyer. 443. Oh, lot 87, Parian statue, Emily and the White Doe. The White Doe of Rylestone. Signed F.M. Miller, that's Felix Martin Miller. This is a 19th century, and again, wonderful scale, 19 inches tall. And how much for it? Someone give me $500 for it, quick. $300 for it. And what? 200, thank you, and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, now 2 1/2 and 275. 275, what do you go, 275, 250's bidding, 275, any advance? 275, now 300. $300, what do you go, 300, now 350. 300's bidding, 350, what do you go, $350? Anyone else like it for 350, now 400. 400, 400, 450, 450, 400 and 450. 400's bidding, 450, you can go, Emily. 400 and 450, fair warning, once, twice. 450 with the hammer, 470, 500, 500, 450's bid and $500. What do you go, 5? Anybody like it for 500? 450's bid and 500. Fair warning, once, twice. $450 buys it this time. Number 917, the buyer, 917. 88, bronze of a boy and a goose in a dark brown patina, kind of nice. This came from a doctor's home in Castleton, New York. And $200 down low for it. 200, $100 and get it going. 100 where? Anybody like to be in for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like to be in for 100? $100, would you go 100? Anybody like to be in for 100? I'm open to suggestion. $50 is where? Any interest? $50. Anybody like to be in for 50? Would you go 50? Anybody want it for 50? Well, I'm out of ideas myself. I guess we'll pass this lot, no interest. Okay. Lot 89. Lot 89. That's all right. Oh, Massachusetts Sheraton chest, cookie corners. Has a chip of veneer missing from in between the drawers, but beautiful satin wood or figured maple draw fronts on this. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know, $1,000, $500 to start it. 600, thank you, and 650. What do you go? 600 has been 650. What do you go? $650. Anybody else for 650? 650 now 700. $700. You're bidding 7. What do you go? $700. Anybody else like it for 700? I've got 650 offered and 700. Fair warning. Once, twice. That's your money at 650 and 700. Yep. 700 now 750. Back to you, Dan, for 750 now. 750 now 800. $800. What do you go? $800. Anybody else for 800? 800. Fair warning. Once, twice. Hammers up. $750 to 522, the buyer. 522. I mentioned that earlier. Yeah. Pizza's coming at 1 o'clock. Don't fill up on the donuts. All right. Adam and Eve, Parian figures. Adam, there's a line in his arm that I think is an old repair. So you buy it as you see it. But they are, again, great size. These are German Parian. I didn't even know the Germans, most of them are English. This is German Parian, 21 inches tall, and she's lovely. And how much for this lot? And he kind of makes you feel good about yourself, you know. Someone give me about 300 for these two. 300, 200, 500, thank you. And 550, what do you go? 550 now 600. 550's bidding 6. What do you go? $600. Anybody else for 600? 600 now 650. 600 is bidding 650. What do you go? 650 now 700. $700. You're bidding 7. What do you go? $700. Anyone else for 700? I've got 650. 700 now 750. 700 is bidding 750. What do you go? 750 now 800. $800. You've got to be 8. What do you go? $800. Anybody else for 800? I've got 750 bid and 800. Fair warning, 750 and 800. Once, twice, down it goes. $750 number? 993. 993. Lot 91, Paul Césaire Helou. Dry point etching. Pencil signed. An alluring young lady. This is the kind of girl that'll get you into trouble. Someone give me about, I don't know. I'll take 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for five? Got to be five. What do you go? $300 to open. 250, thank you, and 275. Anybody like them at 275? 250's bidden, 275, 275 now 300, 300 now 350, 300's bidden 350 now 400, 400 now 450, 400's bidden 450. What do you go 450 now 500, $500 you're bidding five. You got to be five. What do you go $500? You got to be 500. 450's bidden $500. Anyone else for 500? 450 and 500. Let there be no mistake. Down they go. $450. 4810. 4810. Bronze child's head. This is unsigned, but it has like a museum collection mark on the underside of it. Lot 92. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about 300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for $150 and get it going? 150. What do you go 50? Anybody like it for $50? $50 got to be 50. What do you go $50? Anybody like it for 50? $20 and start it. $20. Anybody like this? 20. Thank you. And 30. What do you go? 20. I have and 30. You got to be 30. What do you go $30? Anybody else for 30? 20 is bid and 30. Wow. $20 buys it. John, you bought it. Number 17 is it? 17 the buyer. Thank you. Lot 93 again. The second one, this one is in colors, pencil signed, nice size, 21 by 13, and $500 quick for it. 400, thank you, and 450, now 500. 500, now 550, now 600. 650, you've got to be 650, Nate. 600 is bidden, 650, what do you go, $650? Anybody else like it for 650? I've got 600 offered and 650, what do you go, $650? Anybody like it for 650? $600 your way, number? 3323. Lot 94. Now this is Christoph. Okay, I mean there's silver plate and then there's silver plate. Christoph is better than a lot of people's sterling. It is a fabulous figural base with a crystal ball on it, 25 inches tall. It's really a magnificent centerpiece. How much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? 1,000, thank you. And 1,100, what do you go? 1,000, I have an $1,100. Anybody like to be in for 1,100? 1,000's bid, 1,100, 1,200, 13 on the phones, 1,400, one of you. $1,400, one of you. Anybody like to be in for 14? I've got 13 on Barbara, 14 on Charles, 14, now 1,500, 1,500, $1,500, you got to be 15, 14 and 15, what do you go, $1,500? Anyone, 15, now 16. 15 is on the internet, 16, now 17. $1,700, what do you go, 17. 16 is bidden, $1,700. $1,800, you got to be 18 now. 18, now 1,900. $1,900, what do you go, 19. 18 is bidden. 19, what do you go, $1,900? Anybody else for 19? Now 2,000. $2,000, you got to be 2,000. 19's bidden too. What do you go, $2,000? Anybody else for 2,000? 2,000. Now 2,250. 2,250. What do you go, 2,250? 2,000's bidden. 2,250. What do you go, 2,250? Should be going right along. 2,250. You've got to be 2,250. 2,000's bidden. 2,250. Fair warning. I've got 2,000 live and in person and on the floor, and 2,250. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $2,000 buys it. Number 22, the buyer, 22. Lot 95, Grand Tour bronze of Venus de Medici, 18 inches tall. Nicholas Brever is the sculptor, and a lovely bronze. How much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. 200. 200's bid. 300's bid, and 350. Now 400. Back to you for 400, 3.5 and 4. What do you go, $400? Anybody else like it for 400? 3.5 is bid and 4. What do you go, $400? Anybody like to be in for 400, 3.5 and 4? 3.5 is bid and 400. Fair warning. Once, twice, 400. Now 450. 400. Almost owned it. 450. You've got to be 450. 400 and 450. Anyone else for 450? 400 and 450. Fair warning. Once, twice, 400 to the internet number 915. A pair of 18th century hand-colored equestrian prints. These date from 1755. Nice crisp plate mark shown over here. And $300 quick for those. 300, 200, $100 for them. 100's bid and 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and 75. Now 200, 200, 2 and a quarter. 200's bid and 2 and a quarter. Anybody else for 2 and a quarter? 200's bid and 225. Now 250, 275. 275 back to you for 275. 250's bid 275. Now 300. Now 350. 300 and 350. What do you go? $350. Now 400. Now 450. 400 and 450. 400 is bid and 450. Would it go $450? Anyone else for 450? I have 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 buys. Number 4736. 4736. Lot 97. An early tap table with a one-board top. Shown over next to Josh there. A lovely tap table. 18th century American tap table. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I should think 1,000, but I'll take 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 5? Would you go 500? $300 to start it. Everybody. 350, 400, 450, 450, 500, 550, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 900, 950, 1,000, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,300. I have 13 in the front row. 1,400. 1,500, 1,500, 14 is bid and 15, what do you go, 1,500? 1,500, I've got $1,400 seated, second row, 1,500, fair warning, once, twice, $1,400, nice buy. Number 18, the buyer, 18. 98, 7 pieces of Venetian glass. There are 6 10-inch goblets, and then you have this massive, oversized ruby glass goblet. A friend of mine went to Venice, and he said it was the most expensive boat ride he ever took, going to the Venetian glass factory. Someone give me about, I don't know, $500 for them. Anybody like to be in for 500? $200 for them. 200. Anybody like them for 200? $100 for them. 100's bid. 1 and a quarter. 1 and a half. 1 and a half. What do you go? 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter is bid. 1 and a half. If you're going to be 150, 175. Now 200. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter. Would you go 2 and a quarter? 200's bid and 2 and a quarter. Anybody else for 225? 200's bid and 2 and a quarter. Fair warning. Once, twice. $200 buys. Number 27. The buyer 27. 99. Oil on canvas. Henri Pringlet. We don't know if this is Notre Dame. This might be Sacré-Cœur as well. But it's a Parisian cathedral, all right, and a beauty, beautiful condition, really untouched condition. And how much for it? Someone give me about 2,000 for it. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $500 to start it? $500. Anybody like to be in for 500? 300. Thank you. 350. 400. 450. 400's bid and 450. Would you go $450? You're going to be 450. I've got 400 bid and 450. Would you go 450? Now 500, 550, 550. Would you go $550? 550. Now 600. Now 650, 650. Back to you for 650, Ken. 650. Would you go $650? Any advance on the internet or on Kenneth? 600 and 650. Once, twice, 650. Now 700. 700's here in the book, 750. Back to you, Ken, for 750. I've got 700 and 750. Would you go $750? Anyone else for 750? I've got 700 and 750. $700 buys. Number 10, the buyer, 10. Next lot. 90, lot 100. This is the last of the dry point etchings. Again, pencil signed, lovely etching. And how much for it? Someone give me 500 for it. $200 to start this. 250, 275. 250's bid and 275. Would you go 275? Anybody like it for 275? 250's bid and 275. Any interest at $275? I've got only 250 offered and 275. Fair warning. Once, twice, 250 and 275. Down it goes. $250. 3323, thank you. Lotz glass vase in an Art Nouveau frame, beautiful condition, without issue. 6 3/4 inches tall, Beautiful, beautiful piece of art glass. And how much for it? Someone give me $300 for it? $100 to open it. 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2 would it go? 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2 and 275 now. 275 would it go? 275 now. 300 now. 350 now. 400. One of you. 400 now. 450. I've got 400 on the floor. The internet's out. 450 now. 500. $500. You got to be five. Would it go? 500. 4 1/2 is bid and $500. Anybody? 500. 550. No, I've got 500 ahead of you. You've got to be 550. Sorry. 500 and 550. Would it go? $550. Anybody else for 550? 500 and 550. Fair warning. Once, twice, 500 and 550. Down it goes. $500. 2-2. The buyer. 22. Lot 102. Mid-18th century blanket chest over one draw. Original russet paint. Doesn't look like there was ever any other brass on it. It is in pretty much impeccable condition. Little piece of medial molding missing on the back edge on the left side. But original snipe hinges, nice condition throughout. How much for it? Someone give me about $500 for it? 500, $200 to start it. 200, 300 bid, 350, 400, $400, 400, 450, 500, 500. You've got to be 500, 500, 550, 600, 600, 600, 600, 650, 700, 700. Barbara, you're out. 700, 750, 800. $800 you're bidding 800. 750's bidding 800, 850, 900. $900 you're going to be 900. 850's bidding 900. 900, yes. 900. I have 850. 850 seated on the floor and looking for 900. 900. Fair warning. 900. Get him back, Barbara. 950, sir. 950. Now $1,000. One of you. $1,000, Barb. 1,000. Now 1,100. Now 1,200. $1,200. You got to be 1,200. 1,300. 1,300. Now 1,400. Back to you, Barbara, for 1,400. 14. Now 1,500. $1,500 bidding 15. 14 is bidding 15. Now 1,600. 1,600. 16. Now 1,700. 1,700. $1,700. Anyone else for 17? Gave it a great run. Thank you. 1,700. Fair warning. 16 and 1,700. $1,600. Number 505. The buyer. 505. 103. Art Nouveau inspired amethyst art glass vase. And a beauty. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know. Someone give me 300 for it? $300 to start it. Anybody like to be in for 300? I have 100 to open and 1 1/4 would you go? 100's bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, now 200. 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. Now 300. 300, 300's here, 350. 350, 400, 450. 450, you've got to be 450 now. 500, 500, 550, 550. Would you go 550? I've got 500 bidding 550, 550 now. 600, $600. The book is out. $600. Anyone else for 600? I got 550, 600. New fire, 650. 600's bidding 650. Would you go $650? Now 700, 700. Would you go 700? 6 1/2 and 700, 700, 750. 750, would he go $750? Anyone else for 750? 700 and 750. 750, now 800. $800, you're bidding 800. 750's bidding 8, would he go $800? Any advance on 750 and 800? 800, fair warning. Once, twice, $750 buys it. Number 22, the buyer, 22. Lot 104. 2 Meissen figures. These are 20 1/2 inches tall and 21 1/2 inches tall. Monstrous size. Both have a little bit of damage, but it's minor and very, very restorable. The actual figures are fine. How much for them? Somebody give me about $2,000? $4,500. Just as I was saying. $4,500. $4,750. Where'd he go? $4,500's been 40. $4,750. $5,000. $5,000. $5,500. $5,500. Would he go $5,500? You've got to be 55. $5,500 now. $6,000. 6,000, you gotta be six, what do you go, $6,000, any advance? $6,000, anybody like them for 6,000, 5,500's bidding six, what do you go, 6,000, 6,500 now. $6,500, you're bidding 6,500. 6,000 is on Dan, on the phones, $6,500, one of you. $6,500, any advance on 6,000 and 6,500. Fair warning, once, twice, $6,000 owns them, number 501, is it? Dan? Dan, is that 501? 501. Thank you. 105, two canary yellow milk jugs, both with silver luster, silver resist on them. These are like 1830s old, 1840. Nice ones. Somebody give me about $300 for the two of them. $100 for the both of them. Hundreds bidding, 1 1/4. Anybody like them for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding, 125. 125, 150, 175, now 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, now 300, 350, 350, 400, 400, 450, 450. I remember paying 550 pounds for one in England. 450, I've got 400 bidding, 450, what do you go, $450? Anyone else for 450? $400. Buys number 13, the buyer, 13. 106. Fire gilded bronze of Michael the Archangel. This is in immaculate condition. The sword is a little loose. It's a threaded additional casting, and it might be a little stripped. So just be careful of that sword, not to lose it. Whoever buys it. And someone give me about I should think $1,000, 1,100 and 1,200. 11 is bid, and $1,200 are going to be 12. What do you go? 12 now, 1,300. $1,300, you're going to be 13. What do you go, $1,300? Anybody else for 1,300? 13 now, 1,400. The gilding on this is in immaculate condition. $1,400, 14 now, 1,500. $1,500, you're bidding 15. 14 is bidding 15. What do you go, $1,500? Anyone? 15 now, 1,600. $1,600, Barbara, get it back at 1,600. I've got 15, 16 now, 1,700. $1,700, you're bidding 17. What do you go, $1,700? Anybody else for 17? I've got $1,600 offered at 1,700. Fair warning, once, twice, $1,600 buys it. Number 526, the buyer, 526, and I thank all three of you. Lot 107 is a 2-drawer drop leaf work table with a drop-down cabinet on the other side. One side, you've got drawers. The other side, it's a cabinet door that folds down. Kind of a neat thing. Very graceful legs, beautifully turned. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 500? 300's bidding 350. What do you go? 300's bidding 350. What do you go? 350 now, 400 now, 450. 450 now, 500 now, 550. 550, 600, 650. 650, what do you go, 650? 600's bidding 650. What do you go, $650? Anyone else for 650? 650, fair warning. Once, twice, down it goes, $600. Buys it, no, in the book, 528, the buyer, 528. Let's see, 108. A. Van Schandel, still life, Flowers and Ewers. He's a Belgian artist. And how much for this? So those are Belgian flowers. Someone give me about 300 for it. 300, $200 to start it. Should be hands all over. My goodness, it's a lovely painting. $200 for the floral still life. 200, thank you. And 2 1/4, would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4, going to be 225. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Fair warning, 2 1/4. Once, twice, $200. Nice buy. Number 4, the buyer for number 109. Pair of old Paris porcelain vases. These have scenic scenes on them. They're in really, really nice shape too, as I recall. 19 1/4 inches tall. Again, big scale. Nino had wonderful taste. And $500 for this lot. 500 where? $300 to get it going. 300's bidding. 350. 350 now. 400 now. Actually 450 now. 500. 500. You've got to be 500. 4 1/2 is bidding 500 now. 550. 500 is bidding 550. Would you go $550? 550 now. 600. Back to you for 600. 550 and 600 now. 650. 650. Would you go $650? You've got to be 650, 600 and 650. Fair warning. 600 and 650. Down it goes. $600. I'm sorry. 543 the buyer, 543. Mule deer antlers, consigned out of a wonderful collection that we sold earlier last year. This is one of the few remaining things that we still had in storage, so I figured this would be a good spot for them. 22-inch, 10-point rack, 22 inches in span, and $300 for this lot. $300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Would it go $200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like this rack for $100? $100 where? $50. 50, 60, 70, 80. $80, you're gonna be 80. 70's on 80, 70 is seated. $80, you're gonna be 80. Would you go $80? Anybody else for 80? 70's bidding 80. Would you go $80? Anybody like it for $80? $70 and $80. Fair warning. 70 and 80 once, twice. $70 buys. Nice buy. Number 32. The buyer. 32. 31. You keep getting younger. 31. Now all of a sudden you're 31. All right, what do we have? 111, the Pembroke table. Killer Pembroke table. New York City Pembroke table. This is attributed to William Whitehead. We feel pretty confident that that's who probably did it. It dates from about 1790. I've never had a table with 4 sets of cuffs up and down the leg. Beautiful taper to the leg. Really no excuses for it. And how much for it? Somebody give me $5,000 for it. $5,000. Anybody like to be in for 5? It's going to be $2,000. $2,000. And 1,000 is bid. 1,100. Would he go? 11 and now 12. Now 1,300. 1,300. You got to be 13. Would he go $1,300? Anybody else for 13? 12 is bidding. $1,300. Anybody like 13? Now 14. Now 1,500. $1,500. You're going to be 15. Would he go $1,500? A beautiful example of period furniture. 1,500. $1,500. $1,500. Anybody like it for 15? 15. Now 1,600. 16. Now 1,700. 1,800. 1,900. Back to 1,900. 2,000. 2,250. 2,250. Would he go 2,250? 2,000's bidding. 2,250. Any advance? $2,000. Are you through? 2,250. I've got 2,000 and 2,000 only. 2,250. Once, twice. $2,000 buys it. Number 443, the buyer. 443. Oil on canvas still life from a lovely home and actually down near Goshen, but not the same house as Nino's. This is an Austrian, Franz Nowak, 1885 to 1973. A beautifully rendered classical still life. And how much for it? You got 300 to open and 350. Would he go? 300 is bidding. 350. Would he go $350? Anybody like it? 350, 400, 450, 500. 450 is bidding. 5. You got to be 5. Would he go $500? Anybody like it for 500? I've got 450 on the floor and 500, 500, 550, 600. Back to you for 600. 550 is offered and $600 any advance. 550 and 600. Fair warning. 550 and 600 once, twice. Great buy. $550. Number 11, the buyer. 11. Lot 113, the 1718 map of Netherlands. This is before there was an America, but there was a Netherlands. Hand-colored by Edward Wells. And how much for it? Someone give me 500 for it? 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would he go 3? Got to be 3. Would it go $200 to start it? 200, thank you. And 2 1/4. Would you go? 200 is bidding. 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 200 is bidding. 225. It's going to be 225. Early 18th century map. 200 and 2 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 200 and 2 1/4. Fair warning. Once, twice. Wow. $200. Number 29. The buyer. 29. 114. 1725 hand-colored map of the Netherlands. This is Friesland. Friesland is, I think, South Holland, I think. This is by Mensen Alting, and $300 for this one. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would it go 200? $200 for this one. Anybody want to be in for 200? Any interest? No interest? We'll pass that lot at $100. Okay. 115, 3 Parian groups, riding the Panther, riding the Lion, and reclining. Okay, there is a little chip on the base of the back of the girls seated reclining. The other two I think are perfect. And $500 quick for those. $500, $200 for them. 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. Now 300. 300, yes. 300, 300. Now 350. Now 400. 400. Back to you, Barbara, for 400. I've got 350 bid and 400. 400, 450. 450, 500. 500, Barb. $500. You've got to be 500. 450 and 500. 500. Now 550. Now 600. That's for all of them. 600, 550 is bid, and $600, 600, now 650, sir. 650, 600 on the phones, and 650. Any advance, 600 and 650. Fair warning. Once, twice, $600, Barb. Number 533, the buyer, 533. A beautiful little cherry Hepplewhite 4-drawer chest with inlay. Neat as a pin. Cupid's bow apron, flaring French feet, nothing the matter with it. And it's only, I think, 35 inches wide. It's a terrific size. How much for it? Somebody give me about $1,000. 500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 500? 300's bidding 350. Would he go? 300's bidding 350. Would he go $350? Anybody else for 350? 350, 400, 450, 500. Back to you for 500. 450's bidding 500, 500, now 550. 500's bidding 550, would it go $550? Anyone else for 550, 500 and 550? $500, Kenneth, number 513, the buyer, 513. 117, a pair of cut crystal candlesticks. These are gorgeous. They are signed Veritas. They stand about this high. They're 20 inches tall. Real rock crystal. I mean, beautiful, beautiful. How much for them? Somebody give me 500 for them. 500, 200 for them. They do not translate until you see them in person. 200, $100 for them. And hundreds bid, and a quarter and a half, and 75. 175 should be. 175, 150's bid, and 175. Anybody else for 175? 175, 175. Now 200, 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 2 1/4? 200's bid and 2 1/4. Fair warning, 200 and 2 1/4. Wow, nice buy. $200. Number, what is it, 20, 31, 31. I knew it was 20-something. All right. Oil on canvas by Montague Flagg. This is the Cavalier from the upstairs hallway of the Goshen home. This artist lived between 1842 and 1915, and beautifully rendered. No issue with it condition-wise. Someone give me about 500 for it. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would he go 300, 200? Get it going. 200. Thank you. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275. Now 300, 350, 350. Now 400, 400, 400. Now 450. 400 is bid in 450. Would he go $450? Anybody else for 450? I have 400 bid in 450. Fair warning. $400 buys number 1013. 1013. 119 is 126-piece Gorham Etruscan pattern flatware. Nice set. I think there's a carving set with it, as well as some additional, spatula and some other serving pieces. And $500 quick for it. How much? 1,700, 1,800, 1,800, 1,900, 1,900, 2,000. One of you. 1,900's bid in 2. Would it go $2,000? Anybody else for 2,000? 19 is on the phones, and $2,000. Would he go 2,000? Anybody like to be in for 2,000? 19 is bid in 2,000. Fair warning. 1,900 and 2,000. Down it goes. $1,900 to the phones, Barb. 520, the buyer. 520. 120. Early 19th century iron and brass penny-footed andirons. These are 26 inches tall. Nice big ones. And how much for these? Someone give me $300 for them. 3, would you go 300, 200, $100 and get them go? 150, thank you. 175. Anybody like them for 175, 150, 175? Now 200. 200, now 2 1/4. 2 1/4, Dan. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, what do you go? 2 1/2, 2 1/4 is bidding, 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2? Well, beautiful warm days, no day to sell andirons, I can see that. 2 1/4 buys, number 522, 522, the buyer. 121, or 120A, the Rosewood Credenza. It's an etagere top, marble top, has a repair, but the cabinet and drawers are lined with figured maple. It is obviously New York City, 1860 old, and in rosewood, kind of nice. Somebody give me about $1,000 for it. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for $500? Going to be $300 to start it. 300's bidding, $350. 300, $350. What do you go? $350. Any $350 now? $400. $400. It's going to be $400. What do you go? $400. 3 1/2 and 4. Anybody like to be in for $400? 350's bidding. 4. Going to be $400. What do you go? $400. Anybody like it for $400? $350. Nate, your way. Number 1015. The buyer. 1015. 121. Oil on canvas. I love this painting. Oil on canvas. Impressionistic landscape. Signed NM 90. So I would think that that's 1890. It's labeled on the back Nellie Mygat, 1861 to 1936. That's as much as we know. And how much for it? Beautifully painted. Someone give me $500 for it. $200 for it. And 2 1/4, would you go? 200's bidding, 2 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4, 2 1/2? 2 1/2, it's going to be $250. Would you go? $250. Anybody else for $250? 2 1/4's bidding, 2 1/2. Fair warning. 2 1/2, $275. Now $300. Back to you for $300, $275 and $300. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $275 buys. Number 12, the buyer. 12. Lot 122. 18th century tall clock by David Wood. This tall clock has been driving us. Now, the base is a replacement, but it is a dovetailed bracket base in beautiful condition. It matches beautifully with the case. The clock has been in perfect working order, keeping very good time for the last couple of weeks while it's been here running. It is estate fresh and in beautiful condition. I've got a number of left bids on it, and it opens at $4,500 and $4,750. What do you go? $4,500 is bidding, $4,750. What do you go? $4,750. Anybody like it for $4,750? $4,500 is bidding, $4,750. $5,000, Barb. You've got to be $5,000. I've got $5,000. $5,250. One of you. We'll keep it at $250. $5,250 to my phone bidders. Anybody like to be in for $5,250? I've got $5,000 here in the book. You've got to be $5,250. Anybody like it for $5,250? The book is out. $5,500. What do you go? $5,750. Now $6,000. Back to you for $6,000, Abby. $6,000. You've got to be $6,000. What do you go? $6,000. $5,750 is bidding. $6,000. $6,000, Barb. You got to be $6,000. $6,000. Anybody else for $6,000? Fair warning. $5,750 bid and $6,000. Once, twice, down it goes. $5,750. Your way, number 4729. 4729. Lot 123, a gouache of the British coast, unsigned. Nice size, 6 by 11, and somebody beautifully framed, and $300 quick for it. $300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for $200? Got to be $200. Would you go $100 and start it? Now a quarter. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 125. 100 looks like Cornish, doesn't it? $100 buys it. Number 1017. 124. Pair of old Paris porcelain vases. Now these have a little bit of damage. One of these vases has 2 leaves that are missing their points. So the points of 2 leaves are off. But I'd consider the damage pretty minor given the size of them. 19.5 inches tall, beautiful condition, and $500 quick for those. $500, $200 for them. 300's bidding, $350. What do you go? 300's bidding, $350. $350 now, $400. $400 now, $450. $400 and $450. What do you go? $450. You're going to be $450 now, $500. $500, gotta be five, what do you go, 508? You gotta be 500, 450's bidding $500. Anyone else for 500? I've got 450 on Evelyn, and 500. Fair warning, once, twice, $450 buys them number. You're not, 543, thank you, 543. Good teamwork over there, you two. Okay, 125 is the Indo-Kashan Ivory Field carpet in excellent overall condition. And start down low. Somebody who's got $500 to open it. $500. Anybody like to be in for five? Got to be five. What do you go for? $300 and start it. $300. Anybody like this rug for $300? My goodness. $300. Anybody like it for $300? $200 for it. $200 for a nice Oriental carpet. Any interest? We'll see it another day. I don't want to bore you with it. $200? Pass. Passing this line. 126. The 1910 Harries with minor wear, shown over there, out from a Loudonville home. And $500 quick for it. 500 and 550, what do you go? 500 and 550, now 600, 600, 600, 650, 650, 700. $700, you gotta be seven, what do you go, 700? Anybody else for 700? 6.5 and 7. 6.5 is bid and 7, what do you go, $700? Anybody else like it for 700? 650 and 700. $650 buys it, number 1019. 127. I love this rug. Peking blue Chinese dragon scatter rug, again from the Loudonville home. A beautiful, beautiful rug, just great shocking color, nice pile. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it? $500 and get it going. 500, anybody want to start me for 500? $300 and set it in. $300, gonna be 200's bid and 2 1/4, would you go? 200's bid and 2 1/4, now a half, you gotta be 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. 275, now 300. Back to you for 300, now 350. Back to you for 350. I've got 300 and 350, now 400, now 450. 450, would you go 450, now 500. $500, you've got to be five. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 4 1/2 is bidding 500. 450 is bidding five, you got to be five. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? Fair warning, 450 and 500. Wow, nice buy. $450 your way number? 517, 517. 128 semi-antique Lillihan area rug. Nice size, good pile. And how much for this? Someone to give me $500 quick for this one? $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go 200? $100 and get it going? $100. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like this rug for 100? My goodness, $100? No? $100? $50. Passing this lot at 50, no interest. 129, Indo-Harries long rug that was shown out here. And somebody give me $200 quick for it. $200, anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two, would you go 200? $100 and start it. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 125. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? That's your money, sir. $100 and 1 1/4. Fair warning. Once, twice. $100 buys it. Number? Your number, please. Is that 6? Thank you. Saruk area rug. This is a 1920s Saruk. And $500 quick for it. 500. $200 for it. 200. Anybody like this rug for 200? $100 for it. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 125. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bidding 1 1/2. You've got to be 1 1/2. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 175. 175. You would not be making a mistake. 175. Now 200. $200. You've got to be 200. 175 and 200. 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. You've got to be 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. You got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/4's bidding 2 1/2. 275. 275. 250's bidding 275. Any interest at 275? Fair warning. Once, twice. $250 your way number? 3220. 3220. 131. Semi-antique Kashan room size. This is a nice one. out here in the center. Ivory field, big medallion, very busy field. Very handsome rug. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for $5? Gotta be $5. What do you go for $500? $300 for it. Any interest at $300? You gotta be $3. What do you go $300? Passing this lot at $300. 132. Navajo Eye Dazzler. Now you're talking. This thing is in immaculate condition. These people went to Arizona in 1952. And they came back with that, put it in a trunk where it remained until I dug it out. So shown right over there where Jake is. And $500 quick for it. $500. Immaculate condition. $300. $450. Well, $450 is good. $500. $500. $550. 500 is bidden. $550. Would you go $550? You got to be $550. I've got $500 offered and $550. Would you go $550? I've got $500 live on the floor and $550 once, twice, $500. Buys it number 12, the buyer, 12. 133, Salvador Dali. This is a bronze marked 82 out of 350. That's the addition. It was an addition of 350 of these. It is 9 inches tall, including the base, about so high. Nice desk size. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. $500 for the Dali. $500. Anybody like to be in for $5? Got to be $5. Would you go $300 to start it? $200 for this. $250. $275. $250's bid. $275. Now $300. $300. $350. $400. $450. $400's bid. $450. Would you go $450? Anybody? $450. Now $500. $500. Now $550. 500 is bidden. $550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for $550? I've got $500 and $550. Once, twice. Down it goes. $500 your way number. 1022. 134 is the sterling silver Salvador Dali plaque. Again, out of Novellino's. Easter Christ is the title. It is 9 inches in diameter, and somebody give me $300 for it. $300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for $200? 100's bid, 1 1/4, now a half. I'm sorry? I have 150 ahead of you. You've got to be 175. 175, now 200. 200, would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 is on the floor, and $200, anybody like it for 2? 175 has been 2, got to be 2, would you go 200? Fair warning. 175 buys, number 4, the buyer, 4. 135, Randall versus Turner. Pugilist. Boxing print by Blake and Turner, the interior of 5 Courts, which is a famous boxing hall. Lovely print in a nice framed and matted with blue, shown in the back of the room over there. And $500 quick for it. 500. Anybody like to be in for 500 for the Blake and Turner? 500. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go $200? $100 for it. My goodness. $100 for that print. Anybody like to be in for 100? $50. Anybody like it for 50? Got to be 50. Would you go $50? Anybody like it for 50? $40. 30. 30. Thank you. 40. Would you go? 30's bidden. 40. Got to be 40. Would you go $40? Anybody else for 40? $30 your way. 7. The buyer. 7. 136. 19th century Continental watch keep. Kind of nice. Classical form. And $100 quick for it. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/2 and 75. 175, 150 and 175. Anybody like to be in for 175, 150 and 175? $150 your way number. 950. 950. 137. New York, late federal Fife School chest. This could well be Fife. It's just beautifully made. All original brass, the attached looking glass with the original brass rondelles. Beautiful condition. And how much for it? Somebody give me 1,000 for it. 500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go $300 to start it? 300's bid. 350. Would you go 350? 400. 450. 450. 500. 500. 550. 550. 600. $600, you're gonna be six, would you go $600? Anybody else for 600? No money at all. I've got only $600 offered and $650. Fair warning, $600 and $650. Once, twice, nice buy. $600, number 22, the buyer 22. 138, bronze of David after Merci. 40 inches tall, Antonin Merci, 1845 to 1911. And a little bit of interest in this, I'll open it at 1,000 and see where it goes. Thousands bid, 1,100, would you go $1,100, 11, now 12, now 13, now 14, now 1,500. 15, now 16, now 1,700. 17, now 18, now 1,900. 2,000, 2,250, 2,500, 2,750, now 3,000. 2,750 is on the internet, and $3,000, Barb? $3,000, you're gonna be 3,000. 2,750 is on the internet and 3,000. I'm looking for $3,000. 3,000 is also on the internet, and I'm looking for 3,250. 3,250 and 3,500. 3,500. Beautiful, beautiful chestnut brown patina. $3,500. You got to be 35. I've got 3,250 bid and 35. 35 on Barbara. Now 3,750. Back to you for 3,750. Back to the internet for 3,750. Any interest at 3,750? I've got 3,500 on Barbara and 3,750. Fair warning. Once, twice. Barbara, you won the race. Number 533, the buyer, 533. It was 3,500, right? Okay, carved teakwood tabaret with a marble insert, kind of nice. And $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like this for $100? $50 to start it. Everybody. Somebody give me 100. 100, thank you. 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Going to be 125. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. $100 is off 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/2. 175. Back to you for 175, sir. You've got to be 175, 150, 175. $150 buys it. Number 27. Nice buy. Next lot, Nymphenburg, Blanc de Chine, Cherubic, Michael the Archangels. There are 4 in the lot, and I think they're all good. The spear on the one might have been reattached, but other than that, I think they're all good. And how much for those? Someone give me about $300 for them? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like to be in for 100? 200, thank you. 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, we're going to be 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? I've got 2 1/4 offered and 250. Would you go? Anybody like them for 250? 2 1/4 is bid in 2 1/2. Fair warning, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Once, twice, down it goes. 2 1/4 buys. Number 1024. 141. The bronze Gloria Victus. This probably had the most interest of any of the bronzes here today. It's a wonderful example. Barbadian foundries. It is one of the first ones made. 42 inches tall. And how much for it? Someone give me about 5,000? 5,000? 6,000. Never thought of that. 6,500, 7,000. Back to you for 7,000. I've got 7,000 on Ken. You've got to be 7,500. 75. Now 8,000. 8,000, Abby. 8,000, Ken. 8,000 on Dan. 8,000. 8,500, Ken. 85. I got 85 on Ken. 85. 9,000. 9,000 on Abby. 9,000. 9,500. One of you. 9,500. Now 10,000. Back to you for 10,000. Now 11,000. 11,000, Ken. 11 on the internet. Now 12,000. 12,000. 12,000. 13,000. Now 14,000. Back to you for 14,000. 13,000 is bid, and $14,000. You got to be 14. What do you go? 14,000. 14. Now 15,000. 15,000. What do you go? 15. I've got 14 on Abby. 15,000, Ken. 15,000, Barbara. 15,000, Dan. 15,000, internet. Once, twice. Fair warning. 15,000. 16,000. Back to you for 16. 16, Abby. 16,000. The internet is exhausted. $16,000. Fair warning. Once, twice, fair warning, Abby. Down it goes. $15,000. Buys it, number? 953. 953. 142, English or continental turned leg ottoman, and a beauty. This is an early one. This is not a reproduction in any way, shape, or form. Beautiful walnut, nicely upholstered, and how much for it? Someone give me $300 for it. $200 for it. And anybody like to be for two? Would you go 200? Hundreds bidding, 1 1/4. Hundreds bidding, 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Now a half. 1 1/2, 175. Now 200. 200. Would you go 200? 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. I've got 2 1/4 live on the floor and behind you. 250. 250. Would you go $250? Anybody? 250 now. 275. Now 300. Back to you for $300. It's going to be 300. $300. Anyone else for 300? I have 275 and 300. Once, twice. 275 buys it. Off to Rensselaerville. Number, please. I'm sorry. Your number, Martha? Your number? Sorry, 23. Thank you. 143. English walnut dressing table or lowboy. This one has a tag inside that says it was at one time sold by Stair and Company in New York. They were an English specialty. So this is first period English, probably like 1740. Sweet size. It's only 20 inches wide, I think, or 19 and a half inches wide. Someone give me 500 for it. Should be hands at 500. $500 going to be five. Would you go 500? $300 to start it. My goodness, $300. 200. Thank you. 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like being for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4. $200 your way. Number? 4248. Next lot. 144. Pair of old Paris porcelain vases, hand painted, birds and florals on a celadon ground. And how much for this lot? Someone give me $1,000 for it. Take care, Tommy. You're not staying for pizza? Somebody give me about $300 for it. 300. Thank you. 350. 350. 400. $400 is going to be four. Would you go $400? Anybody like the urns for 400? 400. 450. 450. Now 500. 500. Back to you for 500. You've got to be five. Would you go 500? Now 550. Back to the internet for 550. I've got 500 on the phones and 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? I've got 500 and 550. Now 600. Back to the phones for $600. You've got to be 600. 550's bidding 600. Now 650. 600's bidding 650. Would you go $650? Anyone else for 650? I've got 600 and 650. Fair warning. Once, twice. $600 to the phone number. 543. Thank you. 543. 145. 3 little Vienna bronze figures. I think the tip of the tail is off one of the mice, and I think but one is marked Geschütz, which just means registered in German, I think. But they are period, nice ones. And how much for this lot? Someone give me $300 for the group. 300, 200, $100. 100's bid. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. 175. Now 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 275. Now 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go 350? 350. Now 400. 400. Would you go 400? 400. Now 450. 400's bid at 450. Would you go 450? Now 500. 500. Would you go 500? 450 and 500. Now 550. 500's bid and 550. Would you go $550? 500 and 550. Fair warning. 500 and 550. $500 buys number 4714. 4714. Pair of 14-inch rose mandarin vase lamps. They're really beautiful. Still retaining, like, the facial features are still there on the figures, which that usually wears first. These are in great condition, and an imperial yellow scallop border around the top. Makes them kind of special. And $500 quick for those. 500, I've got 550. I've got 600. Would somebody, 650? I've got 650 ahead of you. You've 700, 750, 800, 850, 900, 900. Anyone else for 900? 850's bid in 900, now 950, now 1,000. $1,000, you've got to be 1,000. 950's bid in 1,000, now 1,100. $1,100, wrong answer. 1,100. Stay with me. $1,100, you got to be 1,100. 1,100, 1,200. $1,200, you got to be 12 now, John. 1,200, now 1,300. $1,300, what do you go 13? I've got 12 bid, 13, now 1,400. Back to you for 1,400. 14, now 1,500. $1,500, you've got to be 15, now 1,600. $1,600, you're bidding 16. I've got 15 bid and 16, now 1,700. 1,700, now 1,800. $1,800. 1,800, 18, now 1,900. 19, what do you go 19? I've got 1,800, 1,900, now 2,000. Now 2,000. You got to be 2,000. You got to be 2,000, now 2,250. 2,250, what do you go 2,250? 2,000's bid and 2,250, what do you go 2,250? Anyone else for 2,250? I've got $2,000 and 2,250. Once, twice, fair warning. $2,000 buys, number 540, the buyer, 540. 147 is a set of 4 New York mahogany gondola chairs. They're very serviceable condition. Beautiful wood, the best grained mahogany. And how much for those? Someone give me about $500 on the set. $500 is going to be what do you go? $300 for all 4 of them. Anybody like them for $300? $200 for that set of chairs. Anybody like them for $200, $2 1/4, $2 1/2, $275, $275? You got $275, $300, $350, $300, $350, $400, $400. Oh, you should sit in them. They're comfortable. $400. $350's bid and $400 is going to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for $400? $400. Easiest way to sell these is to make people sit in them. $400's bid and $450. $400 and $450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for $450? $400 and $450. Once, twice, down they go. $400. Your weigh number? 1031. 1031. Lot 148. Oil on canvas of a French interior signed Friedlinger. Herr Friedlinger. Jawohl. Somebody give me about 500 quick for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go 300? This is a very well developed painting. 300. $200 for it. Thank you. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bid in 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/2? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. Fair warning. 2 1/2. 275. Now 300. Now 350. 350. You're bidding 350. I've got. Is that 300? Yeah, 350. Now 400. 400. 350's bid $400. Anyone else for 400? 350 and 400. Once, twice. $350. Your weigh number? 1032. 1032. The buyer 1032. All right. Eternal Lumiere, signed Drouet. 46 inches tall. Edward Drouot. Lived from 1859 to 1945. It is a beautiful bronze. Wonderful patina. Beautiful condition. How much for it? Somebody give me $5,000 for it. $2,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $2,000? I've got 1,000 bid. 1,200, 11, now 12, now 13, 1,300. What do you go? 13, 14, 1,500, 15, 1,500, 15, 1,600, 1,600. 16's here in the book. 1,700's on Abbey. 1,800. One of you. $1,800. You got to be 18. What do you go? 18, 18. 19, make up my mind, 1,900, 2,000, 2,250, 2,250, 2,000's bid in 2,250, 2,500, 2,750, 2,750, would you go 2,750? Anybody like them for 2,750? I've got 2,750, 3,000, 3,250, 3,250, one of you, 3,250, 3,250, 3,500, 3,750, 3,750. Would you go 3,750? 4,000. 4,250. Have 4,250. Would you go 4,250? The book is out. 4,250 is on the phones and 4,500. 4250's bid and $4,500. Anybody else for 4,500? 4250's bid and 4,500. Fair warning. Once, twice. 4250 buys number 521. Thank you. 521. Set of 8 walnut Chippendale dining chairs, about 1900 old, made in England. They have little tags, little celluloid tags on the back that say made in England. Somebody give me about $500 on the set. 600 is bid in 650. What do you go? 600 is bid in 650. What do you go? $650. Anybody like to be in for 650? I've got $600 offered in 650. What do you go? $650. Anybody else for 650? Nice walnut. 600 and 650. Once, twice. Down it goes. $600 number 1033. Lot 151. Oil on canvas. Danish snow scene. Signed Parian. It is marked Tegelstrup Hain. And someone give me 500 for it. 500 for the oil painting. Anybody like to be in for 5? Going to be 5. Would you go $300 to start it? $200 is where? Anybody like to be in for 2? Going to be 200. Thank you. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody like it for 2 1/2? I've got 2 1/4. 2 1/2 and 275. 275. We've got to be 275. 275 now. 300. $300. Would you go 300? 275 is bid in 3. Would you go $300? Anyone else for 300? Fair warning. 275 and 300. Down it goes. $275 to 542. The buyer. 542. 152. Pair of nearly life-size maiden statues. These are we believe that these are probably spelter or zinc. There is a little interior crack on the ankle of the one on the left, or actually the one as you face it on the right, and also halfway up the calf on the other one. But nothing is amiss as far as they're structurally sound. So how much for them? Somebody give me someone give me $5,000 for them. Anybody like to be in for $5,000? $2,000 is where? 2,000's bid and 2,250 and 2,500, 2,750. Now 3,000. $3,000. You've got to be 3. Would you go $3,000? 3. I've got 3 on Nate, 35 on me, 3,750. 3,750. Would you go 3,750? 3,750. I've got 4,000. You've got to be 4,250. One of you. 4,250. Anybody else like them for 4,250? I got 4,250. 4,500. You've got to be 4,750. $4,750. You're going to be 4,750. 4,500 is bid in 4,750. 4,750. Now 5,000. 5,000. 4,750 and 5,000. Would you go $5,000? Anyone else for 5,000? 4,750 is bid in 5. You're going to be 5. Would you go $5,000? Anyone else for 5,000? Fair warning. Once, twice, 5,000. 5,250. We'll keep it at you want to move it to 500s? 5,500. 5,500. Would you go 5,500? I got 5,000. 5,500. Now 6,000. $6,000. You're going to be 6. Would you go $6,000? 5,500 is bid in 6. Would you go $6,000? Anyone else for 6,000? 5,500 and 6,000. Once, twice. Down it goes. $5,500, Nate. 1015. 1015. Pair of American school portraits on canvas. These are purportedly to be direct descendants of George Washington. That's what the lady told me, and I have no reason to doubt her. They're a handsome couple and beautifully framed in rather newish frames, but absolutely correct. I would hate to buy those frames or pay to have them cleaned. Or, can you imagine? How much for them? Somebody give me $3,000 for that pair of portraits? $3,000, $2,000, $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 and get them going. $500 where? Anybody like to be in for 5? Going to be 5. Would you go $300 to start them? $350, now $400. You've got to be $400. $400. Would you go $400? Now $450. Now $500. Back to you, sir, for $500. Now $550. Now $600. $600. Now $650. Now $700. $700. Now $750. Now back to you for $800. $800. No money at all for these. $800. You've got to be 8. Would you go $800? Anyone else for $800? I've got $750 offered and $800. Anybody like to be in for $800? Fair warning, $800, $750. Bid card number 500, 500, the buyer. Lot 154 is a late 19th century English armchair, very patriarchal kind of chair. Looks like Grandpa used to sit in it. Never forget him bouncing me on his knee. Someone give me about $500 quick for it. $200 to start it. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go $100 and get it going? $100 on that lovely chair, and $150. Would you go? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Got to be 125. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Wow, furniture remains tough to sell. $100 buys it. Number 411, the buyer. 411. Lot 155. 3 pieces of Majolica, including 2 fish pitchers and a basket. The tallest being 7 inches. Nice indigo blue on that one. And how much for this lot? Someone give me $300 for it. $300, $200 for the tin glazed earthenware. Anybody like to be a $50 to start them? 50 and 60, would you go? 50 and 60, would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60? 60, now 70, now 80, now 90, 90, now 100, $100, now 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4 buys. Number 18, the buyer, 18, and I thank both of you. Next lot, 156, oil on canvas, a pair of angels. Ah, yes. These are obviously Grand Tour. They're 19th century. They're beautifully painted, in great state of preservation. And how much for those? Someone give me $500 for the 2 of them. 500 and 550. Would you go? 550 now 600. $600. You're gonna be 600 now 650. 650. Would you go 650 now 700? One of you. 700 on Dan. 750. 750. Would you go 700? 750. 750 now 800. Get it back, Dan, at 800. 800 now 850. 850. Would you go $850? You've got to be 850 now 900. $900. 900 now 950. 950. Would you go $950? You're going to be 950. 900 and 950. 950. New fire on the internet. 950 now 1,000. Now 1,100. Back to you for 1,100. He calls you. $1,100. 1,100 now 1,200. Back to you for 12, sir. 12 now 1,300. $1,300. You got to be 13. Would you go $1,300? Anybody else for 13? 13 now 1,400. $1,400. You got to be 14. 14 now 1,500. $1,500. You got to be 15. 14 and 15 now 1,600. $1,600. You've got to be 16. 16 now 1,700. $1,700. You got to be 17. Would you go 1,700? I have $1,600. Are there no advances? 1,600, 1,700. Once, twice. $1,600 buys it. Number 537, the buyer. 537. Lot 157, double branch argon lamp, probably Birmingham, England. About 1820, 1830. Nice classical form. And how much for this lot? Somebody give me 500 for it. 500 should be. $500 going to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300? $200 for it. 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? Half and 75. 275. You got to be 275. Would you go 300? 275 is bidden 3. You got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody like it for 300? 275 is bidden 3. You got to be 3. Would you go 300? 275 buys. Number. Sorry, back it up to 250. Sorry, $250. And what's the buyer number? 737. 1037. 1037. 3-piece coin silver tea set by Wishart. With bright work engraving, and $1,000 is bid, and 1,100. Would you go? 1,000 I have, and $1,100. You got to be 11. Would you go $1,100? Anybody like it for 1,100? 1,100 now 1,200. 1,200 now 1,300. 12 is bid and 13. Would you go $1,300? Anybody else like it for 1,300? I got 1,200 bid and 1,300. 1,200 and 1,300. Once, twice. $1,200 buys. Number 10, the buyer. 10. Next lot. 159, Prior Hamlin School, George and Martha Washington. Speculation that Martha didn't like this rendition of herself. She took great exception to either Pryor or Hamlin. So let's see. Reverse paintings on glass, pretty nice, of the period. Somebody give me $1,000 for them. Father and First Lady of our country, $1,000, $500 for them. Anybody like to be in for five? Got to be five. What do you go? $500, $300 and get them started. My goodness, $300, $200 for them. Anybody like them for $200? $200. Any interest in these? $100 for $200. Thank you. And $225. Would you go? 200's bid and $225. We've got to be $225. Would you go? $225. Any advance on 200 and $225? Now 2.5. 2.5. Would you go? 2.5. 2.5 and $275. 275. Would you go? 275. 250 and $275. Fair warning. 250. 275. Now 300. 300. One of you. $300. 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go? 350. 300 and 350. Now 400. Back to you for 400. I took you for 350. Is that right? 400. $400. You've got to be four. Would you go? $400. Anyone else for 400? I've got 350 and 400. Once, twice. Down it goes. $350 to 5, 4, 3. 5, 4, 3. This is Isaac Vos School, Boston, mahogany tilting mechanism center table. We have it kind of hidden in the back. I'm sorry that it didn't get out in a more prominent spot because it's a beautiful table. Great mahogany, very restrained, elegant mahogany center table. How much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it? $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for five? You got to be five. Would you go $300 and start it? $300 is going to be three. Would you go 300? $200, 250, 275. Now 300, 300. Now 350. Now 400, 400. Now 450. Now 500, 500. Now 550. Should be 550. Would you go 550? 500 and 550. Now 600, 600. Now 650. See what I mean? 650. You've got to be 650. You bidding? 650. Now 700, 700, 750. 700 is bidding 750. Anyone else for 750? I've got 800 bid and 850. 800 is bid and 850. Would you go $850? Anyone else for 850? I have $800 offered and 850. Fair warning. Once, twice. $800 buys it. Number 912. 912 the buyer. Lot 161. There are 800 fine silver plates. These are probably Italian. There's a set of 6 hand-chased by Visinoni Venezia, by Visinoni in Venice, okay? That they measure 7 1/4 inches diameter. And then there's a larger one which is not hand-chased. But the group to go is a lot, and $500 quick for those. 500 where? Anybody like to be in for 500? 700's bid and 750. 700's bid and 750. Would you go 750, 750? Now 800. $800. Would you go 800? 7.5 is bid and 8. Would you go $800? Anyone else for 800? 750 and 800. $750 your way. Number 4800. 162. French marquetry inlay dressing table. This has a lift lid with a mirrored interior, quite nice, and it's in beautiful condition. I should think 500 quick for it. 500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300? $200 to start it and 2 1/4. 200's bid and 2 1/4. Going to be 225. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 2 is bid and 2 1/4. 200 and 2 1/4. Wow, one bid buys it. One bid buys it. $200 to 5, 4, 3. The buyer 543. 163. This is an oil on canvas attributed to Niccolo Canici. It is a pasture scene. It is out of the Bear collection, and it's labeled Giovanni Magrini Gazziani, approximately 15 by 11 inches, nicely framed. And how much for it? Someone give me about, this is just what the artist did paint as well. Someone give me about $500 quick for it. 500, should be hands in the air at 500. $300 and get it going. $300, anybody like it for 3? You gotta be 3, would you go $200 to start it? Under the money now at 200, $100 and get it on the road. 100's bid and 1 1/4, now a half. 1 1/2, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bid and 1 1/2. Anybody else for 1 1/2? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Wow. 1 and a half, 175. 175, yes? Now 200, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter is bidden, 2 and a half. Anyone else for 2 and a half? 2 and a quarter buys. Number 48, is it? Is that 48? Yeah. 411, I'm sorry, 411. 164, 4 Blanc de Chine statues. 2 of them are marked KPM and 2 are probably French and unmarked. The tallest is 12 inches. There are 4 classical statues shown over by Jake there at the cabinet. And $300 for those. Anybody like to be in for $300? $100 for them. 250 is bid and 275 would you go? 250 is bid and 275. Anybody like to be in for 275? Now $300. $300. You've got to be 3. Would you go 300? 300. Now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go 3 and a half? Now 400. $400. Would you go 4? You've got to be $400. Anybody else for 400? $400 got to be 4. Would you go 400? 3 and a half is bid and 400. Now 450. 400 is bid and 450. Would you go $450? Now 500. $500. Would you go 5? 450 is bid and 5. Would got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? 450 and 500. Fair warning. Once, twice. $450. David. 918. The buyer. 918. All right, I'm going to warn everybody before you buy this. This is heavy. This is a bronze table, lamp stand or lamp table with a marble top. It's probably not ancient, but boy, it is beautiful, beautiful, crisp casting in a 19th century manner, very rococo. How much for it? It's a solid bronze. So again, it's not something that you're just going to push around. Someone give me $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500 and get it going. 500 is bidding. 550. What do you go? 550 and 600. $600. You've got to be 600. 5 and a half is bidding. 6. Would you go $600? Anybody like to be in for 600? 600. I have 600 ahead of you. Would you go 650? 700 now. 750. 700 is bidding. 750. Would you go $750? Anybody else like it for 750? I've got $700 offered and 750. Fair warning, 700 and 750. Once, twice, down it goes. $700. Your weighing number? 4676. 166 is a near pair of Pittsburgh celery vases. These are lovely. They really are very close to being a pair. Someone give me $500 for the 2 of them. $100 for the 2 of them. Anybody like to be in for 100? 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. Would you go 1 and a quarter? No, 1 and a half. Half and 75. 175. 150's bidding 175. Anyone else for 175? 150's bidding 175. Now 200. 200. Would you go 200? 175 is $200. It's going to be 2. Would you go 200? 175 and 200. Fair warning. $175. And number 1. Number 1, the buyer. 167. A bun-foot corner cupboard in 2 sections. 12 light glazed door, top door, and then 2 panel doors below. Pretty much neat as a pin, probably about 1830 old. And how much for it? Someone give me 500 for it. 500, $300 to start it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300, $200 and get it on the road? $200 for period corner cupboard. 19th century corner cupboard for $200. $100 is where? Any interest in this corner cupboard, even remotely? $100. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like to be in for 100's bidding 1 and a quarter? Anybody like it for 1 and a quarter? 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. $100 buys. Number 7, the buyer. 7. 168. 34 pieces of Dominic and a half sterling flatware. This is the Queen Anne pattern. Pretty nice. And about 53 troy ounces. Someone give me $500 for them. How much? 800, thank you. And 850, would you go? 800's bidding 850. Would you go $850? Anybody like them for 850? 800's bidding 850. Would you go 850? 850 on Barbara. Now 900. $900. Would you go 900? 8 and a half and 9. Any advance? 850 and 900. $850 to Barbara. Number 520, the buyer. 520. 168, a bronze by Edward Chavez. This has a beautiful label on the bottom of it. Signed in pen by Chavez. It's his business card, I believe, or a gallery sticker on the bottom. And how much for it? Somebody give me $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for $5? Gotta be $5. Would you go $500, $300 and get it going? $300, $200 and start it. 150's bid. 175. Would you go? 175 now. 200. $200. It's gotta be two. Would you go 200? Anybody? 200 now. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. You've got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275 now. 300. $300, would you go 3? 300 now 350 now 400. $400, would you go 400 now 450. 450 now 500. $500 got to be 500, 550. 550. 550. You'll be kicking yourself tomorrow. 550. 500 and 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? Fair warning. $500 buys it number 1045. Thank you. Thanks for the help. Okay, 169 is a New England Hepplewhite card table. Nice taper, good inlay on the apron. And how much? Wonderful wood. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for $5? Got to be $5. Would you go $300 to start it? $250. Thank you. And $275. Would you go? $250's bid and $275. Anybody like it? $275. $275 now. $300. $300 now. $350. $300. $350 now. $400. $400 now. $450. $400's bid and $450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for $450? $450. Would you go $450? Anyone else like it for $450? $400. Buys it number 991. 991 the buyer. 170. 19th century hand-stitched calico log cabin quilt. Nice early fabrics on these, and it's in nice condition. Someone give me $500 for it. $300, thank you, and $350. Would you go? $300's bid and $3.5. Would you go $3.5? Anybody like it for $3.5? $3.5. It's got to be $350. Would you go $350? It's got to be $350. Yes. $350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for $350? I've got $300 at $350. Now $400. Now back to you for $450. $400's here and $450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for $450? I've got $400 and $450. $400 to bid card 410. The buyer 410. 171. Lot 171 is an oversized 3-candle pierced tin lantern. I still love this stuff. This is terrific because of the size, the scale. It's 24 inches tall. And a great original condition with the candle cups inside. How much for it? Someone give me $300 for it. 300, 200 for it. 250, thank you, and 275. Anybody like it for 275? Now 300. $300 going to be 300 now 350. 350 now 400. 400, would you go 400? I got 400 on Evelyn. 450. 450, would you go $450? It's going to be $450. I've got 400 bid and 450. 400 is on Evelyn and 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? 450 now 500. 500. Would you go 500? 4.5 and 5. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? Fair warning. 500. $450 your way number. 1051. 1051. 172. 2 pieces of cobalt decorated stoneware. New York crock, and an 11-inch tall Norton pine tree jug, probably a 2-gallon, and $200 quick for those. 200, 100's bid and 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bid and 1 1/2. Anybody at 1 1/2 and 175? Now 200. Back to you for 200. 175 is bid and $200. Anybody like it for 200? 175 and 200. Fair warning, 175 and 200. Down they go. Oh, I'll take your bid. 200 with the hammer. 225, now 250. Back to you for 250, Dave. 250, would you go 250? Fair warning, fair warning, fair warning. 2 1/4 buys. Number? 4736. Next lot. 173. I like this thing. This has a nice sculptural quality, and it's just an oddity. It's a game wheel. You spin it, and eventually a number shows up, and it probably corresponds to some sort of board or orderly progression. And let's see, I've got a little bit of interest in this. It opens at $300 and $350. Would it go? 300's bid $350. Would it go $350? Anybody else for $350? I've got $350. I've got 400. Would it go $450? $450. Anybody like it for $450? 4 1/4 then. 4 1/4. 4 1/2. $475. $475. Would you go $475? $475. Now $500. The book is out. $475 is on the floor, and $500. Anyone else for $500? $475 buys. Number 508, the buyer. 508. Next lot. $174. Satinwood Bureau Plat. Ormolu, inset leather, beautiful condition. How much for it? Somebody give me $3,000 for it. $3,000, $2,000. Anybody like it for $2? Gonna be $2. Would it go $2,000? $1,000. $1,000 is bid. $1,100. Would he go? $1,000. I have an $1,100. You're gonna be $1,100. $1,100. Now $1,200. $1,100's on the phones. Now $12. You've got to be $12. $1,200. You're gonna be $12. Would he go $1,200? Anyone else for $1,200? And $1,100 is bid, and $1,200 is gonna be $12. Would he go $1,200? Fair warning. $1,100 and $1,200. Once, twice. $1,100 buys. Number 522. The buyer 522. Next lot. $175. Oil on canvas. Hamlin Pryor School style portrait of a gentleman. Nice red drape hanging in the background. And $1,000 quick for it. $1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 and get it going. You got to be $5. Would you go for $300 and start it? $300's bidding $350. Would you go? $300's bidding $350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for $350? $300's bid $350. Now $400. $400. You've got to be $4. $350's bidding $4. Would you go $400? $400 now $450. $400 and $450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for $450? We've got $400 and $450. Would you go $450? Fair warning. Once, twice. $400 your way. Number 999. 2 pieces of Pennsylvania decorated stoneware. So we've got a short group of country, so I hope we're not boring anyone. 2 pieces of Pennsylvania stoneware, decorated stoneware, including an 11-inch diameter cake and a nice ovoid. And someone give me about $300 for this lot. $400 is bid, and $450. Would he go? $450 now $500. $500. $500 now $550. $500 and $550. Would he go $550? Anybody else for $550? $500 and $550. Would he go $550? Anybody like it for $550? $500 and $550. Now $600. $600. Would he go $6? $550's bidding $6. Would he go $600? Anybody else like it for $600? Now $650. $600 and $650. Would he go $650? Anyone else for $650? I've got $600 and $650. Once, twice. $600 buys. Number 1053. Flame birch, 2-section secretary or cabinet, wall cabinet from the home in Athens, New York. This is very vigorously grained flame birch, and really, really a nice cabinet. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500. Get it started. $500. Thank you. And $550. Would he go? $500's been $550. $550. $600. $650. $700. $750. $750. Would he go? $750. $800. $850. $850. $800's been $850. Anyone else for $850? I have $800. $850. $900. $900. $950. $950. Would he go? $950. $900's been $950. Fair warning. $950. $1000. $1000. $1100. Back to you for $1100. $1000's been $1100. Fair warning. Once, twice. Yep. 11. Sold it. $1000. Number 18. The buyer. 18. I was trying to sell it to you 3 times. All right. 178. The walnut duet stand. Really nice. Original candle cups. Beautiful condition. And how much for it? Someone give me $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody? $300. Thank you. And $350. Would he go? $300's been $3.5. Would he go $3.5? Now $400. $400. You got to be $4. Would he go $400? $3.5 and $4. Anybody else like it for $400? $400. $450. 450, what do you go, $450, 450 now, 500. $500 is gonna be five, what do you go, 500, 4.5 and 5. Fair warning, 500, 550. 550, what do you go, 550, 550 now, 600. $600, you've gotta be 6, 5.5 is bidden, 6, what do you go? Fair, 600, 650. 650, what do you go, 650 now, 700. $700, you gotta be 7, what do you go, $700, you gotta be 7, what do you go, 700, 6.5 and 7. Fair warning, once, twice, $650, number 522, the buyer, 522. 179. 7 Capodimonte angels in various poses. Kind of neat. And how much for these? These are all marked with the N with the crown over it. Nice 19th century Capodimonte figures. And how much for those? Someone give me 500 for them? $100 for them. Anybody like to be in for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like to be in for 100? $100 for them. No interest. Nobody likes Capodimonte? 100's bid, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like them for 1 1/4? $100 buys, number 411. 411. Don't laugh at her. 411. Okay, what do we have? 180. Pair of 19th century Dutch school floral still life signed P. Rowland. I think that these are late 19th century, if not early 20th, okay? But they're great decoration. They really make a statement from the house in Rensselaerville. And how much for those? Somebody give me about $1,000 for them? $500 for them. 700's bidden, 750, what do you go? 700's bidden, 750, what do you go? 750 now, 800. $800, you've got to be 8 now, 850. 850, what do you go? $850, you got to be 850. 850, 900. 900, 950. 950, what do you go? 950, 900's bidden, 950, you're bidding 950 now, 1000. 1000 now, 1100. $1,100, what do you go? 11. I have 1000 bidden, 1100 now, and 1200. 12, you got to be 12. What do you go? $1,200. What do you go? 1200. 11 is bidden. 12, you got to be 12. What do you go? 1200 now. 1300. $1,300. What do you go? 13. 12 and 13. Lucky 13. Now 1400. 13 is bidden. $1,400. You got to be 14. What do you go? 1400. Anyone else for 1400? $1,300 is bid and 1400. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,300, 543, the buyer, 543. 181, 24-inch bronze Narcissus. This is in dark brown patina. It is in beautiful condition. I don't think this one's ancient. I don't think this was necessarily first Grand Tour period, but it is a terrific, terrific casting. And how much for it? Someone give me $500 to start it. 600, what do you go? 500's bidden, 550, what do you go, 550? Anybody like it for 550? Now 600, you've got to be 600. I've got 550 on Evelyn, you've got 650, now you've got to be 700, Evelyn. 700, Evelyn, would you go 700? 700, now 750, 750, 800. Back to you for 800, 750's bidden, 800. 750's bidden, 8, would you go $800? Anybody else for 800? I've got 750 bidden, 800. Fair warning, 750 and 800, 800 now, 850. I've got 800 internet against internet now, 800 and 850. Would you go $850? Anyone else for 850? 800 and 850. Once, twice. Down it goes, $800. 972. 972. 182. Early 20th century 3-bell gongs. These are made out of World War I shell casings, okay? Cannon brasses. And there are 3 hanging there. Kind of a neat little early gong thing with a story to tell, I'm sure. Someone give me about $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like it? $275 and $300. $300, what do you go? 300. 275 is bidden 3. You got to be 3. What do you go? $300. Anybody else like it for 300? 275 bid and 300. What do you go? 300, 275 and 300. Once, twice. 275 buys. Number 1057. 1057. 183. Chippendale Camelback sofa with molded legs. Pretty nice. And I've got a little bit of interest in this. Bidding has to start at 400 and 450. What do you go? 400 is bidden 450. What do you go? $450. Anybody like it for 450? 450, 500, 550, 600, 650, 650. 600's bidding 650. Now 700. 700. 750. 750. What do you go? 750. 700's bidding 750. You're bidding 750, John. You got to be 750. Get it back at 750. I've got 700 on the internet, and 750. Now 800. Back to the internet for $800. What do you go? 8. You've got to be $800. Any interest at 800? I've got 750 bid in 800. 750 buys. Number 545. 545 the buyer. 184. Oil on canvas. C.T. Olson. Winter Landscape. C.T. Olson. And someone give me about 300 for it. 300. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go 200? $100 and get it going. 100 where? Anybody like it for $50? $50. Anybody want it for $50? Sold it to you. $50. Your number, please. 411. 411. 185 is the Dome Nancy that has been withdrawn because we found out that it is most possibly a reproduction. So that we're passing that 185 right along and going on to 186, which is a beautiful serpentine front, Chippendale chest, ball and claw feet in the front. I think Boston area, OG bracket feet in the back, straight as a gate. No problems with this chest at all. It is in lovely condition, and I should think $3,000 for it. $3,000, $2,000. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $1,000 is going to be $1,000. $500. $950. $1,000 where? $950's bidding $1,000. What do you go? Anybody want to be in for $1,000? $950's bidding $1,000. You're going to be $1,000. What do you go? $1,000. Anybody like it for $1,000? $950's bidding $1,000. You're going to be $10. What do you go? $1,000. Anybody like it for $1,000? $950 and $1,000. Wow. $950 buys. Number 954 the buyer. 954. 187. New York mahogany drop leaf table with paw feet. Lovely table with very strong, vigorous graining. And how much for it? I think that there's a desk compartment in the top drawer, as I recall. Someone give me $500 for it. $500, $300 for it. My goodness, $300, $200. Thank you. 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Going to be 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Now a half. 2 1/2. What do you go? 2 1/2. 2 1/4's bidding 250. 275. Now 300. 300. Now 350. 300. Now 350. What do you go? $350. Anyone else for 350? I've got 300 bid and 350. Fair warning. 300 and 350. Once, twice, $300 buys. Number 4676. 188. Oil on Board by Eugene Feldman. Fairley's Guitar, it's titled. And it has a Pennsylvania Academy exhibition label on the back of it. And $500 quick for it, and $600. What do you go? $500, $550. Anybody like it for $550? $500 and $550. What do you go? $550. Anybody like to be in for $550? I've got only $500 offered and $550. $500 and $550. Once, twice. $500 your way, Nate. 1058 the buyer. 1058. 189. A beautiful little 3-drawer mahogany French-footed chest. This is an Englishman, but a beautiful little chest with no excuses. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. $500 for it. It's only 35 inches wide. It's a great size. $500. $300 to start it. Anybody like to be in for 200's bidding 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Got to be 225 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. 275. Back to you for 275. Now 300. $300. What do you go? 300, 275 and 3. 300. Now 350. Back to you, Dan, for 350. Now 400. 400. One of you. $400. You got to be 4. What do you go? $400. 400. Now 450. Back to you, Dan, for 450. Now 500. $500. You're bidding 500, 4 1/2 and 5. Anybody like it for 500, 450 and 500? Fair warning. Once, twice. $450. Number 522 the buyer. 522. 190. This is an elegant little little vase. Beautiful patina. Beautiful patina. It's signed with a Japanese chop mark on the bottom. Very crisp. and beautiful. How much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. 500, $300 to start it. Hundreds bidding, 1 1/4. Hundreds bidding, 1 1/4. Would you go? Got to be 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, 175. 150's bidding, 175, 175. Now 200, 200, 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anyone else for 2 1/4? I've got 200 bidding, 2 1/4. Fair warning, 2 1/4. $200 buys it. Number 934. 191. Oil and panel by Walter H. Phaeton, signed and dated in verso, entitled in verso. Copel or Coble is the location, I'm sure, and it's probably a lock in Scotland. And someone give me about 500 for it. $200 for it. 200, 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 225? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Now a half. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bidding half and 75. 275. You've got to be 275. Now 300. 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go 350? Now 400. $400. You got to be 4. Would you go 400? 3 1/2 and 4. Anybody else for 400? 350's bid on 400. $350 buys it. Number 542. The buyer 542. 192. Lindsay Woolsey, whole cloth stitched. This quilt is really rare. Lindsay Woolsey, you don't see it every day. This is like trapunto filled. The quilting is so deep in it. The pattern is so well defined. It's really a beautiful quilt with an early homespun back. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if this turned out to be 18th century. It's a nice early quilt. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? $500 and get it going. $500 going to be 5. Would you go 500's bidding 550? Would you go 500 and 550? Now 600. Now 650. 650. Would you go 650? 650. Now 700. Now 750. One of you. 750. Now 800. Now 850. 850. Would you go 850? Now 900. Now 950. 950. Would you go 950? 900 and 950. Anyone else for 950? I've got 950. Now 1000. Now 1050. 1050. Would you go 1050? 11. I'm sorry. Now 1200. 1200. 1200. I've got is 11 with me or with you? All right. 1200. You've got to be 13. $1,300. Would you go 13? 12 is bid and $1,300. You got to be 13. Would you go 1300? 1200 is here in the book and $1,300. Would you go 13? Any advance over 1200 and 1300? Fair warning. 1200 and 1300. Once, twice. $1,200 buys. Bid card 502. 502. She'll be happy. Two draw mahogany bag stand. About 1825. The best wood. I'm sure this is Boston by the form. The bottom draw is a bag frame, okay, and there is no bag, but that can easily be accomplished. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,500 for it. It's a beautiful little stand. $500. $300's bidding 350. Would you go? 300's bidding 350. Now 400. Now 450. Now 500. Now 550. Now 600. Now 650. Now 700. Now 750. Now 800. 850. 900. 950. 950. 900. 950. One more. 950. Now 1000. You're both out now. 1000. 1000. Now 1100. 1100. 1100. 1200. $1,200. Would you go 12? 11 is bidding $1,200. Anybody like to be in for 12? 11's bidding $1,200. Now $1,300. You got to be 13. 13 now 1,400. 14. Would you go $1,400? Anybody else for 14? 13 and 1,400. 13 and 1,400. Once, twice. $1,300 buys it. Number 4844. 4844. 24-inch batter bowl in 19th century paint with an iron strap handle. Very cool. Big bowl, 24 inches. Someone give me 500 for it, 200 for it. 200, 300, sorry, 350, 400, $400. You got to be 400, 3 and a half, and 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody else for 400? I've got 350 bid and $400. You've got to be 4. What do you go? 400. Any advance on 350 and 400? Fair warning. Sold it. $350. Number 11. The buyer. 11. 195. 195 is a set of 4 Gothic-inspired chairs. Beautiful chairs. They're comfortable, aren't they? And the upholstery's terrific. Terrific upholstery. Lovely chairs. How much for those? They look like they should come out of the main salon at Olana. Someone give me $500 for them. $500 gonna be 5. Would you go $300 and get them going? Would you go 300? Any interest? 200, 250. Thank you. 275. 250's bidding. 275. You're gonna be 275. Anybody like them for 275? 250's bid and 275. That's for all 4 of them. 250's bid and 275. Fair warning. Once, twice. Furniture remains tough to sell. $250 buys it. Number 932. 932. 196. J.H. Oswald. These are herring boats at Parberton Lock. Lockfeen. Lockfeen. Fine. Someone give me about $500 for it. $200. Beautiful little painting. $200. $100 for it. Anybody like it for $100? $100 for that painting. 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2. What are you going to be? 1 1/2. What are you going to half and 175? 175. 175. Now 200. $200. You've got to be 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Any advance on $200? 2 1/4. You've got to be 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Fair warning. 200 and 2 1/4. Once, twice. $200. 542. The buyer. 542. 197 is the 3-panel overmantel mirror, and a beauty, really. Probably about 1840 old. Nice original gilding. How much for it? Someone give me $500 for it. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for $100? Anybody like to be in for $100? $100 for that overmantel mirror. Any interest? 100's bid 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2 and 75. 175. 150's bid 175. Would you go 175, 150, and 175? Fair warning. 175. $150. 411. The buyer. 411. 198. 3-drawer bow front chest with a brushing slide. The brushing slide's pretty sexy. You know, it moves it up in caliber just to become a finer piece of furniture. On flat bracket feet, pretty nice. Only 36 inches wide. Again, sweet size. Someone give me $500 for it. $500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would it go 300? 250. Thank you. And 275. 250's bidding 275. Anybody like to be in for 275? 250's bidding 275. Now 300. $300. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. Would you go 300? Now 350. 350. Would you go $350? Dan, get it back at 350. Now 400. $400. Would you go for 350's bidding 4? Would you go $400? Anybody else like it for 400? Now 450. 450. Where we should have started. 450. Now 500. $500. Would you go 5? 4 1/2 and 5. Any advance on $450 and 500? Fair warning. Once, twice. $450. 522. The buyer. 522. 199. A sterling silver tea and coffee service with a sterling tray. Colonial Grace pattern. It is just about immaculate. There's one little ding in the teapot. There's no monogram on it. It is in beautiful condition. And how much for it? Someone give me about $2,000 for it. $2,000. $1,000 is where? $1,500. $1,600. Where do you go? $1,500, $1,600, $1,700. Anybody like to be in for $1,700? 16 has bid in $1,700. 17 now $1,800. $1,800. You've got to be 18. What do you go? $1,800. Anybody like to be in for $1,800? 1,700's bid in $1,800. You are out, Barbara. $1,800. Fair warning. I have 1,700 seated on the floor, looking for 1,800. Once, twice. Down it goes. $1,700 to number 20. The buyer 20. I'll be by for tea next week. We'll have tea. Next lot. Edward Gay, impressionistic landscape. Terrific painting, 55 inches by 45 inches. Someone give me about $3,000 for it. 3,000 where? Anybody like to be in for three? Would it go with 300, 3,000, 2,000, $1,000? Thousands bidding 1,100, 1,100. One of you, $1,100. Anybody like 1,100 now? 1,200, $1,200 is going to be 12 now. 13. You've got to be 13. Would it go 1,300? $1,300 now. 1,400, 14 now. 1,500. $1,500. You're bidding 1,500. 15 now. 1,600 now. 1,700. Back to you for 17. Evelyn, your turn. 1,700 now. 1,800. 1,800. $1,900. $1,900. Would he go 19? 18 is bidding $1,900. Any advance on 1,800 and 1,900? Fair warning. 1,800 and 1,900. Once. Hammers up. Twice. $1,800. Buys it number? 1064. 1064. Lot 201, circa 1800 period, New York Pembroke table, descended in the Humphrey family. And there's some, in the drawer, there's some information about the Humphreys, or a book, or something. Maybe it's a Bible or something. No? Is there? Yeah. Bible. George H. Humphrey. Very pious man. Bible is pretty well worn out. So it doesn't look like anything like mine. Mine is like new, like the day it was made. Someone give me about, someone give me $1,000 for the Pembroke? 1,000 where? $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for five? You gotta be five. Would you go $300 to start it? $300 for a lovely New York Pembroke table. Any interest at 300? 200, thank you, and 2 1/4. Good thing it's you. 2 1/4. 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 2 1/4? $200 is offered and 2 1/4. Fair warning. Wow, great buy. $200, number one, the buyer, one. 202, Dying Gaul. This is a bronze after the antique on a marble base. This is 20th century. A lovely casting though. Beautiful condition, wonderful patina, and how much for it? Someone give me, I should take $1,000, but I'll take 500 to open. Anybody like 800, thank you, and 850, would you go? 800 is bidding 850, would you go $850? Anybody like it for 850? Now 900. Back to you for 900. 850 is bidding 9, would you go $900? Anyone else for 900? 8.5 is offered 9, would you go $900? Anybody like it for 900? Fair warning. 8, yep, too late. 850, I sold it to you, John. Number 534, the buyer, 534. 203, pair of American school portraits, circa 1820, from the Athens home. These are beautiful portraits. She's especially good looking. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about, let's see, $500 quick for those. Should be hands in the air at 500. That's down low enough to start. $500, going to be 5, would you go 500? Any interest at 500? 300 then. 300, thank you, and 350, would you go? 300, 350, would you go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 350 now, 400. $400, you've got to be 400. 400 now, 450. 450, would you go 450? 400 is bidding 450. Any advance on 400 and 450? 400 and 450. Fair warning. Once, twice. $400 buys. You're on the hook. Number one, the buyer, one. 204. Cast iron rondelle. This is a bas-relief in iron of George Washington, and it is signed on the back W.R., which we believe is William Rush, who was a Philadelphia foundry. William Rush operated between 1756 and 1833. So this is of Washington's period, and a lovely rondelle in beautiful condition. How much for it? Someone give me about, someone give me $1,000 for it. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? You gotta be 5, would you go 500? $300 and get it going. 300, $200 to start it. Anybody like this rondelle for 200? Any interest? 200, thank you, and 2 1/4. 200 is bidding 2 1/4. You've got to be 225. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 2 is bidding 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2.5. 2.5, would you go 2.5? 2 1/4 is bidding 2.5. 2.5 and 275. 275, now 300. $300, you've got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else like it for 300? 300, fair warning. 275 and 300, now 350. Back to you for 350. 350 now, 400. $400, you've got to be 4. Would you go 400? 3.5 and 4. Would you go 400? Fair warning. Once, twice, bid, quick or lose it. 400. $350 buys it. Number 22, the buyer, 22. 205. 2 pieces of cobalt decorated stoneware, including a 10-inch ovoid jug and a 9-inch tall milk pitcher. Kind of a rare form in that pitcher. And $500 for these. $200 for them. $450 and $500. $450's bidding 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody like them for $500? $450's bidding 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else like them for $500? $450 your way. Number 1053. 1053. 206. Empire stand-up desk / chest. Probably Albany, New York. 1840 old. And $500 quick for it. $500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? You got to be 3. Would it go $200 to start it? $200. Anybody like it for 200? I got a 150 bid and 175. Now 200. $200. Would it go 200? 175 is bid and 2. Got to be 2. Would it go 200? Anybody else for 200? I don't know if it's John Mead or not, but it's pretty nice. 200. 175 buys. Number 1. The buyer 1. Next item 207. American Tollware decorated coffee pot, oversized, nice big chuck wagon size, and $500 for it. $500, $200 for it. Any 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. 275. Would you go 275? You've got to be 270. Now 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go 350? 300 and 350. 350. I've got 350 ahead of you. 400. 400. Yes. 450. 450. 450. I got 450 ahead of you now. 450 now. 500. 500. Would you go 500? 500 now. 550. 550 now. 600. Back to you for 600. 5.5 and 6. Would you go 600 now? 650. 650. Would you go 650? 600 and 650. 600 and 650. Once, twice. $600 buys. Number 508. The buyer. 508. 208. 208. 3 pieces of lighting related tollware, including a miniature candle mold, terrific fat lamp, and another. And let's see, $300 for these. 300, $200, 300, thank you, and 350. Would you go 350 now? 400. $400. Would you go 4? 3.5 and 4. You're gonna be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else like them for 400? 350's bid and 400. Fair warning. $350 buys. Number 1051. 1051. American Brad. This is a rare object. This is Joel. What's the name? This is a terrific barometer. It was made in Albany, New York, on High Street in Albany, New York. What number is it? 209. Joel Andrews, High Street, Albany, New York. 42 inches tall. This is like a floor model, but a beautiful example, and I think just a very rare form. Somebody give me $1,000 for it. I'll take 500 to open. 500, thank you, and 550. Would you go? 500's bid and 550. Would you go 5.5? Anybody like it for 5.5? 5.5. Would you go 5.5? Anybody want to be in for 5.5? 5.5 now. 600. 650, 650, 600, 650, 650 is here with me, and $700, one of you. 700, would you go 700? Anybody else like it for 700? I've got 650 bid and 700. Fair warning. Once, twice. $650 bid card 439. The buyer 439, Garrett. 210, it's a cherry Chippendale slant lid desk on flat bracket feet, 36 inches wide. Again, just a great size. And someone give me about, I should take $1,000, but I'll take 500 to open. Hell, I'll take 300 to open. $300 to open it up. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go $200 to start it? Thank you. 2 1/4, 2.5. 2.5. Would you go 2.5, 2.5, 275, 275. Now 300. 300. 300. Are you bidding $300? You got to be 3. Would you go 300? I have 300 ahead of you. Would you go 350? 300's on Ken, and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 300 and 350. 350 now. 400, Ken. Get it back at 400, 400, now 450. Back to the internet looking for 450. I've got 400 bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else like it for 450? Fair warning. Once, twice, $400 buys this 18th century slant lid desk. 536 the buyer, 536. 211. Beautiful, I think 19th century oval gilded mirror shown in the back of the room. Beautiful condition. How much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. Should be hands in the air at $1,000. $500 then. $500. Got to be five. Got to be five. Would you go 500? Again from the Novellino estate. 500. $300 to get it going. $300 and start it. Anybody like it for $300? Would you go $300? Anybody like to be in for $300? Under the money now at $300. $200 and get it going. $200. $200. My goodness. $100 is where? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. $100 is offered in 1 1/4. Fair warning. 100, 1 1/4. $100 buys number 411. The buyer 411. Mercy. Now what do we have? 212. Figural centerpiece. This one is dated 1906. Dedicated and dated on one of the legs, as I recall. Cupid driving a swan chariot. The cozy harmony of your well-deserved artist. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it. 500 for it. 500 is bidding 550. Would he go? 500 and 550. Would he go $550? Anybody like it for 550? 550 now. 600. $600. Would he go 600? 5.5 and 6. Would he go $600? Anybody else for 600? 550's bid at 600. Fair warning. 550 and 600. $550 buys number 13. The buyer 13. 213. Oil on board. W.A. Snow. A rose by any other name. Lovely, lovely painting. And how much for it? Someone give me 500 for it. 500. 400 is bid and 450. Would he go? 400 and 450. Would he go 4.5? Anybody like to be in for 4.5? I've got only $400 offered and 450. Fair warning. Once, twice. $400 buys it. Number? 946. 946. 214. Silver-plated centerpiece is the winged figure upon a tortoise holding a nautilus shell. And $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? 500 then. 500. $300 and start it. 300, 350, 400. 400 way back. 450 one of you. 450, 500. 500, 550. 550. 550, 550, 600. 600 Abby. 600, 650. 650, 700. 700, 700, 750. 750, 800. 800, 850. 850, 900. 900, would he go 900? Yes. 900, 950. 950, 1,000. $1,000, you've got to be 10. Would he go 1,000? 1,000, 1,100. 1,100, would he go 1,100? 1,200. Back to you for 1,200. 1,200. $1,200, you got to be 12. Would he go $1,200? Anybody else for 1,200? I've got 11 seat. 1,200. 1,300. 1,300. 1,400. Back to the phones for looking for 1,400. 1,300's bidding 14. You got to be 14. Would he go $1,400? Anybody else for 14? That's your money at 13 and 1,400. Fair warning. $1,300 and 1,400. Once, twice. $1,300 buys it. Number 22, the buyer 22. 215. 215 is a set of 6 19th century Cromwellian style English back chairs, English side chairs, upholstered backs and seats. These are really nice chairs, and they are 19th century, I'm sure. And how much for those? Someone give me $1,000 for them. Anybody like to be in for $1,500 and get them going? 500. $300 to start them. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would it go $200 and get them going? 200. $100 is where? $100 on those chairs. Anybody like them for $100? My goodness. $100 for a set of 6 19th century chairs. Hundreds bid, 1 1/4. Hundreds bid, 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like them for 1 1/4? Hundreds bid, 1 1/4. Fair warning, 1 1/4. $100, number 411, the buyer, 411. What was that, about $17 a chair? Okay, sarcophagan form, double bin tea caddy in mahogany, shown back there with Josh. And $1,000 quick for it. Nice, a little oversized, kind of nice. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? We're going to be three. Would it go $200 and start it? $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 and get it going. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. 100s bidding 1 1/4. 100s bidding 1 1/4. $100 buys number 1069. 1069, Josh. Thank you. 217 Hudson River Narrows oil painting in the manner of Thomas Chambers. Kind of nice. And $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 where? $500. Anybody like to be in for five? Going to be five. Would you go $300 to start it? How much? 275? 300 where? 275 is offered. 300 now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go 350? 350 now 400. 400 now 450. Now 500. Back to you for 500. 500 now 550. 550. 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? $500 buys. Nice buy. Number 18. The buyer 18. 218. Pair of classical Parian figures, Goddess and Cupid. 23 1/4 inches tall. Pretty nice. A little bit of interest in these, and they open at 300 and 350. What do you go? 350, actually 450, 500. 450's bidding five. You got to be five. What do you go? $500. Anybody at 500? Now 550. 550 on Barbara. Now 600. $600. What do you go? 600. 5 1/2 and 600. 650. I took it on Evelyn. 600, 650. You're out. 650 on Barbara. 700. 700 now. $700. 700. 750. 750. What do you go? 750. 700's bidding 750. Anyone else for 750? 750. 800. $800. You've got to be 800. 750's bidding $800. Anyone else for 800? $750 buys. Number 1070. 1070. Next lot. Late 17th or early 18th century stretcher-based table. This is a beautiful English table. The top is it's just 6 feet long by about a little more than 3 feet wide. Very comfortable dining table. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000. 1,000 where? Anybody want to be in for 1,000? $500 and get it going. 500's bidding 550. What do you go? 550 now 600. $600. What do you go? 600. 5 1/2 and 6 now 650. Now 700. Back to you for 700. 700. 750. 750. Now 800. Back to you for 800. 750's bid 800. 850. 850. 900. 900. You're bidding 900. 900. 950. $1,000. Back to you for 1,000. 950's bid 1,000. 1,100. You've got to be 11. 1,000's been $1,100. Anyone else for 1,100? 1,000's been $1,100. Anybody else like it for 1,100? 1,000 has been 1,100. Fair warning, 1,100. $1,000 buys it. Number 984. 220. 220. 18th or 19th century old master. This is Cain and Abel. And I guess he's got the jawbone of an ass in his hand. Okay, and how much for it? This really is a lovely painting. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it? $500 for it. 500's bidding 550. What do you go? 500 and 550. What do you go? 550. Anybody else out there for 550? I've got $500 offered and 550. Anybody like it for 550? 500 and 550. Seems like it's under. Yes, 550. Now 600. $600. What do you go? 600. 5 1/2 and 6. We've got to be 6. What do you go? $600. Anybody else like it for 600? 550 and 600. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $550. Number one. Number one, the buyer. 221. Figaro French clock. This is a zinc casting after Picault. And how much for it? It's a terrific clock. How much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. 500 for the Figaro clock. Anybody?
850 and 900. I was about to say 900. 850's bid and $900, 900, 950, 1000, 1000, $1,000, Barb. Get it back 1000, 1100, $1,100. You've got to be 11. $1,100. You're bidding 1100. Anyone else for 1100? I've got $1,000 offered and 1100. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,000 buys it. Number 533. The buyer 533. 222 is a 19th century girl with a spaniel in her arms. Sweet, sweet picture shown right over there. And how much for it? Somebody give me 500 quick for it. 500. 300 for it. 300 and 350. 300's bidding 350. Would he go 3.5 and now 400? $400. You've got to be 4. Would he go $400? Anybody else for 400? 3.5 and 4. You got to be 4. Would he go 400? 3.5 and 400. $350. Your way number? 934. Next lot. 223. Fine New England tap table, an old surface. This is an old painted surface. A one-board top. A beautiful little table. And how much for it? Someone give me 1,000 for it. 500 and get it going. 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $300 to start it? Should 450 now 500. 500. 500 now 550. 500 is bidding 550. Would you go 5.5? Anybody like it for 5.5? 5 is bidding 550. Would you go 550 now 600? $600. You've got to be 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else like it for 600? 550 and 600. Once, twice. $550. Your way number. 999. 224. Rococo Portuguese 835 silver box with a hinged lid. Beautiful. As I remember rightly, a red velvet liner. Really ready to go into anybody's home. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. I'll take 500 to open. 500, what? 550 and 600. 550's bidding. 6 would got to be 600 now 650. 650 would 650 now 700 now 750. 750 bidding 750. Would he go 750? 700 and 750. Fair warning. Once, twice. $700. Number 13. 13. The buyer. 225. 1830s Eglamise mirror with the original backboard, and I've got 200 to open and 2.25. Would you go? 200's bidding 2.25. Anybody else like it for 2.25? I got 200 bidding 2.25. Would you go 2.25? 2.25. Fair warning. $200 buys. Number 511. 511. 226 is a hand-stitched courthouse stepped quilt. This could be sunshine and shadows too. Courthouse steps or sunshine and shadows. It is a terrific quilt. Beautiful condition. All 19th century calicos and $500 wear for it. 500. $200 for that. 400's bidding 450. Would he go? 400's bidding 4.5. Would it got to be 4.5? Would he go 4.5? Anybody else like it for 4.5? 400's bidding 4.5. $400 buys. Number 917. 227. Early Windsor, 19th century hoopback Windsor in green paint. Kind of nice. And $500 down low for it. 500. $300 and get it going. 3. Would he go 300? $200 and set it in. $200. Anybody like 100's bid? 1.25. 150. 175. 200. 2.5. 300. 275. 250's bidding 275. Would it going to be 275? You got to be 275. Anybody else for 275? 275. Now 300. $300. You're going to be 3. Would he go 300? 300. New fire on Barbara. 300. 350. One of you. 350. Anybody else here for 350? I've got 300 bidding. 350. Anybody want to be in for 350? 300 and 350. Once, twice, 350. Now 400, Barb. Get it back at 400. 400. Now 450. 400 and 450. Would it go $450? Anybody else like it for 450? 400 and 450. $400 buys it. Number 505, the buyer. 505. 228. 19th century American School Hudson River landscape. This is the Narrows down near West Point. I'm sure that residence is going to be identifiable by whoever buys this. And $1,000 for this painting. Anybody like it for 1,000? 500 for it. $500 going to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 and get it going. 300 where? Anybody like it for 300? My good. 200, thank you. And 2.25. 200's bidding, 2 and a quarter, gonna be 225, 250, now 275, now 300, 300, now 350, now 400, now 450, now 500, now 550. 500's bidding, 550, would you go 5.5? Anybody like it for 5.5, and now 600, 650. 600's bidding, 650, would you go 650? 650 on Ken, who came out of nowhere. Ken, 700, 750, one of you. So I've got 700 against you, 750 on Kenneth, 750, 800. $800, you gotta be would you go $800? Anybody else like it for 800? Now 850. 800's bidding, 850, would you go 850? Now 900. 900. $900 gotta be 9, would you go 900? 850's bidding, 900. Is that right? 900. 900, now 950, Ken. Get it back at 950. 950, would you go 950? Now 1000. $1,000. Anybody like to be in for 1000? I've got 9,000's bid and 1100. Back to you, Kenneth, for 1100. 1100. It's been a long walk all the way from $200 or something. $1,100. You're bidding 1100. I've got 1000 bid and 1100. 1000 and 1100. Fair warning. Hammers up. Sold it. $1,000 buys it. Number 1031. 1031. 229, 1875 broadside of the express train, Albany to Springfield. This is a 19th century broadside, nicely framed. And I've got 50 to open and 60, would you go? 60 now, 70. $70, you gotta be 70, would you go 70? 70 now, 80. $80, you gotta be 80. $90, you gotta be 90, would you go 90? Now $100. 90's bidding 100, would you go $100? Anybody else for 100? 90's bidding $100, it's going to be $100. Anybody else like it for 100? 90 and 100. $90 your way, number? 1074. 230. Period banjo clock in a presentation case. We believe that the throat glass and lower glass are probably replacements or repainted, but it is a beautiful clock. Really, really a handsome clock. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500 and get it going. We gotta be 500. $300 and start it. $300 and get a bit to go. Anybody want it for 300? $200 and start it. Wow, 200. $100 is where? No interest? We'll pass it by. Okay, 231. Toll Country Store canister and a decorated tray. And how much for those lots? They're in the back on the lower shelf. Somebody give me $200 for them. $100 from the both. Anybody like to be in for $150 for the both? Anybody want to be in for 50? Gonna be 50. What do you go $50? Anybody like them for 50? $50 gonna be $50. $40. Anybody like them for $40? $20. 20 now 30. 20's bidding 30. Gonna be 30. What do you go $30? Anybody else for 30? $20 buys. Number 17. 232. Paint decorated blanket box in crystallized ginger grain paint. Very nice condition, clean inside. How much for it? Somebody give me a 500 for it. 500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go $200 to start it, and 250 and 300, sir? 300. Are you bidding 300? 250's bidding 275, if that helps. 275 now 300. Back to the internet for 300. I've got 275, $300. Would you go 3? Anybody else like it for 300? Now 350. Back to you, sir, for 350. Would you go $350? You got to be 350. I've got 300 and 350 once. 350 twice. 350. 350. $300 buys. Number 999. Is that same? No, girl. Well, what do we have? Wash tub and blue paint. Kind of nice, 20-inch diameter. Wash tub, beautiful surface, blue paint. And how much for it? Somebody give me 300. $100 for it. 150, 175. Now $200. You're going to be would you go 200, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Would you go 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 275. 275. You're going to be 275. 250's bid in 275. Now 300. $300. Got to be 3. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else like it for 3? 3 now 350. Back to you for 350. Would you go 350? Now 400. Looking for 400. I've got 350 on the phones and $400. Anybody like it for 400? Let there be no mistake. I've got 350 on the phones and 400. Selling now at 350. Once, twice, down it goes. $350 to number 508. 508, the buyer. 234. An ash burl bowl, 12-inch diameter, kind of nice, and $500 quick for it. 500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? Got to be three. Would you go 300? 200 for it. Nice thick wall construction, $200. Anybody like it for two? Got to be two. Would you go 200? $100 and a quarter. 100's bid and a quarter. Now a half. 1 1/4's bid and 1 1/2. You've got to be 1 1/2, and now 175. 150's bid and 175. You're going to be 175. Now $200. Would you go two? 170, 200. Now 2 1/4. 200's bid and 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. You've got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/4's bid and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. 250's bid and 275. Would you go 275? Now 300. $300. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 is bid and 3. You got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody like to be in for 3? 275 and 3. Fair warning. Once, twice. 275 buys, number 999. 235. Copper and tin Federal Eagle wall decoration, 31-inch wide at the wings. And this is a pretty nice object. Probably hung over a doorway, some lawyer's office or something like that. Someone give me about $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go 200? $100 and start it. $100 and set it in. Anybody like to be in for $100? 100? Yes. 1 1/4. 100's bid. 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2 and 175? 175. Now 200. 175 is bid and 2. You got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else like it for 200? 175 and 200. Fair warning. $175. Away it goes. Number 999. 236 Santo Domingo mahogany drop leaf table, reeded legs, 1820s in vintage, a beautiful little table. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. You cannot find this wood anymore. It doesn't exist. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go 300? $200 and set it in. $200. Beautiful reeded leg table. $200. Any interest? $200. Anybody? 200. Thank you. And 2 1/4. 200 is bidden 2 1/4. We're going to be 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 is bidden 2 1/4. 2 1/4. $200 buys. Number 3572. Somebody else with a drop leaf table habit. They are a habit. I own too many of them myself. Decorated bun tray. This is mint condition. Beautiful, beautiful condition on this. Beautifully painted. And how much for it? Somebody give me $100 for it. $100 down low for a beautifully decorated bun tray. Anybody like it for $100? $50 and get it going. 50. It'll be 50. Would you go 50? 100. Thank you. And 1 1/4. 100's bidden 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidden 1 1/2 and 75. 175. You get 175. Now 200. $200. 200. Competition is fierce up here. 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidden 2 1/2. Anyone else? 2 1/2. Now 275. 275. Would you go 275? 250 and 275. Now 300. $300. You're going to be 3. Would you go 300? 300. Now 3 1/4. 3 1/4. Would you go 350? Sorry. Now 400. $400. Would you go 400? 350's bidden 4. We're going to be 4. Would you go $400? Yes. $400. Would you go 400? 350's bid and 400. Fair warning. Once, twice. 350 buys. Number 3677. Tell 999. Okay, brass and iron, 18th century fireplace trivet with a heart. Kind of nice. Beautiful condition. And $300 quick for it. 300. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Going to be 2. Would you go $100 and start it? $100 on that fireplace trivet. Pretty nice. $100, $50. $50. Anybody like it for 50? 25? 25, thank you, and 35, 25 and 35, got to be 35, you got to be 30, what do you go, $30, 25 and 50, $25, buys it, number 9, the buyer 9. Lot 239, this is a rare Stephen graph. It is a framed 1865 Stephen graph of Lieutenant General Ulysses S. Grant with a beautifully framed and matted. And how much for it? Someone give me a 200 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for 150 is bid, and 75 would it go? 50 and 75, now 100. $100, 100, 1 1/4. 1 1/4 would you go? 1 1/4. 100 is bid, and 125. 125, 150. 150 would it go? 150. Anybody else for 100 and a half? 100 and a half and 175. 175. 175. It's titled Richmond up on the top. 175. You got to be 175. 150. 175. $150 to the phones. Number 525, is it? 525. 240. 240 is a Cartavazine album and a beauty. And I love the picture. There's two cabinet photos along with it. One is a African American from Florida, and the other is a soldier in uniform. There are generals and soldiers contained within this album as well. And bidding has to start at 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 would it go? 3 1/4 is bid, and how much? 600 is bid, and 650 would it go? 600 is bid, and 650 would it go? 650. Anybody else like it for 650? 600 and 650 would it go? $650. Fair warning, 650. $600 your way. Number 1076. And 241. 241 Binghamton 2-gallon bird crock. Nice bold bird with no fry in the cobalt from the kiln. Very nice condition throughout. And it opens at $100, and 1 1/4 would you go? 1 1/4, now a half, and 175. 175, 200, now 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. 2 1/2, anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid, and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bid, and 2 1/2. You got to be 2 1/2. Would it go 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2? 2 1/4 buys. Number 1053. Next lot, 242. Edwardian Mahogany Canterbury, kind of a nice one, and $100 quick down low for it. 100 where? Should be hands in the air at 100. 100's bid, and 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid, and 125. Would it go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid, and 1 1/4. That's a buy. $100 buys it. Number 3158. Okay, 3158. 19th century luminous view of the classical ruins. Oil on canvas, shown over there, I think. Yes, up on top, above George. And $500 quick for it. 500. $300 for it. 300 and 350. Would you go? 300's bidding 3 1/2. Anybody like it for 350? Would you go $350? Anybody like to be in for 3 1/2? 300's bidding 3 1/2. 300 buys. Number 1031. 244. French-style marble top console from a home in Loudonville, New York. Lovely, lovely, very rococo console table with a wonderful dark green marble top, as I recall. Somebody give me about 500 to start it. 500. $500 is going to be $300 and go. 300, 200. Thank you. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2. You got to be 2 1/2. 275. 275. Would you go 275? Yes, 275. Now 300. $300. 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go 350? 300. 350. Now 400. $400. You've got to be 4. Would you go 400? 3 1/2 and 4. Now 450. 450. Would you go $450? You've got to be 450. 450. Now 500. 500. Would you go $500? You've got to be 5. You've got to be 5. Would you go 500? 4 1/2 has been 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 450 and 500. $450. Number 543. The buyer 543. 245 is a silver-plated galleon. That's, for those of you who don't know, that's a sailing vessel, a galleon. Let's see, 29 inches tall, big size, huh? Big pushy size. How much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. $500 and get it on the road. Anybody like to be in for five? Got to be $300 to start at 300 and 350. 300's bidding 350, now 400. 400, now 450, now 500. 500, now 550. 550, now 600, now 650. 650, 650, 700, 750. 750, would you go 750, now 800, now 850. 850, would you go 850, 850, 900, 950. 950, would you go 950, 950, 1000. $1,000, you gotta be 10, would you go $1,000? 950's bidding 1,000, would you go? 950's bidding 1,000, now 1,100. Oops, 1,100, 1,200, 1,200, 1,300, 1,300, 1,300. 12 is on the phones, $1,300. Anybody else for 13? 12 and 13. Fair warning, 1,300. $1,200. Buys number. Your number, Barb? Barbara, your number? 520. Thank you. 520. 246. Double column chamber stove showing up here. It's either Albany or Troy. Folding front door, 1850, complete and in good order. And how much for it? Somebody give me $300 for it? $300, $200 for it. Anybody like this for $200, $100 for it? Perfect size for like a bed chamber in 1835, 1840. $100 for it. Anybody like it for 100? What do you go $100? Anybody like it being for 100? $50 and get it going. 50, thank you, and 75. Anybody like it for 75? 50's bidding 75. Well, it's no nicer than the one that brought 1,300 in my last sale. We got 50 bid and 75. Sold it. It's $50. Number one. Number one. 247, portrait of a young girl with an extensive landscape through the window and a basket of flowers at her feet. Very nicely painted. Shown right up there. Indigo blue dress, similar to that homespun that we just sold. And how much for it? Someone give me 500 for it. 500 and 600. 500 and 550. 500's bidding 550. Would it go 5.5? Anybody like to be in for 550? 550, now 600. 550's bidding $600. You got to be 6. Would it go $600? Anybody else like it for 600? 550 and 600 once, twice, and down it goes. $550. $999. 248. 248 is a pair of knife blade andirons with urn finials and penny feet. Just as nice as you like to see them. A little oversized, 24 inches tall. And I should think $1,000, but I'll take 300 to open. 300 I have, and 350 would he go? 300's bidding 350. Would he go 3.5? Anybody like him at 3.5? 3.5 and 400. 400 and 4.5. 400's bidding 450. 450 now 500. Now back to you for 550. 500 5. Now 600. Back to you for 650. 650. You've got to be 650. I've got 600 and 650. Now I'm 700, you've got to be 750. 750, would you go 750? I've got 700 bidding 750. And I've got 800, you've got to be 850. 800's bidding 850, would you go $850? Anybody else for 850? I've got 800 bidding 850. And I'm out. 850 and 900. 850 and $900, would you go 9? Anybody else for 900? 900, now 950. 900's bidding 950, now 1,000. $1,000 going to be 1,000, 950 and 1,000. Evidently the weather has absolutely nothing to do with it. 1,000 is bid and 1,100. Where do you go? 1,000 I have and $1,100. Anybody else like it for 1,100? 1,000's bid and 1,100. Fair warning, 1,000 is bid and 1,100 once, twice. $1,000 buys number 4844. 4844. 249 is a pair of 18th century George II walnut chairs. This is during the walnut period. They have carved knees and trifid feet. They're pretty snappy chairs. How much for them? Someone give me 500 for them? 500. $300 for those. 250, thank you. And 275, now 300. 300, now 350. 300's been 350, now 400. 400, now 450. Now 500. 550. 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? 500 and 550. 550 on Ken now on the phone. You got 550. You've got to be 6. 6 now 650. Back to you, Kenneth, for 650. I've got 600 offered and 650. Would you go 650 now? 700. $700. You're bidding 700. I've got 650 on the phones and $700. Anybody else like them for 700? Last chance to get back in. 700. 650 buys, number 513. 513, the buyer. What do we have? A Bronze of a Vagabond Minstrel. He's without family, I think the title is. Sans Famille. And I think it's by Bourret. I think that's the name of the sculptor. This is a beautiful bronze in beautiful condition. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it? $500 to get it going. $500 and start it. Anybody like it for $5? Going to be $5. Would you go $300 and set it in? $250 and $275. Now $300, $350. One of you. I've got $350 now. $400, $400, $400, $450, $450, $500, $500, $500, $550, $550, $600, $600, $600, $650. One of you. $650, $700, $700. Yes, $700, $750, $750. Would you go $750? $700's bidding. $750. $750 now. $800, $800. You got to be $8. Would you go $800 now? $850. $850. Would you go $850? You're bidding $850. $800 and $850. Would you go $850? Anybody else for $850? $800 and $850. Fair warning. $800 to the phone number 521. Thank you. 521. 251. The Curious Maid, signed indistinctly. This is a terrific subject. She's maids have been known to poke around. This one's definitely poking around. Someone give me about. Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for $5? Going to be $5? Would it go to be $500? $300 and start it. $300. Anybody like it for $3? Would you go $300? $200 and get it on the road. $200. $200. Thank you. $225. 200's bidding. 225. Going to be 225. Would you go 225? Anybody like it for 225? 225. You've got to be 2.5. 2.5. 275. Now 300. 300. Now 350. 300, 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for $350? Now 400. $400 going to be 4. Would you go 400? 350 buys. Number. What is it? 1038. 1038. Great. 252. The Duke of Wellington by Joseph Pitts and Charles Sumner. Sumner was a senator who was an abolitionist who was caned on the floor of the United States Congress and almost killed. He recovered and did come back to serve, but he was convalesced for over a year. Severe caning, and by a southern senator as well. And somebody give me about $200 on this lot. 100 where? Anybody like to be in for 100? 100, thank you. And 1.25. Now a half. Now 75. Now 200. 200. 2.25. 2.25, going to be 2.25, 2.5. 2.5, would you go 2.5? 2.25 is bidding, 2.5, and 275. 275 now, 275, going to be 275, 250, 275. Fair warning, 275. Fair warning, once, twice, $250. 519, the buyer, 519. 253. Adjustable dressing mirrors, about 1830 old. Take care, Holger, nice to see you. And $300 for it. $300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go $200? $100 for that mirror. Anybody like it for 100? 100. 100's bid. 1.25. Anybody 1.25? 1.5. 1.5. Would you go 1.5? 1.25's bid. 1.5. 175. Now $200. You're gonna be 2. Would you go 200? 175 is bid. 2. Now 2.25. 2.5. If you're gonna be 2.5, 2.25 I have, and 2.5 is gonna be 250. 2.25. 2.5. 2.25. 2.5. Fair warning. 2.25 buys. Number 411, the buyer. 411. 254. 254. Fine George III Bowden Pembroke table in the best wood. The best wood. And bidding on this has to start at 250 and 275. Would you go? 250's bidding. 275. Anybody like it but 275? Now 300. 300. Now 350. 350. Now 400. 350's bidding 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 350's bidding 4. Going to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody like it for 400? 350 and 400. $350. Buys number 10, the buyer, 10. Next lot, 255, oil on panel, American School landscape with figures, shown over here in the oval. Nice ebonized frame with a gilt liner, and $300 for it. $100 for it. And 150, 175. 150's bidding, 175. Anybody like it for 175? Now 200, 200, now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, Dan, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Would you go 2 and a half and 275? 275, Dan, 275. Now 300. $300, you've got to be 3. Would you go 300, 275 and 3? Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 and 300. 275 buys. What's that? No. 516, the buyer. 516. 256. 256. 4 pieces of Amari, including a charger, a square, an oval platter, and an oval. And how much for it? Someone give me about 300 for all 4 pieces. 300. $200. Thank you. And 2 and a quarter. Would you go? 200's bidding 2 and a quarter. Anybody like it for 225? 2 and a quarter. Anybody want to be at 2 and a quarter? 200. 2 and a quarter. $200 buys. Number 1078. 257. 257 is a large oil on canvas, Dark Woods by Guy Cherico. A beautifully rendered painting, oil on canvas, Dark Woods by Guy. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. I've got, bidding has to start at 200 and 2 and a quarter. Would you go? 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. You've got to be 275. 275, would you go 270? 275, 300. 300's here. You've got to be 350. 350, bidding 350? 350? 350, now 400. The book is out. 350's bidding $400. Any advance on 350? 400, 450. 400's bidding 450. Would you go $450? You've got to be 450. 400 and 450. $400. Buys number 411. The buyer 411. Okay, 26-inch tall Parian statue of Napoleon on horseback. This is big and beautiful. Really, really factory unknown, but boy, it's terrific. I'm sure it's probably Seb's. Someone give me 500 for it. $200. 400. That's better. 450. 400. 450. Would you go 450 now? 500. $500. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody like it for 500 now? 550. 500 and 550. Would you go 550? 550 now 600. Get them back at 600. 5.5 and 600 now 650. 650. Would you go $650? 650 now 700. John. $700. Got to be 7. Would you go 700 now? 750. 750. Would you go 750? Come on, it's Napoleon. 750. Would you go $750? 750. Would you go 750? 700 and 750. $700, John. Nice job. Number 534. The buyer 534. Sheraton Beaufront mahogany chest. Beautiful wood. Nice oval brasses. And $1,000 wear for it. 1,000 wear. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500 and get it going. 5. You got to be 5. Would got to be 5. Would you go for $300 to start it? $300. Anybody like it? But 300. Thank you. And 350. Would you go? 300 is bidding 350. Would you go 3.5? Anybody like to be in for 3.5? 3 is bidding 350. 300 and 350. Once, twice. Down it goes. $300. Your weight number? 3572. Next 260. Late Federal period Boston Looking Glass. This was with a carved tablet, grapes and grape leaves, ebonized and gilded elements. And how much for that lot? Somebody give me 500 for it. Should be hands in the air at 500. $300 for it. 300. $200. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? $100 and get it? 150. 175. 150's bidding 175. Now $200. You got to be 2. Would you go 200? 200. Now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. Would you go 2 and a quarter? 2 is bidding 225. Anybody like it? But 2 and a quarter. 2 is bidding 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. $200 buys number 3572. 261. Here's George. The father of our country, George Washington. Oil on panel, about 1830 old. It's after Gilbert Stuart, that famous unfinished rendition of Washington that hung in every classroom when I was a kid growing up. Someone give me $1,000 for it. It's a terrific picture, really. 1,000 where? $500 and get it going. Five, you got to be five. Would you go 300's bid and 3.5? Would you go 300, 3.5? And I've got 3.5. You've got to be 400. 3.5 is here and 400. You're both out now at 400. $400 is going to be four. Would you go 400? 400 now 450. 450. The book is out. 450. You've got to be 4.5. Anybody else for 450? 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else like it for 450? 400 and 450. $400. Buys number 950. 950. 262 on the sheet metal discus thrower weather vane. This is kind of neat. 20th century, but early 20th century, very folky. And how much for it? Somebody give me $2,000 for it. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 and get it going. Five, you got to be five. We got to be five. What are you going to be? 500, 300. Any interest? 300. Passing this lot at 300. 263, Empire Mahogany Veneered Ottoman, kind of nice, and $500 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like it for 100? What do you go? $100. Anybody like it for 100? Put your feet up, relax. $100. $50 and get it going. 50, thank you. And 60, would you go? 50 and 60, would you go $60? Anybody else for 60? 50 and 60. $50 buys number 928. 928. 264, wooden panel depicting the crucifixion of Christ. This is one of the Stations of the Cross. I'm sure it came out of St. Patrick's or someplace in New York. It's by Rambush in New York City. They were a New York City concern, and it's beautifully carved. How much for it? Someone give me $1,000. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for five? Going to be five. Would you go $300? 300, 200. Wow. $100. 100. Thank you. I 150, 175, sir. 200. 200. Now 2.25. 2.25. 2.5. 2.5. 2.25 is bid in 2.5. Anybody else for 2.5? 2.25 is bid in 2.5. 2.5. 275. 275. 275. Now 300. $300. You got to be three. Would you go 300? 275 and 300. Fair warning. 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go 350? Oh, 350. Would you go $350? Should be 350. $300 buys it. Number 949. 265. Pair of Nubian Figaro Blackamoor lamps shown here. We believe they're probably Sirocco wood, probably cast. You know how many Sirocco trees it took? Let's go. How about $1,000 for the Blackamoors? 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500 and get them going. I've got 550. Would you go 600? 550, 600. Now I've got 650. Would you go 700? 700. 700. I've got 700. I've got 750. Would you go 800? $800. You've got to be eight. Would you go $800? Anybody? 800. Now 850. 800 is bid in 850. Would you go $850? Anybody else for 850? I've got $800 on Evelyn and 850. Would you go $850? Anybody else for 850? 800 and 850. Fair warning. Once, twice. You bought them. $800 to 543. The buyer 543. 266 is a Continental 800 fine silver covered chalice. About 18 inches tall, shown on the top shelf in there. A beautiful piece of silver. And how much for it? Someone give me 500 for it. 500 and 550. Would you go? 500's bid in 550. Would you go 5.5? Anybody like to be in for 5.5? Would you go 550? 550 and 600. $600. You've got to be 600. 5.5 and 6. Got to be 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else like it for 600? 600. Now 650. 650. Would you go 650? 600's bid in 650. Now $700. You've got to be 700. 650's bid in 7. Would you go $700? Anybody else for 7? I've got $650 offered, and that's all. And 700. Fair warning. $650 buys. Number 22. The buyer 22. 267. Two Parian groups, Love Blinds and Cupid Struggling Over a Heart. Cupid Struggling Over a Broken Heart. And how much for this lot? Somebody give me 300 for it? 300, $200 and get them going. $200 where? Anybody like? 150, thank you. 175 now, 200. 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2. I have John in for 2 1/4. You've got to be 250. Anybody like him for 250? John is in for 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. What do you go 2 1/2? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/2? And 275 now, John. 275. What do you go 275? 250, 275. Now 300. Back to you for 3. What do you go $300? Anybody else for 300? Now 350. 350. What do you go $350? You got to be 350. 300. 350. Now 400. Back to you for 400. Now 450. 450. What do you go $450? 400 and 450. 450. What do you go $450? $400 buys. Oh, you've got 450. 450 now 500. 500. Yes. 500 now 550. 500 and 550. What do you go 550 now 600. 600 now 650. 600 bidding 650. What do you go 650 now 700. 700 750. 750. What do you go 750? 700 is bidding 750. Anybody else for 750? Anybody else out there in TV land? 750 now 800. 800 850. 800 is bidding 850. What do you go 850? 800 is bidding 850. Any advance? 800 and 850. Fair warning, 800 and 850. Sold them. $800 buys number 1009. 1009. 268. 2 paintings on porcelain in Florentine frames. The rondelle is after Raphael. That's the famous Madonna. And I don't know who the other one is. Somebody holding the Lamb of God in her arms. And how much for them? I get 100 open and 1 1/4. Would you go? 1 1/4 now, 1 1/2. Anybody? 1 1/2 and 175. 150's bidding 175. Anybody like them for 175 now? 200. $200. You got to be 2. Would you go 200? Any advance on $200? You got to be 2. Would you go 200? 175 is on Dan. And $200. You got to be 2. Would you go 200? Anybody like them for 200? 200. Thank you. 2 1/4, Dan. 2 1/4. Are you bidding, Dan? 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. 275. You got to be 275. Anybody like them for 275? Now 300. 300. Well, you can always sell one to Michael. 300. $300. You got to be 3. What do you go 300? 275 and 3. What do you go 300? 275 buys. Number 5. 537. 537. You need a darker marker for your numbers. Rosewood game table, backgammon and chess. Backgammon and chess. And how much for it? Somebody give me about, this is neat as a pin. Lovely little table. 300 for it. Should be hands in the air at 300. $200, thank you. 2 1/4, would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. We're going to be 225. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 2 1/4? Get 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bidding 2 1/2. 250, 275. 275, 250, and 275. 250's bid and 275. Fair warning. 250, 275. Once, twice. $250 buys it. Number 4248. 270. An 8-tune inlaid music box in working order. A beauty. Beautifully inlaid. Beautiful case. Working condition. No excuses. How much for it? 8 tunes. Has the song sheet as well. 8 tunes. Got to open it at 200 and 2 1/2. What? I have 200. You've got to be 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody else? 2 1/2. 350. That's better. 350. Now 400. We're getting there. 450. 4 1/4. 400 is bidding 4 1/4. Got to be 425. Anybody like it for 4 1/4? 400 is bidding 4 1/4. Would you go 4 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 4 1/4? 400 is bidding 4 1/4. 4 1/4. Fair warning. Wow, that's under the 450. 500. 500. 550. 550. Would you go 550? I've got 500. Looking for 550. Any advance? 500. It's against you. Once, twice. $500 buys it. Number 4007. 271. Pastel, Entering the Track by S. Alan Schaefer. Track season is upon us. Somebody up in Saratoga must want to have this worse than bad. And somebody give me about $500 for it, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go $200? $100. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. Would you go 150? Anybody like it for 150? 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys. Number 4, the buyer 4. Thanks for sticking with us. 272, gilded bronze Olympian on a rotating marble base. I didn't pose for this one, but 30 inches. The gilding is really beautiful on this. The patina surface is gorgeous. And how much for it? Someone give me $2,000 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? It's got to be two. Would it go $2,000? $1,000. 1,300 and 1,400, 14 now 15, 15 now 1,600, 1,700, 1,800, 17, 18 now 1,900, 2,000, 2,000, 2,250, 2,500, 25, 2,750, 2,750, 25 is bid, and 2,750. Would he go 2,750 on Barbara? 3,000, looking for 3,000. 2,750 is bidding 3. Would he go $3,000? Anybody like it for 3,000? 2,750 is bidding 3. Would he go $3,000? Anybody else for 3,000? 2,750 buys. Barb 5, 3, 3 the buyer. 533, 273. Mahogany 3-shelf library shelves on casters. These are cool. They're mahogany. They came out of Fred Cawley's study. A terrific little bookcase. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $500 for it. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would he go $300? $100. $100 and 50 is bid, and 60. Would he go 60? Now 70. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. Now 100. $100. You got to be 100. Would he go 100 and 1 1/4? 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4, Nate? I've got 100 on. I have 100. You've got to be 1 1/4. What? Yes. 1 1/4. 1 1/4. Anybody else for 1 1/4? Seems like it ought to be worth that, huh? Sold it. $100. No, number. 4718. Thank you. 274. Large Amari covered jar. This is a terrific scale. Beautiful size. And an early one. 19th century. Shown over there in that cabinet. And $500 quick for it. $500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? $300. Thank you. $350. $350. Would you go 3.5? Anybody want to be in for 3.5? I've got 3 bid and $350. 3 bid, $350. Would you go 3.5? Anybody want to be in for 3.5? Only $300. $350. Now $400. $400. Nate, you've got to be $400. $300. $400. Now $450. Back to you for $450, Kenneth. $450. $450. Now $500. $500. Nate, get him back at $500. I've got $450 offered and $500. $450 and $500. Once. Twice. The hammer is up. $450 and $500. Down it goes. $450 buys it. Number 513. The buyer. 513. 275 are 2 20th century bronze skeleton studies. Kind of neat. A little bit of interest here. They open at 500 and 550. Would you go? 500's bidding 550 and 600. 600 and 600 and 650. 650 now 700. 650's bidding $700. You got to be 700. 650's bidding 700. 650's bidding $700. You got to be. What do you go? 700. 700 new fire and 750. 700's bidding 750. Would you go 750? Anybody else for 750? I got 700 bidding 750. 700's bidding 750. Fair warning. Once, twice. $700 buys. Number 533. The buyer. 533. 276. Large folio. 4A's horse racing chromolithographic. It's a print after J.F. Herring Sr., he was probably the foremost horse painter in the 19th century. He was top of his game. How much for it? Someone give me about $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would it go 200? $100. $100 for the horse racing print. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? $100 buys. Number 4. The buyer 4. 277. 277, pair of Chinese carved giltwood figurines, shown on the top shelf there, and $300 for those. $200 for those. Anybody like to be in for $100 for them? $100 for them. Anybody like to be in for $50 and start them? $50 is going to be 60, thank you, and 70, would he go? 60, I haven't. 70, got to be 70, would he go? $70. Anybody like him for 70? 60's bidding $70. $60, they're gone. Number 1097. 278. 278 is a George III mahogany serving table. This is, they call these sideboard tables. And this is period. It is Chippendale, 18th century old. And I've got a little bit of interest in it. It opens at 400 and 450. Would you go? 450 and 500. You've got to be 550. I'm 600. Would you go 650? The book is out. 650 is on the internet. 700, 750, 800. You've got to be 808. $800. Would you go? 800 now. 850. Back to you for 850, Dan. 850. 900. $900. Would you go? 900 now. 950. 950 now. 1000. $1,000. Would you go? 1000. 1000 now. 1100. Back to you for 11 now. 1200. $1,200. Would you go? 12. You've got to be 12 now. 1300. 1300 now. 1400. $1,400. You got to be 14. Would you go? $1,400. Anybody else for 14? I've got $1,300 offered and 14. Fair warning. 13 and 14. Once, twice. $1,300. 522. The buyer. 522. 279. Mixed media gouache and graphite. This is an illustration. Pretty nice. And $300. Quick for it. 300. 200. $100. You get it going. 100 where? Anybody like it for 100? 150, 175. 150's bid 175. You're going to be 175. Anybody else for 175? 150's bidding 175. $150. Buys it. Number 1100. 280. Ink drawing by Louise Mansfield. This is Jane's sister. Movie Magic, circa 1923, and $300 for it. 300, 200. $100 for it. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 125. It's going to be 1 1/4 now. A half. You got to be 1 1/2. 1 1/4's bidding 1 1/2. You got to be 150. What do you go? $150. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys. Number 29. The buyer 29. 281. 800 fine 19th century continental silver hinged lid box. Pretty nice. A Repoussé tavern scene on the lid. And a couple of $100 quick for it. $100 for it. 150, 160. 160, would it go $160? Anybody else for 160? 150's bidding $160. Anybody like it for 160? 150's bidding 160. Fair warning, 160. Once, twice. $150 buys. Number 4819. 282. 19th century Scottish parquetry lodge table with a beautifully carved apron. Beautifully carved apron. That's a terrific table. And $1,000 where for it? 1,000. 500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 500? 300. 300. 350. 300's bidding 350. Would you go 3.5? Anybody like to be in for 3.5? I've got $300 offered and 350. 300 and 350. Once 350. Now 400. You've got to be 400. 3.5 and 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 4? 400 now 450. 400 and 450. $400 buys it. Number 1058. 283. Pair of old Paris urns, one with damage, has a little bullet hole in it. I'm sure it was during the French and Indian War. Someone give me about $200 for it. $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 and get them going. $100. They're great decoration. $100. Anybody want to be in for 100? $100 is going to be. Would you go $100? Anybody like them for 100? $100. Would you go $150? Thank you. 60 now. 70. 70. We've got to be 70. I took 60 on the internet. You've got to be 70, John. 70 now. 80. $80. Would you go 80, 70, and 80? Anybody else for $80? $70. Number 1, the buyer. Number 1. 284. Watercolor. Stacy Tolman. New England landscape. This has the provenance of Post Road Gallery. They were in Larchmont, New York. Mr. Bossum was a personal friend of mine, good guy. Anyway, how much for it? Nice watercolor. $300 for it? $200 for it. And anybody like to be in for $200? $100 is where? $100 and thank you, and 1 1/4 would you go? 100's bid and 1 1/4 would you go? 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 125. $100 buys it. Nate, number please. 1026. Thank you. 285. 2 hand-colored maps. A plan of New York City by John Tallis. This is done in 1851, and a French map of the eastern U.S. by John Marshall in 1807. These are 2 nice early maps. And how much for those? Someone give me $500 for the 2 of them. $500, $200 from both. 2 1/4. 200's bid 2 1/4. Now got to be 2 1/4. We go 2 1/4, 2 1/2. What do you go? 250. You've got to be 2 1/2. Anybody? 250, 275. Somebody has to be 275. Now 300. $300. What do you go? 300. Now 350. 350. Now 400. 400. We're going in the right direction for a change. 400. Now 450. Now 500. Speak to me again. 500. Now 550. 500's bid and 550. 550. Now 600. $600. You got to be 6. What do you go? $600. You got to be 600. 5 1/2 is bid and 6. What do you go? $600. Anybody else for 600? 600. Fair warning. $550. 3572. Next item. 286. 31 1/2 inches tall zinc casting of Cortez in a dark brown patina. Kind of nice. And $300 down low to start it off. 300. Cortez. 300. Thank you. And 350. 300's bid and 350. Would you go 3 1/2? Anybody like to be in for 3 1/2? I've got only $300 offered and 350. Would you go? $300 is bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? I got 300 bid and 350. 300 and 350. Wow. 300 and 350. Once, twice. Sold it. $300. Number 543. The buyer 543. 287. Chippendale cut frame mirror with a pierced crest and the original backboard. This is a pretty nice mirror. Shown, where is that shown? In the back. Oh, yep, right there. And $1,000 for it. $500 for it. $500. Probably a Philadelphia mirror. $500. Got to be 5. What do you go? $500. $300 to start it. 300. 200. $100 for it. Okay. 160. 150's bid and 160. 150's bid and 175. You got to be 175. 175 now. 200. $200. Would you go? 200. 200 now. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go? 225. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? And now 250. And now you've got to be 250. Would you go? $250. You got to be 250. 2 1/4's bid and 2 1/2. Show them the backboard. 2 1/2 and 275. 275. Pretty nice mirror. 275. You got to be 275. 250 and 275. Now 300. 300. Where we should have started. I shouldn't have to work this hard, but I do. $300. You got to be 3. What do you go? $300. Anybody like it for 300? Fair warning. 275 and looking for 3. Down it goes. $275 to the 4740. 4740. 288. Sheraton Empire Secretary with a glazed door top. Nice, neat as a pin piece of furniture. 1830s old. Let's see what it does. Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 and get it going. 5. You got to be 5. You got to be 5. What do you go? 500. $300 and start it. 300. 100's bid. 1 1/4. 100's bid. 1 1/4. Now a half. 75. 175. Now 200. Now 2 1/4. 200's bid and 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. Half and 75. 275. Would you go? 275. 250's bid and 275. 275. Now 300. 300. Now 350. 300. 350. Now 400. $400. You got to be 4. Would you go? $400. Anybody else for 400? I got 350 bid and 4. Got to be 4. Would you go? $400. Anybody else like it for 400? $350 your way. Number 1031. 1031. 289. 3 19th century Parian bust. Queen Victoria and Dickens and Jenny Lind, America's beauty. Jenny Lind. world acclaimed. And I've got 200 to open, and 2 1/4 would you go? 200's bidden, 2 1/4 would you go? 225, 225, now 250. 250, would you go $250? Anybody like them for 250? 250, 275, 275, 275, now 300. You gotta be three, would you go $300? Anybody else? 300, now 350. 350, would you go 350, Evelyn? 350, 350, now 400. $400, you gotta be 400. 350's bid and 400, now 450. 450, would you go $450? I'd hate for them to miss out on it. 450, now 500. 500. 450's bid and $500. 500, now 550. 550, would you go $550? You're bidding 550, now 600. $600, would you go 600? 5 1/2 and 6, would you go $600? Anybody like it for 600? 5 1/2 and 6. 5 1/2 and 6, fair warning. $550 buys it, 519, 519. And 290, 2 pair of 19th century brass 10-inch push-up candlesticks. Kind of nice. They are 2 pair. 4 altogether. To sell is a lot, and $100 quick for those. $100 for 2 pairs of brass candlesticks, 1830s old. $100. Anybody like it for $100? $50 for them. 50 and 60. 50 and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like them for 60? Would you go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? $50 buys a way back. Number 22, is it? 22. Thank you. 291. Oil on canvas, still life, signed E.H. Porter, 1897. E.H. Porter. And how much for that lot? Someone give me about 500 for it. $500. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be $300. $200 and get it going. 2 to go 200. $100. My goodness, 100 where? Anybody like to be in for $100? $100. You've got to start me off for a $50 bill. Anybody like them for $50? It's going to be 50. Would you go 50? Cannot help but make money on this at $50. But I'll take 25 to open. 25, 35, 30, 40. 40, 50. $50, got to be 50. Would you go 50? Anybody else for 50? $40. A way back number 7. The buyer 7. Next lot. 292. Period. 19th century single bin tea caddy with a mixing bowl area, spot for one. And how much for it? Somebody give me $300 for it. $100 for that box. Anybody like to be in for $100 for the tea box? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Got to be 1 1/4. 110, he says. 120. 110 is bid and 120. Would he go 120? 130. 130. Would he go 130? 130. Would he go 100? 150. Now 175. 150's bid and 175. And everybody's getting cute. 150's bid and 175. $150 down in front number 1101. Next item. 293, Federal Period dressing mirror. This is a nice dressing mirror. And how much for it? Someone give me 400 for it? 400, 300. Nice frieze of drawers below. $100 to start it. 100 where? Anybody like it for 100? 100's bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 1 1/4. Got to be 125. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? $100 buys it. Number 411, 411. 14 Nymphenburg Blanc de Chine figures. There are losses on a couple of them, but they're a pretty clean set. 2 of them are marked Western Germany, so they're a little later, but the others were made in between the wars. And how much for them? Someone give me about 500 for all 14 of them. 500. $300 for all 14. 3, got to be 3. Would you go 300? $200 from all. 200, thank you. 2 1/4. 200's bidden. 2 1/4. Now a half. Got to be 2 1/2. It's got to be 2 1/2 and 75. 275 and 300. $300. Got to be 3. Would you go $300? 300. Now 350. 300's bidden. 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? I've got 300 bidden. 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like them for 350? 300 and 350. Once, twice. Down they go. $300. 1024. 295. 5 terracotta heads with glass eyes. These are probably Kresch figures. They're probably 18th century. I mean, really nice early objects. And how much for these? Someone give me 500 for them. Yes. 500, thank you. And 550, what do you go? 500 and 550. Would you go 5.5? Anybody like to be in for 5.5? 5 is bidden 550. 500 is bidden 550. Would you go $550? Anybody like it for 550? 500 and 550. Fair warning, 550, 500 and 550. Once, twice, $500. Away they go. Number 980. Thank you. 296. 296. Art Nouveau style mahogany vitrine. Beautiful, terrific shape, nice form. Vitrine with brass inlay. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know, 500 for it. 500. $300 for that Art Nouveau vitrine. Anybody like it for 300? Thank you. And 350, what do you go? 300 and 350, what do you go? $350. Anybody else for 350? That's your money at 300 and 350, what do you go? $350. Folks, she's anxious to bid again. 350. 300 and 350, what do you go? 350. Fair warning, 300 and 350. Sold at $300. Number 5, the buyer, 5. 297. 297 is a German porcelain swan, hand-painted in it looks like a Dresden sort of porcelain swan. And how much for it? Someone give me 300 for it? $100 for it. Anybody like it for 100? Oh my goodness, $50 then. 50, thank you. And 60, where'd you go? 50 and 60, would it go $60? Anybody like it for 60? 50 and 60 now, 70. 70 now, 80. $80, you got to be 80. Would you go 80? 80 now, 90. 90 now, 100. 100. Would you go $100? You got to be 100. Would you go $100? Anybody else for 100? $90 buys. Number 1105. 298. Watercolor by J.R. Dickinson. Cottage by a Stream. This is beautifully rendered. I love the botanicals down in the foreground. Beautifully painted. And $300 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like it for 2? You got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like it for 100? My goodness, $50. And 60 and 70 and 80. One of you, 80. Now 90. 90. Would you go $90? You got to be 90. 80's on the floor. $90. You got to be 90. Would you go 90? Anybody else for 90? $80 buys it. Number 4, the buyer 4. 299. 299. Bronze zinc casting of an iron worker. 19th century French. This is that industrial movement period. And $500 for it. $500. $300 for it. $600, thank you. And $650, would you go? $600 and $650. $600 is bid and $650. Would you go $650? Anybody else for $650? I've got $600 offered at $650. Fair warning. Once, twice. $600 buys. Number 1106. 300. 300 Rosewood Banjo J2 barometer. Barometer thermometer shown in the back of the room. I think it's a Boston concern that sold it. But it is rosewood and it is in immaculate condition. And I should think $500, but I'll take $200 to open. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? $200 is going to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 for it, and a quarter and a half, 1.5 and 75. 200 now. 200, John. You got to be 2. Would you go 200 now? 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 225? 200 is bidden. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? The J tube is intact. 2 1/4. You got to be 2 1/4. Fair warning. $200, John. You bought it. Number 535. The buyer 535. 301 dish top Queen Anne candle stand with a tilting mechanism. Pretty nice. This is I think of the two dish tops that we had here today, this is the better one. And $500 quick for it. $500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Going to be 3. Would you go 300? $200 is where, and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 has been 225. And now 250. You've got to be 250. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/2. 275. 275. 250's bidden. 275. Anybody like to be in for 275? Now 300. Back to you, sir, for 300. Would you go 300? Don't be spoiled now. $300. You've got to be 300. 275 and 3. 300. Fair warning. Hammers up. Once, twice. 275 buys. Number 42. 42, 48.
42, 40, or fight? What do we have? Okay, 63 pieces of Gotham sterling silver flatware, or that's supposed to be Gorham sterling silver flatware. Newport pattern. Newport pattern. That's back when the family lived in Newport. Yes. I'm going to give me about $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500 and get it going. $500 is going to be five. Would it go 450? Now 500. Now 550. 500's here and 550. Now 600. Now 650. Now 700. 700. 750. 800. 850. 850. Would you go 850, Barb? 900. One of you. $900. 850's bid in 9. You got to be 9. Would you go 900? Now 950. 950. Now 1,000. Back to you for 1,000, Barb. 1,000. Now 1,100. $1,100. You've got to be 11. 1,000's bidding $1,100. Anybody else for 1,100? 10 is bidding 1,100. Fair warning, 1,100. $1,000. Owns it. Number 520, the buyer. 520. 303. Regency period Rosewood tea caddy with mother of pearl and brass inlay. They just get nicer and nicer. And $300 for it. 300. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go 200? $100 and get it going. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 125? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. Anybody else like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 buys. Number 4, the buyer, 4. 304. Carved Medici stone lion, marble lion on a stone base. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. How much? 450 and 500. 450, 500, now 550. 500 is bidding 550. Would it go 5 1/2? Anybody like to be in for 5 1/2 and 600 and 6 1/2? 6 1/2. You've got to be. That's your money at 600. 650. 650. Now 700. 700. 750. 750. Get it back at 750. Ken. 750. 800. 800. It only hurts for a little while. $800. You've got to be 800. 850. 850. Would he go 850? 800 is bidding 850. 850. Now 900. $900. Would he go 900? 8 1/2 and 9. Any advance? 850 and 9. $850. Number 513. The buyer 513. 305. Watercolor by H.R. Butler. This has Doyle, New York provenance. Came out of the Doyle, New York auction gallery. And $300 for the Butler. Anybody like to be in for 300? 200 for the Butler. $100 for the 150, 175, now 200. Somebody bid 200. 175 is bidding 2. You got to be $200. Anybody like it for 200? 175 and 2. Fair warning. Once, twice. 175 buys. Number 1036. 306. 306 is a American classically carved chest with paw feet. About 1830, mahogany. Pretty nice chest. And $500 quick for it. 500. $300 and get it going. 200, thank you. 2 1/4. 200 is bidding. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like it for 225? 200 is bidding. 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody want to be in for 2 1/4? 2 is bidding. 2 1/4. Wow. $200. Nice buy. Number 4849. 307. Oil on canvas by Jim Kramer. Local artist, quite accomplished, beautifully rendered. A lone tree on the snowy hillside. Nice painting. How much for it? Somebody give me 500 for it. 500. $300 and get it going. 3, would you go 300? 200. $100 is where? 100's bid. 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/2. 175. 175. 175. Now 200. Now 2 1/4. 200 is bidding 2 1/4. You're bidding 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidding 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? Fair warning. 2 1/2. 2 1/4 buys. Number 542. The buyer 542. 308. That's an 835 silver knight statue and a gilded bronze St. Michael. The knight has a composite cast face.
but 18.9 ounces. And I've got some interest in these. They open at 400, and you've got 1,100, 1,200, now 1,300, 13, now 1,400. $1,400, what do you go 14? 13 is bidding 1,400. 13 is bidding $1,400. What do you go $1,400? Anybody like it for 14? I've got only $1,300 bid and 1,400. Fair warning, 13 and 14. Down they go. $1,300 buys to 47.16. Thank you. Lot 309, 11 cent bottles to be offered as a lot. This is a nice group, nice collection of early cent bottles. And how much for these? Someone give me 500 for them. 500, 300 for them. $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go 200, $100 and start them? $100 for the all 11 cent bottles. 50, 60, 60, 70, 80, way back, 90, 90, now 100, 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bidding 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2 and 175? 175. Now 200. Back to you for $200. You got to be two. Would you go 200? Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 225? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Fair warning. $200 to the phones, number 535, 535. Stained glass window. Where's that, Josh? Is that right next to you? Just spin it around, show it to them once. Beautiful stained glass window in nice condition. And $300 for it. Would you go 300? $100 for it. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like to be in for $100? $50. Thank you. 60 now 70. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. $100. You got to be 100. Would you go 100 now? 1 1/4. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is bidding. 1 1/2. We got to be 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? Anybody else for 1 1/2? 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys. Number 1109. 311. New York Mahogany Empire classically carved chest. Pretty nice. Good chimney backsplash on this. Chimney back. Which one is it now? Oh, yep. Very, very good looking chest. And I've got 200 to open and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bidding. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else like it for 2 1/4? I've got 200 bidding. 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody want to be in for 2 1/4? 2 is bidding. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. Evelyn, that's catchy. 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bidding. 2 1/2. 2 1/4 buys. Number 20, the buyer 20. 312. 312. Parisian bronze. 23 inches tall. This is beautifully cast. This is really a real quality casting. Short sword, signed Lomaner. And someone give me 500 for it. $500 is going to be 5. Would you go 500? 300. $200 for it. $200. Wow. $100 is where. 100 1/4. Would you go? 1 1/4. 1 1/2. Anybody like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidding. 1 1/2 now 75. 175. Would you go 175? 150 is bidding. 175 now 200. $200. 200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody else for 2 1/4? I've got $200 offered and 225. It's a fine bronze for that kind of money. $200 and 225. Sold it. $200. 1108 the buyer. 1108. 313. The Dutch brass chandelier is also Alberto Vilars, shown there. Double tier. Lovely, lovely chandelier. And $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 where? Anybody want to be in for 1,000? $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go 500? 500. $300 and start it. 3. Would you go 300? Alberto Vilars, largest contributor to the art of the Metropolitan Opera House. Looking for $300. $200 for it. 200. 2 1/4. 200's bidding. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else like it for 225? 200's bidding. 2 1/4. Fair warning. 2 1/4. $200 your way. Number 1111, 314, 314, 23.5-inch gilt decorated urns. These are modified. They made them into lamps and then they returned them into urns. But actually the finial is a replacement on these. The finial, and there's damage and repairs, so you're buying them kind of as is, but they are pretty big and pushy. Somebody give me about $500 for them. $200 for them. Anybody? $250 and $275. $250 and $275 now. $300. $300 is going to be three. That's your $275, sir. And $300 is going to be three now. $350. $350 now. $400. $400. What do you go? $400. 3.5 and 4. 3.5 and 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody else for $400? $350 is bid and $400. Fair warning. $400. $400 with the hammer. $450. $450. $450. What do you go? $450 now. $500. $500 is going to be five. What do you go? $500. Yes. $500 is going to be five. Anybody else for $500 now? $550. $550. What do you go? $550. $500 and $550. What do you go? $550. You got off the hook. Stay off. $500. $500. 1112. 1112. $315. Oil on canvas, floral still life, signed C. Ress. Shown here. And $500 for it. $500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? What do you go? $300. $200 to start it. $200 for that painting. Anybody like to be in for $200? This is out of the Connecticut home. $200 is going to be two. What do you go? $200. $100 for it. I thought it was a better picture than that. $100. If you've got a hole in the wall, this is much cheaper than hiring a carpenter to come fix it for you. 50, thank you. And 60, what do you go? 50 and 60, what do you go? $60. Anybody like to be in for 60? 50 and 60? $50, your way number. 411. 411. 316, Gothic center table with mahogany veneers. This is really a beautiful little table, beautifully polished, wonderful mahogany, and $500 for it. Five, got to be five, got to be five, got to be $300. $300 for it. Anybody like it for $300? $200 for it. 200's bidding, 2.25. 200's bidding, 2.25. We're going to be 2.5. We're going to be 200. What do you go? 2.5, 2.5, and 275. 275, 300. $300 is going to be three. What do you go? 300, 275, and three. Anybody else for 300, 275, and three? Fair warning, 275 and $300. Sold it. $275. Your way number? 907. 317. Early 20th century Chinese temple vase, geisha, and rooster handles. Kind of cool rooster handles. One of them, I think, shows restoration, but I can't tell. The glaze matches up with the decoration that is around the central band above the rooster, so I'm uncertain as to whether it's really restoration or not. Somebody give me $500 for him. $200 for him. 200, thank you. 2.25. 200's bidding 2.25. Would you go 2.25? Anybody like it for 225? 200's bidding 2.25. Going to be 2.25. Anybody else for 2.25? $200 your way number. 1113. 318. 318. A pair of graphite costume designs. This is a self-portrait by Nino Novellino of himself and his wife. His wife was a ballerina, she tragically died, I think, of an aneurysm or something early on in their what would have been their life together. But beautifully Gothic-inspired frames, very well executed portraits. And how much for them? Somebody give me about $500 for them. $500, $300 for them. Anybody like to be in for three? What do you go? $300, $200 then. I've got $300, thank you, and $350. $350, now $400, $400, now $450, now $500, $500, now $550, now $600, now $650, now $700, $750, $800, $1,000, he says, $1,100, $1,000, $1,100. Anyone else for $1,100? 1,000's bidding $1,100. What do you go? $1,100. Anybody like it for $1,100? $1,000 owns them. Number five, and I thank both of you. 319, Parian still life of flowers in a deep walnut frame. I'd never seen one of these before. It's like a Bas relief, still life of flowers, beautifully executed. Somebody give me 500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 300, 350, 400, $400. Gonna be four. What do you go? $400. Anybody else for 400 now? 450, 450 now. 500, $500. Gonna be five. What do you go? 500. 450 is bidden. $500. Anybody? 500 now. 550, 500, 550. What do you go? $550. Anybody else for 550? 550 now. 600. 550's bid at $600. The hammer is up. 550's bid at six. What do you go? $600. Fair warning. $550. They're gone. Number 1114. 320. 320. 20th century bronze of a warrior with a wreath. This one shows an arm repair, so you buy it as you see it, but it's just as decorative as any of the others here. And $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for 100? What do you go? $100. Anybody want to be in for 100? $50. $50. Anybody like it for 50? You got to be 50. What do you go? $50. Anybody like that bronze for 50? Now 60. 50 and 60. Any interest at $60? 50 and 60. $50. Barb. Number 526. The buyer. 526. 321. 321. American parcel gilt 2-panel mirror shown down here. If you could spin that around, Jake, and just show it to him. Somebody give me a $200 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for 100? 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Going to be 125. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. What do you go? 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. $100 buys number 1116. Small 19th century inlaid table with it in parquetry inlay is the balloon launch. It's a French table, very similar to what Gallet was producing probably at the same time. A beautiful little inlaid French lamp table with the balloon launch on the top of it. And somebody give me 500 for it. 500, $200 for it. Anybody? 175 and 2, what do you go? 175 and 2, what do you go? $200 and 200 now, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Looking for 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bidden. 2 1/2. What do you go? 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 buys. Number 3340. Next lot. 323. Spirits flask and a French sleigh. The sleigh has got the Parisian standard mark. And someone give me about $1,000 for the two of them. 500 for the two. Anybody like to be in for 500? $300 for the two. 350 now 400. 400 now 450. 400 now 450. Now 500 now 550. 500 is bid 550 now 600 now 650. 650 now 700. 650 is bid and $700 is going to be seven. What do you go? $700. Anybody else like them for 700? 650 buys. Number 1107. The buyer 1107. Next lot. Where are we? 324. Oh, the bronze of the dancing fawn. This is again after the excavation in Pompeii. They found this in the ashes and then recast it. It was cast all during the 19th century. I think this is an early 20th century rendition, and $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Going to be 5. What do you go? $300 and start it, and 350. What do you go? 300, 350, 400. $400 going to be 4. What do you go? 400 now 450. 450 you're both out now at 450. What do you go? 450 now 500. $500 going to be 5. What do you go? 500 down 500. 550. 550 you're bidding 550. 550 now 600. $600. What do you go? 600. 600 now 650. 650 you're bidding 650. What do you go? $650. 600 is here and 650. What do you go? 650. It's against you on the phones at 600. 650. Yes, 650. 700. 700. Back to you, John, for 700. Now 750. 750. What do you go? 750. 700. 750. 700 and 750. Fair warning. Hammers up. $700 buys it. Number 534. 534 the buyer. Okay, Picasso exhibition poster. This is an original 1970 Menil collection. The Musée Fine Arts in Lille. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about 300, $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like it for $50? 50, thank you. And 60, would it go? 50 and 60, would it go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? 50 is bidden. 60, would it go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? $50 your way, number? 1120. Next. And what do we have next? 3 Stephen graphs, the start to the finish. Good old days is the largest one, that's 6 by 9. They're all in beautiful condition overall. And $300 for this lot. $300, $200 for this lot. $200, $100 for this lot. 100. We're selling the Stephen graphs. You're up here on the screen.
You're on 326 on the screen.
Uh-oh. We don't know what we're selling, obviously. Okay, 326, my mistake. Okay, 326. Yeah, there it is, a box set of Demitasse cups and saucers. I think these are English, very nice pattern. And somebody give me $100 for them. $100, anybody like them for $100 in the presentation box? Anybody like to be in for 100? Would you go $100? 50, I haven't. 60, would you go? 60 and 70. 70 now, 80. $80, you gotta be 80, would you go $80? Anybody else for 80? $70 buys, number 13, the buyer, 13th. 527, maple and cherry country Sheraton demi-lune table. From a nice clean house out in Albany. And $300 for it. $300, $200, $100 for it. $125 and $150. Would he go? 1 1/4 is bidding, 1 1/2. Anybody else like him for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidding, 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Fair warning. 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys. Number 1028. Next lot. Bronze boy on the Nautilus shell, 49 inches tall. Now this is a fairly contemporary bronze, but it's beautifully cast. And how much for it? Mid to late 20th century. Someone give me about, I should think, $2,000 for it. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 and start me. 500, thank you. 550, would he go? 500's bidding. 550, would he go? 5 1/2 and then 5 1/2 and 600 now. $600, you gotta be 600, 650. 600 and 650, would he go? $650, you gotta be 650 now. 700, $700, 700 now. 750. 700, 750, would he go? 750, 700's bidding, 750 now. $800, you gotta be 800, 800, 850. 850, would he go? $850, we'll get a long way to go. 850, you've gotta be 850. 850, 900. 900, you gotta be 9, would he go? 900, 950. 950, would he go? 950, would he go? $950, you've gotta be 950. I've got 900 bid, 950, now 1,000. $1,000, you've gotta be 1,008. $1,000, would gotta be 1,000. Would he go $1,000? Anybody like it for 1,000? Fair warning, 950 and 1,000. Hammers up. Once, twice, $950. That's a buy. Your number, please. Evelyn, number. Sorry. 543. 543. The buyer. 329. 9 J.J. Audubon bird prints. These are from the octavo edition of the Bound series of birds, and they are originals, hand-colored originals. And how much are they? How much for them? Someone give me about $500 for them. 500, $300 for them. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would it go 300, $200 and start them? $200 and set them in. Anybody want to be in for 2? Got to be 2 to go. 200, $100. My goodness, for 9 of them. $100. Any interest? 100. Thank you. 1 1/4. 100's bidding. 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding. 125. Fair warning. 125. Wow. $100. Nice buy. Number 4248. Tell them not to forget where they bought those. 3 pieces of Amari, including a bottle vase rather, a punch bowl, and a plate. The plate, the bowl is a 9.5-inch diameter, and $300 for this lot. $100 for it. $100. Anybody like it for $150 for him? $50 is going to be 50. Would he go 50? Well, $20 then. $20 and 30. Would it going to be 30? Would he go $30? 20 is bidding. 30 going to be 30. Would he go 30? $20 your way, John. Number 17, the buyer. 17. 331 English Hallmark covered box and a 800 fine shoe. Heavy, both pieces. Somebody give me about $300 for this lot. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? Thank you. 2 1/4. 200 is bidden. 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? 2 is bidden. 2 1/4. $200. Number 13, the buyer. 13. 332. 3 Stephen graphs. The start, the finish, and the good old days. Now they're coming up. Somebody give me a couple of $100 for those. $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would he go 200? 100's bidden. 1 1/4. Would he go? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidden. 1 1/4. $100 your way. Number 4816. Okay, 4816. 333 18th century Philadelphia armchair. Pretty nice. And somebody give me 500 for it. $500 for that chair. Anybody like to be in for 300? 200? $100 for it. 100's bidden. 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidden. 125. Would it go 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? $100 for the armchair. Number 950. 950. 19th century Black Forest carved crucifix and candle block, beautifully mounted, and $300 for it. 3, would he go 300, 200, 450, and 500? 450's bidden. $500 got to be 5. Would he go $500? Anybody like it for 500? 450's bidden. 500 now. 550. 500 and 550 now. 600. $600 you've got to be 600. 550 and 600. Would he go 600 now? 650. 650 now. 700. $700 you got to be 7. Would he go $700? Anybody else for 700? 650's bid and 700. Fair warning. 650 and 700. Once, twice. $650. Away it goes. Number 1123. Thank you. 335. 3 Florentine frames. 2 with paintings on porcelain. The other with a chromolithograph in it. But they're all pretty juicy frames. Beautiful little miniature frames. And I've got a little bit of interest in this. It opens at $100 and 1 1/4. Would you go? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Anybody like them for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidden. 1 1/2 and half and 75. 175 now. 200. $200. You got to be 2. Would you go 200 on the phones? Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidden. 2 1/2. Anyone else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 buys. Number 13, the buyer. 13. 336. 336. 2 early Kresh figures. Now these are probably 18th century. They're Kresh figures, and they're ready to go. Nice condition. Somebody give me $1,000 for the 2 of them. $500 for the 2 of them. Anybody like to be in for 500? $300 for both. 200's bidden. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 225? I've got $200 offered and 225. You're gonna be 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? Seems like it's well under the money here at 200 and 2 1/4. Fair warning. $200 buys. Number 4612. 337 is a custom Queen Anne style maple lowboy. This is labeled with the fan carving, and it is bench grade, beautifully made. I believe a place in Massachusetts made it. It was very expensive when it was purchased. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 for $500. Anybody like to be in for 5? Going to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 to start it. $300. Going to be 3. Would you go 300? Anybody like it for 300? $200. Thank you. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. One of you. 275. 300. 300. 300. 350. 350. 400. $400. You got to be 4. Would you go $400? 3 1/2 is bidden 4. You got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anyone else for 400? $350. 1124. 338. The Costume of the Ancients by Thomas Hope, 2 volumes. This is a 1812 edition, I think, or 1818. Somebody give me about 300 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? It's got to be 2. Would it go $100? Anybody like the $100 on the early books? 100, 50 and 60. 50 and 60. Would he go $60? Anybody 60 now 70. 70 would he go 70 now 80. $80 you got to be 80. Would he go 80 now 90. $90 would he go 90. You've got to be 90. 90 now 100. $100 would he go 100 behind you. 101 and a quarter. 100's bidden 1 and a quarter now 1 and a half. 1 and a half would he go 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter's bidden 1 and a half would he go 1 and a half. Anyone else for 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter buys. Number 1126. Thank you. 1126. 339. This is a wonderful object. It was published in 1733. In 1733, it has 260 steel engravings in it, one more impressive than the next, of all of the ancients, the gallery of the king of Dresden, the king of the colony of Dresden, and in 1733. It is complete and intact. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? 400, thank you. And 450, would he go? 400's bidden 450, would he go $450? Anybody like it for 450? 400's bidden 450, would he go $450? Anybody else for 450? I've got only $400 offered and 450. 400 and 450. Fair warning. Once, twice, $400. That's a great buy number. 4771. Thank you. 340. 340 is an oil on canvas portrait of a lady. Looks like she just dismounted. Someone give me about 300 for it. 300. $200 for the lady. 200. $100. Don't take that the wrong way. 200. 200 is bidden 2 and a quarter. You said 200? 125. 150. 1 and a quarter is bidden 1 and a half. Anybody want to be in for 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 175. 175. 150. 175. Now 200. $200. Would you go 200? 200. Now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. Would you go 2 and a quarter? 200 is bidden 2 and a quarter. Anyone else for 2 and a quarter? 2 and a quarter. $200 buys. Number 1, the buyer 1. 341. 341 is a bronze figure after Degas entitled The Little Dancer. This is the museum edition, but this is the large size one. This is 21 and a half inches tall, and I should think $1,000. Anybody like it for 1,000? 1,200, thank you, and 1,300. Would he go? 12 is bidden. 13. Would he go? $1,300. Anybody like to be in for 13? 13 on Ken. 1,400 here. 13 on Ken. 1,400. You've got to be 14. 13 is on Ken and 1,400. Now 1,500. Back to you for $1,500. You got to be 15. 14 and 15. 15 now 1,600. $1,600. You're bidding 16. 15 is bidden. 1,600 now 1,700. Back to you, Kenneth, for 1,700. I've got 16, 17 now 1,800. $1,800. Would he go 18? 17 and 18. Would he go 1,800? 18 now 1,900. $1,900. You got to be 1,900 now 2,000. $2,000. Would he go 2,000? 19 is bid 2,000 now 2,250. 2,250. Would he go 2,250? You've got to be 2,250. 2,000's bid in 2,250. Would he go 2,250 now 2,500? 2,500. You've got to be 25. 2,250's bid in $2,500. Got to be 25. 25. 2,750. 2,750. Would he go 2,750? 25 is bid in 27 and a half now 3,000. $3,000. You got to be 3,000. 2,750's bid in 3,000. 3,000. 3,250. 3,250, Ken. Get him back at 3,250. I've got $3,000 offered and 3,250. You're bidding 3,250. $3,000 is bid and 3,250. You've got to be 3,250. Fair warning, Kenneth. Hammers up. 3,250. 3,500. 3,500. I've got 3,250 on Ken. 3,500. Were you bidding 3,500? 3,250's bid and 3,500. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes, 3250 to 542, the buyer, 542. And marble top walnut lamp table that was holding up that clock. So you know it's sturdy, if it was holding up that clock. Snow white marble, no staining, pretty nice table. Somebody give me $100 down low for it. $100 where? Anybody like to be in for $100 for a marble top table? Madam, your grandmother's table is only worth $50 to me. $50. That's just before she threw me off the porch. 50 is bid and 60, would he go? 50 and 60, would he go $60? Anybody else for $60? 60, now 70. $70, you've got to be 70, now 80. $80, you got to be 80, would he go $80? Anybody else for 80? $70 buys number 5. Number 5. 343. 20th century Frederick Remington bronze recast of the Bronco Buster, and $500 down low for it. 500 where? Anybody? 450 and 500. 450's bid and $500 got to be 500, now 550. 500's bid and 550. Would it? 550 now 600. 550's bid and $600. You got to be 6. Would it go 600? 550's bid and 6. Would it go? Anybody like it for $600? 5.5 and 6. You got to be $600. Anybody like it for 600? 550 and 600. $550 your way. Number? 47.95. 47.95. How you hold up? All right. 344 is a paint decorated tilt top Edwardian candle stand, kind of nice, shown over here, and $300 for it. Would he go 300? $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Right in front of those Gothic chairs. 100's bid and 1.25. 1.25, now a half. You've got to be 150. Would he go $150? Anybody? 150, 175. 175, would he go 175? 150 is bid and 175, now 200. 200, 200, now 2.25. 2.25, would he go 225? You got to be 2.25, now 2.5. 2.5, would he go 2.5? 2.25, 2.5 and 275. 275, would he go 275? Now 300. $300, would he go 3? You got to be 3. Would he go 300? Now 3.25. 3.25, would you go 3.25? 350. 350. 375. I'm sorry, 400. Looking for 400. 350's bid. I forget that the increments jump. You know, $400. Would he go 400? 350's bid and 400. 350 and 400. Once, twice. $350 buys. Number 1038. 345. Leaded stained glass window, kind of nice, 33 by 17 inches, shown in the back of the room in the window, and $300 for it. Good looking piece of stained glass. 300, 200, $100 for it. 90, thank you, and 100, would he go? 100, 1.25, 1.5, you've got to be 1.5. 175, 200, 200, 175 is bid, and 2, you got to be 2, would he go $200? Anybody else for 200, 175 and 200? 175 buys. Number 4688. 246, a set of Adams style garden furniture. These are cast aluminum, but they're really handsome and much easier to move around, naturally, because they are cast aluminum. Much easier than iron. They never rust. What else can you say about them? They're just as comfortable, and they will keep your backside off the lawn. Somebody give me about $500 for the set. 800, thank you, and 850. Would he go? 800's bidding. 850. Would he go $850? Anybody like him for 850? 800's bidding. 850. Would he go $850? Anybody else for 850? Fair warning, 850. I know there's 2 chairs that just about match these. 850. $800. They're gone. Number 1130. 1130. The buyer. 347, oil on canvas, Long Island Sound. This is signed indistinctly. We could not figure it out. It needs cleaning and touch-up, but I think it's a very, very good quality painting. And $500 quick for it. 500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? We got to be 3. Would he go 300? $200 to start it. 200, $100 is where? 125, 150. 150, 150, 175. 150's bidding, 175, it's got to be 175, now 200. 200, I have 175 ahead of you. On the phones, 200, now 2.25. 2.25, back to you for 2.25, 2.5. 2.5, 2.25's on the phones, and 2.5, you've got to be 2.5. The internet is out at 2.5. You've got to be $250. Anybody else for 250? 250, 275 now. 275, Dan, get it back at 275. You're bidding 275. 250's bidding 275. $250. Your way, Nate. Number? 1010. 1010. 19th century French cast iron patio table. Shows an old repair to one leg. I've got $60 to open it, and 70, what do you go? 60 and 70, 70 and 80. You've got to be 90, now 100, 100, what? 125, 150, 150, would you go 150, 1.25's bidding, 1.5. Anybody else for 1.5, 1.25, 1.5? 1.25 buys, number? 1083. 1083. And let's see, 349. 3 fiberglass flower boxes, but boy, these look awfully good. They just have a great look, you know. So somebody give me 300 for them. $100 for all 100 and a quarter and a half, 1.5. What do you go? 1.5, 175, 175, 150, 170, 175. Now 200, 2.25, 2.25, 2.5, 275. Now 300. $300, 275 and 3. What do you go? 300, 300, 3.25, 3.5. 300's bidding 3.5. What do you go? 3.5. Anybody else for 3.5? $300. Number 13, the buyer 13. 350. 2 hand-blown mercury glass gazing balls, and $100 is bid, and 1.25. Would you go? 100's bidding 1.25. Got to be 1.25. Anybody else for 1.25? 1.5. 1.5. 175. Now back to you for 200. $200 is going to be 200. I have 175 here in the book, and 200. You've got to be would you go? $200. Anybody else for 200? I've got 175. The bid is with me up here in front. 200, 2.25, 2.5. Back to you for 2.5. 2.25 is with me. 2.5, 275. Now 300. $300. You got to be 3. What do you go? 300, 300, 350, 400. $400. What do you go? 400, 3.5 and 400. 400 and 450. 400's bidding 450. Would you go? $450. Anyone else for 450? $400. Number 526. The buyer 526. 351. 19th century carved armchair with a slip end cane seat, and the cane seat is all good. I don't know if this is English or Boston, but it's a hell of a nice chair. Comfortable too. I've got a bid that I have to start it with, and that's $100 opening, and 1.25. Would you go? 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody like it for 125? 100's bidding 1.25. Going to be 125. It's going to be 1.25. Would you go? 125. Anybody else for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. $100 buys. Number 30, the buyer 30. 352. 2 11-inch tall classic Parian statues. One of the Father Time grinding away at the wheel, and the other is a classical statue, the subject of which I cannot remember right now. Somebody give me about 300 for them. $100 for them. Anybody like to be in for 100? Will you go $100? $50 and get them 50, now 75. 50 and 60, would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60, now 70. 70 now 80, 80 now 90, 90 now 100. $100, you've got to be 100, 1.25. 1.25, would you go 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody else for 1.25? 100's bidding 125. Fair warning, 100 and 1.25. $100 buys. Number 534. 534, the buyer. Next lot. 353, Hepplewhite style love seat in a cream floral fabric. Very handsome little piece of furniture shown right over here with down cushions, nice upholstery from a lovely home in Catskill, New York. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it. $200 for that little settee. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 and go. 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody want to be in for 125? 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody like it for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. $100 buys. Number 13, the buyer 13. 354. 4 cast iron classical fluted urns. Pretty nice. And $500 quick for those. 500 for the 4 of them. Anybody like to be in for 5? You're going to be 5. Would you go 500? 300 for the 4 of them. 300, 350, 400. $400 is going to be 4. What do you go? 400 now. 450. 450. 500. $500 is going to be 500. 500's here. 550. One of you. 550. You got 550. Now 600. Somebody. 600. 600. Now 650. Dan. 650. What do you go? 650. 700. 700. 700 on Dan. 700. 750. 750. What do you go? 750. I got 700 on Dan. 750. Now 800. Back to you for 800, Dan. 800. Now 850. 850. What do you go? $850. You got to be 850. I've got 850. Now 900. Back to you, Dan, for 900. I've got 850 bid and $900. You got to be 9. 850's bid 9. What do you go? 900. 900 down here on Nate. 900. 950. One of you. 950. Now 1000. 1000. What do you go? 1000. 950's bid and $1,000 on Dan. 1100. $1,100. What do you go? 11. Thousand's bid and 1100. 11. Now 1200. Back to you, Dan, for 1200. 12. Now 1300. $1,300. What do you go? 13. 12 and 13. You've got to be 13. What do you go? $1,300. Anybody like it for 13? 12 and 13. Fair warning. $1,200. Number 522. The buyer 522. 355. Brass side table tabaret with a glass top shown right there. That's all solid brass. That's a heavy little table. That is not light. And somebody give me $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 125? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, half and 75, sir. 175, 150, 175. You're bidding 175. $150 buys it. Number 13, the buyer. 13. 356. 2 volumes of the UTK Taylor 1917 and 1918. They're swatch books. One was turned into like a scrapbook, but they are profusely illustrated, and they would make great framing material in there. Somebody give me $300 for them. $100 for them. Anybody like to be in for $100? $50 and get them going. 50. Would you go 50? Anybody like to be in 50? Thank you. And 60. Would you go 60? Now 70. $70. You got to be 70. Would you go $70? Anybody else for 70? 60 and 70. Fair warning. $70. $60. Away it goes. Number 916. Next lot. 357. 19th century hand-painted 3-panel folding screen. Each panel, that's all hand-blocked wallpaper. That's the real deal. And somebody give me $500 for it. $500, thank you, and $550. Would you go? $500 and $550. Now $600. $600 and $650. $600's bidding $650. Would you go? $650. Now $700. $700. Would you go? $700. Now $750. $700. $750. Now $800. $800. Now $850. $850. Would you go? $850. Now $900. $900. It's going to be 9. Would you go? $900. $850's bidding $900. $900. Now $950. $900's bidding $950. Would you go? $950. Anyway, $950. Now $1,000. $1,000 is going to be $1,000. $950's bidding $1,000. Where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? Fair warning. $950 and $1,000. $1,000 with the hammer. I'll take it. And $1,100. Would you go? $1,100. Now $12. 11's bidding $12. We got to be $12. Would you go? $1,200. Anybody else feel like it for $1,200? Fair warning. $1,200. Down it goes. $1,100 buys it. Number 935. 358. 18th century Italian inlaid lift lid box with a drawer. Now the bottom's replaced, but this is a really early, this is probably certainly 18th century. It might even be earlier. 18th century box, and somebody give me about $500 for it. $500, $300, $200 for it. Anybody like it for $200? $100 to get it going. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for $125? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go $125? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bidding 1 1/2. Anybody want to be in for 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bidding 1 1/2. You got to be 1 1/2. Would you go 150? 125, 150. 125 buys. Number 1101. 359. 3-piece cafe set in green paint. Kind of neat, like 50s modern. And $300 sold for it. 300 where? Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would it go 200? $100 for it. Anybody like it for 100? What? 175. 200, John? 200, 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. Got to be 2 and a quarter. Anybody else for 2 and a quarter? I've got 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. You got to be 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter is bid. 2 and a half. 275. Now 300. 300. You've got to be 3. What do you go? 300. 275 and 3. Fair warning. 300. 275 buys. 411. The buyer. 411. 360. Pair of maroon glazed art pottery vases. These are like patio pots or lanai pots. And somebody give me a bit. I learned that word this winter, lanai. You know, it means a greenhouse, basically. It's for people. Somebody give me about $200 for it. $100 where? Anybody like to be in for $100 on those art pottery pots? $100 is going to be 100. $50 for them. $50. Anybody like them for 50? $20. 20 and 30. 30 now 40. 40 now 50. $50 is going to be 50. Would he go $50? Anybody else for 50? 40 is bidding 50. Would he go $50? Anybody like them for 50? $40. A way back number 9. The buyer 9. 361 is a tray of sterling flatware, not sterling, 800 fine Italian flatware. There's a set of 12 spoons with gold wash bowls. This is a nice lot. 44 troy ounces of 800 fine silver and $300 quick for it. 300 and 350, now 400. 400, now 450, now 500. 500, 450's bid, and 5, you got to be 5, would you go 500, now 550. 550, now 600. $600 is going to be 6, would you go 600? 5.5 is bid, and 6, would you go? 5.5 is bid, 600, now 650. 600 is bid, and 650 on the phones now at 600 and 650. Sold it, $600, number 520, the buyer, 520. 362, the Starburst convex mirror. 34 inches diameter overall. Kind of nice, fairly new. Somebody give me about $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200? I have 100 bid and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, $200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, $300, 350, 400, 450, 500, 550. 500 is bid and 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? 550, now 600, Dan. You've got to be 600. 600, now 650, now 700. 700, back to you for 700. 750. 750, would you go 750? I got 700, 750, now 800. Back to 800, now 850. 850, 800, 850. Money means absolutely nothing. 850, 800, 850. Fair warning, 800 and 850. Down it goes, $800, number 522, the buyer, 522. 363, 8-piece continental silver, 8 pieces of continental silver, probably 800 fine, and $100 quick for it. $100. Anybody like it for $100? $50 to start it. 50, 75, 50, 150, 175. Now 200. $200. Would he go 2? 175 and 2. You got to be 2. Would he go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 buys. Number 1134. 1134. Now, anybody who's interested, we've got some municipal lampposts outside. They're iron. They're out on the, so if anybody wants to take a look at them, we're going to sell them in about 5 minutes. 364, 3-tiered inlaid dumbwaiter with Queen Anne legs, original barrel casters. This is a 19th century, this is a period one, and $500 for it. 500, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2 to go 200. $100 is where? $100. Anybody like it for 100's bid and 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. 100's bid and 1 1/4. $100. You bought it. Your number? 1. What is it? Number 20. Thank you, sir. Number 20. American School. Abbey ruins along the river. Unsigned. 18 inches by 28 inches. $300 for it. 300. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? $100 and get it going. $100. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125, 125, 150? 150, would you go $150? 150, 175, 175, 150, 175, $150. Away it goes, number 3016. If you haven't bought something yet today, here is your opportunity. These are 117-inch tall cast iron light fixtures. They're from a municipal building. Bidding has to start at $250 and $300. Would you go? $250's bidding, $300, $350, $400, $400, $450. $400's bidding, $450. Would you go 4.5? $450, $500, $550. $550. Would you go 550? $500's bidding, $550, $550, $600, $650. $650. Would you go $650? You're gonna be $650. $600's bidding, $650. $650. $700, $750. $750. Would you go $750? $700's bidding, $750. $750. Now $800. $800. $850. $850. Would you go $850? $800's bidding, $850. You're bidding $850. Now $900. $900 now $950. Reluctant $900. $950. $950. Would you go $950? Now $1,000. $1,000, yes? $1,000. Now $1,100. $1,100. You're bidding $1,100. Thousands bidding $1,100. You're going to be $1,100. Now $1,200. $1,200. You're going to be $12. Would you go? Yes. $1,200. Now $1,300. $1,300. Would you go 13? 13. Would you go $1,300? You're going to be 13. Now $1,400. $1,400. $1,400. You're going to be 14. Would you go 14? 14. Now $1,500. $1,500. You're going to be 15. 14 and 15. 15. Now $1,600. $1,600. Yes. 1,600, yes, 1,600, 1,700, 1,700, 1,700, $1,700. You're gonna be 17, 16 and 17, 16 and 17, $1,600. Buys it number 26, and I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, very, very much.